Chapter 381 Savage Dragon. That's great. Another energy ball. It seems that this upgrade is promising. Ginlong looked at the energy ball brought out by the soul-inducing rod. It was no worse than the one he took out the first time. He immediately sat up cross-legged and concentrated on absorbing the energy of the energy ball. Ginlong, who had already reached a bottleneck. Once a new energy body was integrated into his body, the mecha elements in his body expanded rapidly. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and burst out directly. Ginlong felt his chest suddenly open up, as if something had broken through it, and then he felt that the surrounding mecha elements were rapidly merging towards him, and the protective holy armor on his body was also constantly changing, with a faint mist appearing. Xueyu and the others on the side were still in shock, but seeing Ginlong succeeding in one go and continuing to practice, they did not dare to ask any more questions. They just watched from the side. Seeing that Ginlong was showing signs of breakthrough, the boss hurriedly called to the people beside him. Everyone should be quiet and don't disturb Ginlong. Boom! An energy wave appeared, blowing away the mist surrounding Ginlong. However, more mist appeared immediately, and it kept going back and forth. When all the mist covered Ginlong and could no longer be blown away, Ginlong finally moved and looked up to the sky with a roar that shook the whole earth. Trembling. Success? Let me go! Master, you have made a breakthrough. When the assistant heard someone calling him, he came to the boss and looked at him in confusion. I'm going. I wasn't talking about you just now. I'm going because I'm too excited. Oh, forget it. I can't explain it to you. I'm just happy anyway. The boss's words made me very depressed. But when I saw the boss and the others, they were all dancing and they were so happy. I followed the example and jumped up. Hee. If God wants to help me, no one can stop me. It doesn't matter if I reach the state of perfection. Just come here. I will let you go and never come back. Ginlong looked up to the sky and roared, and the annoyance in his heart disappeared completely. Seeing that he had now directly become the intermediate level of the 9th level divine armor, Ginlong turned his head and looked at the boss Xueyu and the others, thinking that he also needed to break through them. Otherwise, the opponents become more powerful as they go further back, and with their current strength, the odds are against them. He did what he thought of, and the energy balls that Ginlong drew out from the soul were handed over to Xueyu and the boss. Watching them squat on the ground and concentrate on absorbing them, Ginlong stood by and waited for them to break through and return. Ginlong looked at himself and his assistant. It was fine for him to sacrifice himself, but his assistant would disappear completely after the sacrifice. However, in this way, he would have two potential masters of the perfect realm. In this way, he would not be afraid of the next opponent. It seems that it will take some time for the boss and Xueyu to absorb all the energy. Ginlong was bored and continued to refine colored ores. Congratulations. You have successfully refined high-grade ore. Your refining proficiency has increased by 100. And your soul value has increased by 1,000. Ginlong was very happy to see that his refining skills and soul value rewards were improved after his cultivation level was upgraded. This way, he could accumulate soul value much faster. Just when Ginlong was about to continue refining the ore, he heard the boss roar, his whole body radiating golden light, and his already huge body actually grew a little taller. A set of resplendent armor appeared and attached to the boss. Ginlong knew that the boss was about to break through. Ouch! With a loud shout, the boss made a successful breakthrough. Feeling the powerful power in his body, the boss ran directly to Ginlong and jumped very happily. Master, I have also reached level 9. As soon as the boss finished speaking, there was movement from Xueyu's side. Looking at Xueyu's head, a very beautiful and fairy-like beauty appeared. The face of that beauty was none other than Xueyu herself. Seeing Ginlong looking at her blankly, Xueyu chuckled and landed directly on the ground. Merging with her own body, countless colored lights rose up, covering the snowy moon. After waiting for the colorful light to fall, Xueyu stood up and successfully broke through to level 9. Ha! Master, I told you that you are a lucky star. If we follow you, nothing will happen to us. The boss knew that the guy who was about to kill him was no longer a threat to them, because the strength Ginlong showed when he just sacrificed was quite terrifying. The most important thing is that nothing happened after Ginlong sacrificed. This is equivalent to having a few more levels of cultivation for no reason. In this case, what do they have to fear? They can just wait for those guys to come over and fight to the death. Boom! The sound of breaking through the sky sounded again, and Kong Ling appeared first. As soon as the Kongling appeared, he immediately followed Lan Yo and ran to Gunlong and said, "No. When I came over just now, I felt a strong aura behind me. It must be those bastards coming. By the way, Gunlong," the faceless man said, "you didn't need his help and refused to come over." As soon as Kongling finished speaking, there was an explosion in the sky. A big hole was torn open that day, and countless people rushed in. The guy who was leading the way was covered in mist, and his face could not be seen clearly. Well, it's really a poor job. Looking at the past, these guys are all of low strength, but they still need me, the barbarian dragon, to take action personally. It's really funny. Brothers, come to me. Don't let me down. Gunlong looked at the guy who came to kill him this time and did not hesitate, and started to attack directly. He was very happy. After all, the defensive cannon he set up, although it was not very useful for people with high-level cultivation, was definitely useful against those soldiers. Hey, so what if you reach the perfect state? If you don't take action yourself, you can't blame me. Gunlong smiled and directly called the brothers to the fort. With a huge roar, countless artillery LS were fired, bombarding the crowd of people rushing to kill them. Wails followed, and in the blink of an eye, the rush of people was dispersed, and they all began to retreat. After all, none of them had ever seen such a strange attack. Interesting. I finally know why those losers in front of me died. In this case, let you have a taste of my power. The barbarian dragon shouted loudly, and a spear appeared in his hand. With just a casual wave, the entire space vibrated. He jumped high in the air and charged towards Gunlong and the others. Hee. You're the one waiting for me. Boss, take your brothers and retreat. Leave the rest of the battle to me, Gunlong said. Using the Phoenix Nirvana skill, the fire around him rose. His strength directly climbed to the perfect state, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the wild dragon. Chapter 382 Precision Strike Missile. Why did Gunlong use his sacrifice ability? Boss, Shuiyu, why didn't you stop him? When Kongling saw Gunlong like this, he panicked and yelled at Shuiyu and the others. Kongling, don't worry. Gunlong used a secret method. He is fine. Let's evacuate immediately. Don't be a burden to him. Shuiyu stepped forward to explain to Kongling. After knowing that Gunlong was fine, Kongling felt relieved to follow Shuiyu and the others in retreat. Kid, you've really gone too far. You actually sacrificed yourself to deal with me. I'll see how long you can hold on. With the improved strength of Gunlong, coupled with the ejection function of the Shangyun armor, and the nebula attack of the nebula sword, Gunlong actually had the upper hand. The wild dragon was forced to have no choice but to fight and retreat. As for the people he brought, the shock waves of their attacks were very powerful. Those guys were not very strong. Once they touched them, they would die immediately. Therefore, they also retreated continuously, staying away from the battlefield. Gunlong looked at the time for his Phoenix Nirvana to last for more than 10 minutes. Then Gunlong accelerated his attack speed and did not fight with the wild dragon. Seeing Gunlong's movements, Maelong thought it was Gunlong's sacrifice time that was about to end. However, he was even more proud, jumping left and right and not directly conflicting with Gunlong. Come on, kid. Why don't you say okay? You can't catch me anymore? Are you running out of energy? Do you need me to lend you some? Gunlong was not moved by the barbarian dragon's words. He recalled 98K, summoned the laser gun again, aimed at the barbarian dragon and attacked. Bang! The attack from the laser gun hit the wild dragon. After watching the attack explode, a crack appeared in the defensive armor of his body. Maelong was shocked. He didn't expect that this wonderful weapon in Gunlong's hand could attack so powerfully. Boy, you are looking for death. Maelong had never been hit by anyone before. Seeing that he had made a fool of himself in front of so many people, Maelong was so angry that he shouted violently and rushed towards Gunlong. Well done! When Gunlong was exchanging the laser gun, he noticed at a glance that there were TNT explosives. So Gunlong immediately exchanged 2 of them and placed them under his feet while the barbarian dragon was not paying attention. Therefore, Gunlong was not in a hurry when he saw the barbarian dragon attacking. He just stood there, seeing the barbarian dragon approaching. Gunlong jumped aside and detonated the bomb at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded in succession. Maelong didn't expect Gunlong to have such a move, but he was hit by 2 explosions. Although his life was not in danger, it was still enough for him to bear. One leg was directly blown off, and he fell to the ground. Damn it. You actually cheated. As a master of the perfect realm, a mere leg cannot affect the wild dragon. The wild dragon stood up directly, and stood out of thin air. The torn trouser legs fluttered in the wind. Gunlung wanted to survive, so he didn't care about these things. He snorted coldly, seeing that Manlong was on guard. TNT was useless. Gunlung fired a few shots at Manlong, and while Manlong was dodging, he opened the weapon summoning system. Hee hee. I just remember this good thing. What a bullshit master of the perfection state. I'll make you jump like a chicken. Gunlong directly selected the detonators, summoned a dozen of them at once, held them in his hand, lit them directly, and threw them towards the wild dragon. Dong dong dong. The detonator fires quickly and explodes quickly. Intensive explosions sounded around Manlong. Manlong was dizzy from the explosion. He looked at Gunlong, but was in a hurry and had no choice. Boy, come on. Let's see how long you can last. The barbarian dragon roared. And he quickly retreated, keeping a distance from Gung Dragon, thinking of waiting until the time for Gung Dragon's sacrifice was over. Ha ha ha. Don't be jabbering there. Use it if you have the ability. Do you think it will be fine if you run far away? Let me show you my new weapon. Gunlong looked at the barbarian dragon and laughed proudly, seeing that the barbarian dragon was trying to drag him to death. Gunlong was certainly not afraid. He directly opened the weapon summoning system and flipped through a few pages. The precision strike missile was summoned successfully, consuming 20,000 soul points. Listening to the sound of the system, Gunlong felt a twinge of pain, seeing the giant missile that was as tall as a man suspended out of thin air. Gunlong sighed secretly. I hope you won't disappoint me. Oh no. What is this? Gunlong, what on earth do you do? Where did you get so many strange things? Manlong was a little scared of this thing, seeing that the thing that came out this time was bigger than before. And Manlong could feel that this thing was much more powerful than the previous thing. He continued to retreat, trying to stay away from Gung Dragon. Ha ha ha. Be afraid? Stop hiding. It's useless. Just go to HL. Gunlong activated the precision strike missile with all his strength. He watched the missile launch successfully and roared towards the wild dragon. Gunlong followed closely, waiting for the attack to be successful before giving the wild dragon a fatal blow. Barbarian dragon watched the missile attack, and he immediately flew towards the distance. However, the speed of the missile was faster than his. In just a few breaths, the missile caught up with the barbarian dragon. An explosion sounded, and the barbarian dragon was directly hit and bombarded to the ground. Gunlong followed closely and stepped on the ground as barbarian dragon was about to get up, seeing the wild dragon staring at him. Although he wanted to get up, he was unable to do so. Gunlong took out the nebula sword and put it on the neck of the wild dragon. The realm of perfection is nothing more than this. I will kill you today to see if you dare to cause trouble for me in the future. Gunlong, don't kill me. I can give you a lot of good things. Inner elixirs, magic weapons. I have everything here. Barbarian Dragon has practiced for many years and achieved his current achievements. Originally, he thought he had seen through life and death. But when death was about to happen, Manlong became a little scared. He untied his pocket, poured out the contents, and begged Gunlong to let him go. Alert! There is still 1 minute until the Phoenix Nirvana effect disappears. Gunlong looked down at the things on the ground, and saw that among the inner elixirs, there were some inner elixirs of the Mahayana realm. Gunlong laughed and thought to himself that he had made a fortune. Barbarian Dragon, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? If I kill you, these things will still be mine. Go to HL, Gunlong said, and the nebula sword directly chopped off the head of the barbarian dragon. Seeing that the wild dragon died, and a golden dagger flew into the air, Gunlong immediately summoned the Shifangu and asked the Shifangu to merge with the golden dagger. The effect of Phoenix Nirvana disappears, and the skill cooling time is 24 hours. That is to say, after all this was done, the system prompt sounded, and the flames on Gunlong's body disappeared and returned to normal. Chapter 383, 3 Cunning Rabbits. Gunlong put away the inner elixir that fell on the ground. After he was ready, he thought about putting away the Shifang drum. Hey, what happened to Shifangu? Seeing that Shifangu is still in the process of merging, it has no intention of stopping. Gunlong came to Shifangu and saw that all of Manlong's magic weapons had been fused. But for some unknown reason, Shifangu did not exit the fusion process. Gunlong didn't dare to move, so he had to stand aside quietly, waiting for the fusion of Shifangu to finish. Your grandpa. What's going on? Why hasn't Shifangu finished merging yet? Ginlong waited for another long time, and saw that Shifangu still did not withdraw from the fusion. Ginlong was a little panicked. He tried to contact Shifangu, but there was no response at all from Shifangu. Unable to give effective feedback to Ginlong. Boom! There was an explosion suddenly, and Ginlong almost jumped up in shock, seeing that the drum surface of the Shifang drum actually exploded with a hole. Ginlong was a little panicked. He tried to bring out the mecha elements and used it towards the Shifang drum, hoping to help the Shifang drum repair the hole. But after discovering that his mecha element couldn't get close to Shifangu at all, Ginlong slumped on the ground and could only watch Shifangu change on its own. Boom, boom, boom. There were a few more loud noises, and the drum head of the Shifang drum completely exploded. When Ginlong saw that the Shifang drum didn't even have a drum head, wouldn't it be immediately scrapped? That Ginlong was in trouble, thinking that the magic weapon of the Perfection Realm was too powerful, and the Shifangu could not bear it. The incomplete Shifang drum fell from the sky and returned to Ginlong's hands. Looking at the Shifang drum without a drum head, Ginlong felt extremely regretful. He was just about to put the Shifang drum away when he suddenly felt something was wrong. There was something on the original head of the Shifang drum that made it impossible to put my hand in. Ginlong raised his hand and knocked at the original position of the Shifang drum, when he felt that there was indeed something, and there was still a drum sound. The sound of the drum was thicker than before, and Ginlong could clearly feel that with the sound of the drum, a powerful aura appeared and spread in all directions. The guards who were cleaning the battlefield were hit by this wave of aura, and those with low strength were directly knocked to the ground. Your grandfather's. It turns out it's not useless. It's even more powerful. Ginlong saw that the Shifang drum had evolved. He jumped up happily and hit the Shifang drum again. The rumble of the drum sounded. This time, the whole space was shaken by the earthquake. People who didn't know it thought someone was attacking again, so they immediately dropped what they were doing and regrouped. It's okay. I'm trying out the weapons. You guys keep doing your work. Ginlong didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion. He waved his hand and told everyone not to worry and to continue working. In order to avoid causing further panic, Ginlong did not dare to continue beating the Shifang drum. He controlled the mecha elements to enter Shifangu and merged with Shifangu, hoping to discover the changes in Shifangu from the inside. Well, what's going on? Why can't I feel the breath of other dimensions? As soon as Ginlong merged with Shifangu, information from several dimensions immediately appeared in his mind. He tried to control those spaces, when he discovered that they could indeed be controlled by him. Ginlong couldn't figure out what was going on. Master, the magic weapon of the wild dragon is directly related to the laws of space. So after we fuse the magic weapon, we have the ability to control their space. Hearing what Shifangu said, Ginlong finally understood. You must know that the magic weapon itself is the key to opening the space. Fusion of the magic weapon is only the first step. If you want to control the space, you need to refine it again to completely control this space and form your own space laws. I didn't expect it. You can also do this to directly integrate the magic weapon with the laws of space. Master, the advantage of such a fusion is that the energy in the space can nourish your body all the time through the magic weapon and help you practice. But you have also seen the shortcomings. Once the main body dies, everything you have will be wiped out. After Shifangu opened his mind, as a magical weapon, he knew all the operating rules of the magical weapon without any teacher. Huh? Shifangu, no matter how you deal with this, if the subject is dead, doesn't it mean he is dead? I look at the way you are talking. Is there anything else to say in this? Ginlong sensitively heard the content of Shifangu's words, and he directly asked, trying to find out what was going on. Master, the purpose of practice is to give people more lives. If you die easily, what's the point of practice? That barbarian dragon can be regarded as the first glimpse of the way of magical weapons. But he just thought of the fusion of magical weapons and laws, and he didn't expect to merge with the magic weapon. If he really does this, his soul will spread throughout the space he owns and become a truly immortal body. Shifangu's narration made Ginlong somewhat puzzled. However, the Shifangu said that it was an immortal body. Ginlong was a little confused about what was going on. He held the Shifangu and continued to ask, Master, everything in this space is composed of mecha elements, including us, too. As long as the mecha elements continue, we cultivators will exist in different forms. Killing Star chooses to resurrect from the dead. Wild Dragon, the choice is Cunning Rabbit 3 Cave. Different forms determine different lives. But this is the pursuit of Tao. There is no end to the path of cultivation. And we are all working hard to find the true Tao. Master, if you want to go further, you must choose your own way. The way of Killing Star is to accumulate through constant resurrection from the dead. The way of Barbarian Dragon is to differentiate itself into different cells with the help of magic weapons. And exist different spaces, when thousands of clones merge, can be called the ultimate avenue. Unfortunately, Manlong is still too conservative. He does not have the courage of a strong man to cut off his wrist. He just absorbs the energy of different spaces and does not dare to take that step. Genlong benefited a lot from Shifangu's words. Until now, he had never thought that there was such a way to practice. Genlong looked at himself. In his current situation, unless he had more inner elixirs and energy for him to absorb, it would probably be very difficult to advance further. New ideas formed in Genlong's mind, and Genlong felt that a new map was emerging in his mind, as his future path in cultivation began to become clearer. Genlong's confidence doubled, and he felt that he would definitely be at the forefront of everyone. Chapter 384 Double Enlightenment. Shifangu, can I separate myself into clones and practice? Genlong was sure of what he was thinking, and he directly asked Shifangu. Regarding your current situation, all methods that can improve your cultivation are worth trying. Master, are you sure you want to take that path? You see, even the barbarian dragons at the perfection level only imitated it, and didn't dare to try it at all. After all, it's just a hypothesis. There are records, but few people succeeded. Ha ha ha. I remember there is a saying on our planet. How bold the people are. How productive the land is. Since few people succeed, let me, Genlong, take this step first. Genlong made up his mind. Since he already knew the secret of cultivation, he must take this step bravely. After all, it is impossible for this planet to have more resources for its own use. Okay, Master, but your current strength has not yet reached the Mahayana realm. I'm afraid it's not possible to transform into a clone. But it is still possible for you to absorb the energy of various spaces at the same time. You just need to calm down and follow my guidance later. Can. Listening to the words of Shifangu, Genlong sat in meditation according to the words. After a while, he felt like something was pulling on his body. And then he saw all the magic weapons he had absorbed pop out, spinning back and forth around his body. Master, although these magic weapons all belong to you, they are all fused by me. Now, I need you to conquer them yourself. Let them merge with your soul, and be used by you. Hearing Shifangu's words, Genlong felt his body light up, and a ball of light mist flew out of his body and stood suspended in the air. Genlong could see clearly that in the light mist, a miniature version of himself sat cross-legged, looking at him with a pair of eyes, waiting for his instructions. Go ahead and collect them. After receiving his instructions, the light mist rose into the sky and rushed towards the magic weapons. The magic weapon felt threatened and immediately fled. Genlong looked at everything in front of him, just like the big fish eating the small fish in the game he played before. He tried to push the mecha elements towards Guangwu, seeing the speed of the light mist suddenly increase. It did have some effect. Genlong got more energy and used all his strength to add strength to the light mist. Haha. It worked. Watching as Guangwu successfully swallowed a magic weapon, the miniature version of himself actually had an extra face and arms, holding the magic weapon in his hand. Moreover, with the integration of this magical weapon, the speed of the light mist increased again. Genlong was overjoyed and waited to continue to devour those magical weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Continuous crashing sounds were heard, and Genlong saw that his little clone now had 3 heads and 6 arms, and several arms appeared around each independent body, each holding a magic weapon. At first glance, just like the 3,000-armed Avalokitesvara combined together, Genlong feels a little awkward. But when he felt that the energy in his body began to increase suddenly, Genlong no longer cared about anything. After the waiting Genlong clone took down all the magic weapons, Genlong felt that his whole body was transparent. Originally, you could only use the Shifang drum to mobilize the magic weapon. But now it is the same as the multiple choice question. Once you want to use the magic weapon, all the magic weapons will appear immediately, and you can choose. Genlong is very fun. In this way, I have many more choices, and I no longer have to worry about my secret being discovered. Buzz! Genlong was about to ask Shifangu what to do next. The 10-square drum suddenly grew in size, appeared at the feet of the little clone, and merged with the little clone. It was when this moment appeared that the magic weapons in the little clone's hands started to shine. Gunlong looked at the corresponding place of each magic weapon, and a small aperture appeared. Energy fluctuations visible to the naked eye appeared in the aperture, nourishing the corresponding magic weapon. Shifangu, is this success? Yes, Master. With the help of these magical weapons, your cultivation will increase day by day. When you enter the Mahayana realm, I will guide you to start the cultivation of clones. Gunlong nodded when he heard this. It was very interesting for him to watch the aperture of energy gushing out, and he just touched the aperture in his mind. Gunlong felt his head was blurred, and when he regained consciousness, he actually appeared in a strange environment. Gunlong could feel that he had mastered the laws of this space. He understood that he came to the space where the magic weapon belonged through the energy circle. Gunlong, who felt very interesting, tried to enter other dimensions. It seems that the people in the space are not affected and are still living their normal lives. Moreover, Gunlong can feel that as long as someone in the space improves his cultivation, the energy he obtains will increase. Gunlong was very happy, thinking that he would bring it over to soak in the rain and do when he had time, so that he could grow faster. Oh, right. Sherfon Drum. What if my space is destroyed by someone? After all, I am surrounded by enemies now. Once they find out that Manlong is dead, how can they deal with my space? Gunlong saw that these spaces were torn apart and distributed in different places. He couldn't get through them for a while, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Master, each space has its own independent laws, so only a magic weapon can destroy it. This is the law of this space. Even if a cultivator of the super god realm comes, he cannot break this rule. You are now directly merging with the magic weapon, unless they kill you and cut off the connection with the magic weapon. Otherwise, everything will be in vain, even if they send people to occupy your space. But the magic weapon is here with you. The power of space condensation can still be used by you. Gunlong felt relieved when he heard what Shifangu said. He patrolled back and forth, and when he found that there were a lot of colored or resources in several spaces, but people had not discovered them, Gunlong took them down, preparing to absorb them when he was free, so as to increase the number of resources. Own soul value. Gunlong waited and inspected all the spaces. After understanding the situation, Gunlong returned to their space. Seeing that he had a deeper understanding of this space, he actually discovered several hidden mineral resources, but the quality was a little lower. Gunlong called the boss over and told him the coordinates of the minerals. As for himself, he sat quietly on the sidelines, comprehending the energy provided by the magic weapon, and thinking about quickly enriching himself to achieve a breakthrough. After all, Gunlong knew that the so-called commander might come to seek revenge on him at any time after knowing that his general was damaged. Congratulations on your double comprehension ability. This ability is used passively, and all abilities obtained during the training process have double values. Gunlong, who was meditating, inexplicably felt that the amount of mecha elements absorbed in his body suddenly increased. Before he could take a closer look, the system's voice rang. Chapter 385, Fusion of Clone. Gunlong looked at himself absorbing the mecha elements again, and the energy in his body increased exponentially. Gunlong was very happy. If this continued, it would not take long for him to be promoted to the superior realm. What makes Gunlong even more excited is that his double absorption ability can ensure the rapid replenishment of mecha elements in his body. In this way, he has unlimited ammunition, and he no longer has to worry about being unable to use weapons to attack because there is no mecha element in the battle. Gunlong wanted to continue practicing, but he watched Kong Ling readjust the layout of the space. In addition to the battle just now, some defensive weapons seemed redundant. Gunlong got up and went to assist Kong Ling and relocate the defensive weapons. Boom! Just when Gunlong and the others were about to complete the arrangement work, they heard a loud noise behind them. Gunlong and the others stood up immediately. Seeing that there was a problem in the colored or collection area, Gunlong flew over with Kong Ling. Well, why is there a teleportation array here? And I haven't felt it before. Gunlong watched the nearby brothers being injured. He called to his boss to arrange for someone to take them down for treatment, while he himself came to the teleportation array and studied it carefully. When it was confirmed that this teleportation array was different from the existing ones, and it was impossible to determine where it was leading to, Gunlong did not dare to take it lightly. He asked Kong Ling and the others to prepare for defense, while he jumped into the teleportation array to test the reality. Your grandfather's? Where is this? Why does it feel like the Earth? Is it an illusion? Gunlong stood in the world inside the teleportation array. looking at the high-rise buildings all around. On the streets, cars and buses shuttled back and forth. Occasionally there were collisions, and people immediately gathered around to watch and became lively. Gung Long was not surprised by this familiar scene, and even felt a little familiar with it. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he just stepped forward to join in the fun. Well, that is. Gung Long came closer, and at a glance, he saw a guy who looked exactly like him on the opposite side of the crowd. He was wearing a suit and glasses. Maybe he was used to this scene. The guy just glanced at the crowd. Then he left, sensing that the man had mecha element fluctuations. Gung Long immediately became interested and followed the man directly, wanting to see what he was going to do. The man with glasses may have sensed that he was being followed and deliberately chose a road with fewer people. Gung Long was naturally not afraid, because he had already confirmed that the man with glasses only had a 6th level cultivation, and was simply vulnerable to his 9th level cultivation. Seeing the bespectacled man leading him around in circles, and finally stopping in a remote passage, Gung Long chuckled and went straight to meet him. The man with glasses only knew that someone was following him, but his strength was still quite high. But when he saw Gung Long Ho, who looked exactly like him, the man with glasses was stunned, not knowing what to say. "Who are you?" Gung Long and the man with glasses spoke at the same time. But Gung Long was speechless about this rare tacit understanding. He looked at the bespectacled man with a wary look on his face, obviously ready to start a fight at any time. Gung Long felt that this guy was a bit like himself in his bones, and he was not afraid of death. Boom! There was a gunshot, and there was a hole in the bespectacled man's head. Blood flowed out of the hole and instantly covered his cheek. Gung Long was stunned there, at a loss. The man with glasses also felt unbelievable. He touched his wound and fell to the ground before he could speak. "Well, why is there another one? It's really troublesome." Gung Long was about to go forward to see what was going on when a voice suddenly appeared and a humanoid mecha dropped from the sky. The hatch of the humanoid mecha opened and a guy in military uniform jumped out. He wanted to take the body of the man with glasses away, but when he saw Gung Long beside him, the guy muttered and went back into the mecha. Gung Long could clearly see the guy who got into the mecha. He also looked like him. At this moment, Gung Long suddenly remembered the word Shifengu said and merged into different spaces. Considering that Crazy God said that he was his son, could it be said that he is actually just a clone? Gung Long was stunned, and the humanoid mecha grabbed the bespectacled man's body and immediately took off in the air to leave. Hearing this movement, Gung Long rose directly into the sky, took out the nebula sword, and started slashing at the mecha. "I'm going, and I've actually met a master. This guy is not weak. Let's run away." Hearing the words inside the humanoid mecha, how could Gung Long let them run away so easily? Seeing that the nebula sword did little damage to the mecha, Gung Long took out the laser gun and attacked the mecha. Choo choo choo. The high-speed attack obviously had an effect. Flames erupted from the humanoid mecha, and it hit the ground directly. Gung Long turned over and jumped to the side, watching the humanoid mecha fall heavily to the ground. Sparks bursting out, and it was completely broken. Gung Long stepped forward quickly, trying to find out the guy controlling the mecha. "Asshole. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Let's die together." Gung Long had just approached the mecha and felt the threat coming, so he immediately summoned the fire red flower formation. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Gung Long's flaming red flower array shattered. The bombarded Gung Long flew up and fell heavily to the ground. Gung Long stood up and saw that after the explosion, 2 small red balls appeared in midair. The small balls obviously contained powerful energy. Gung Long rose directly into the sky and grabbed the 2 small balls. "Asshole. Let me go quickly. Do you know who I am? I tell you, if I don't go back for a day, someone will definitely come and kill you." Gung Long looked at the 2 people who had just died in the ball. The man with glasses was very confused at this time and didn't know what was going on. But the mecha man was still arrogant, muttering about causing trouble for Gung Long. "Master, they are all your clones. If you absorb them, your strength will be greatly improved." Shifengu's words sounded at the right time. Gung Long was stunned when he heard Shifengu say this. However, thinking that this was also a rare opportunity to improve his strength, Gung Long first swallowed the bespectacled man's ball into his stomach and activated the mecha elements in his body to melt the ball. Seeing that after he successfully refined the ball, a powerful force appeared in his body, which directly raised Gung Long's strength to the top level of the 9th level divine armor. Gung Long was so happy that he immediately prepared to refine it. The little ball transformed by Mecha Man. Chapter 386. Mahayana realm. Dong dong dong. Before Genglong started to move, several humanoid mechas appeared and surrounded Genglong after several consecutive noises. Ha ha ha. You saw it. My rescuer is here. If you know the truth, let me go immediately. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. Hearing the Mecha Man's words, Genglong wanted to stuff the Mecha Man into his mouth and melt it away. However, those humanoid mechas actually attacked. Genglong had no choice but to put away the small ball transformed by the Mecha Man, took out the laser gun and started fighting. The humanoid mechas that besieged Genglong seemed to have no advantage at all, and some of them were actually killed by Genglong. They looked at each other, stopped entangled, and left directly. Hey, why did you run away? Help me out quickly. Feeling the departure of his companion, the Mecha Man was very depressed, and he shouted directly. However, the people who were far away could not hear his words. Leaving him alone, they're feeling sad. In order not to be disturbed again, Genglong got up and changed places. After confirming that there were no threats around, Genglong took out the small ball transformed by the Mecha Man and was about to refine it when he suddenly remembered something and asked, Hey, why did you kill the man with glasses? Humph. Why did you kill me? That's why I killed him. Anyway, I'm in your hands now. Quickly absorb my energy. Shirkut can't be killed. After Genglong absorbed the man with glasses, his strength increased greatly, and he had already confirmed in his mind that the man with glasses and the man with mecha should be his clones. Now that the Mecha Man is talking like this, Genglong is even more sure of his thoughts. As a result, Genglong felt a little uncomfortable. Could it be that he is really the son of that mad god, and my previous life was all deliberately arranged? If this is the case, everything about being transformed by Xiqiang and practicing mecha training is not an accident. It is an inevitable result. In fact, it is to use yourself as nourishment, develop to your heart's content, and finally be harvested by others. It's just that I was lucky and grew up faster, so that now, I am harvesting others. It seems that when things here are over, I still have to find a way to return to Earth. Nothing can be done perfectly. I think I will definitely be able to find some clues there. Now that Genglong had figured it out, he no longer needed the Mecha Man. He directly devoured the Mecha Man and absorbed the Mecha Man's energy. The Mecha Man probably also absorbed the energy of other clones. As soon as Genglong started, he felt the mecha element as powerful as a flood coming. Genglong was very surprised. He directly set up a barrier outside his body. After making sure that there was no problem with safety, he concentrated on absorbing the energy. Boom boom boom. Genglong's body made loud noises one after another, and the impurities that had been deposited in the body and the unblocked acupuncture points were washed away. It was only then that Genglong truly felt that the mecha elements flowed completely smoothly in his body without any hindrance. Watching as the mecha elements flowed faster and faster in his body, and finally filled every corner of his body, Genglong felt as if something was about to break out of his body. Before he could react, he saw a transparent shield. A appears and attaches itself to himself. Genglong could feel the surging power on the transparent mecha. Although the mecha was only a thin layer, Genglong knew that this mecha had much stronger defense than other mechas. Congratulations! Your cultivation level has been improved to the Mahayana realm. The soul value reward is 5 million. Hearing the system prompt, Genglong was extremely happy. On the one hand, his strength has been successfully improved, and on the other hand, he actually has a soul value of 5 million. Genglong knew that the leader he had to deal with in the end was a master of the super god realm. He was now in the Mahayana realm. After using the Phoenix Nirvana skill, he could barely follow the edge of the super god realm. In the powerful summoning system, a master in the Mahayana realm needs 2 million soul points. I exchanged the masters from the Mahayana realm, and when the time came for me to fight, wouldn't it be like 2 masters from the super god realm facing off against that leader, with a high chance of winning? Genglong thought carefully, and in the end, he felt it was better to be on the safe side and cancel the 9th level cultivation assistant. He directly summons 2 Mahayana realm cultivation assistants. In this case, when the war starts, one of them will sacrifice after him and die, and the other one can be there at any time, just in case. After confirming his thoughts, Genglong directly opened the powerful summoning system, selected the 9th level cultivation assistant, and deleted it directly. After deciding on the Mahayana realm cultivation assistant, Genglong chose twice in a row. Choose to summon 2 Mahayana realm cultivation assistants, which will consume 4 million soul points. Are you sure to summon them? Call. Genglong suppressed his excitement and watched the two lights and shadows appear in front of him. The momentum around him was leaking out, and he looked very cool. Gunlong was overjoyed. In order to avoid trouble, Gunlong directly named them No. 1 and No. 2. Seeing two Mahayana practitioners acting as bodyguards for him, Gunlong couldn't be more happy. He saw that he still had 1 million soul points, and calculated to upgrade to the advanced weapon training system. But it required 800,000 soul points. So Gunlong did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. The advanced weapon training system has been successfully upgraded. The soul points required for summoning all weapons have been halved. New spaceship equipment has been added. Hearing the system prompt, Gunlong was overjoyed and turned on the weapon summoning system. Seeing that the super god bow and crossbow only cost 40,000 soul points to redeem at this time, Gunlong endured the pain and summoned the super god bow and crossbow. Come out. You know, this thing used to cost 80,000 soul points. And Gunlong would not hesitate to summon it. Gunlong launched a crossbow attack at the big tree in front of him. After the crossbow touched the big tree exploded and turned into powder. Gunlong was extremely happy. This super god crossbow was so powerful. It was much easier to use than a laser gun. Moreover, this super god crossbow exhibits the characteristics of a high-level weapon, and consumes very little mecha elements when used. After solving the weapon problem, Gunlong turned back the weapon training system. When he saw the last page, there was an option for a spaceship. But there was only one spaceship, and the overall look was similar to a fighter jet. Gunlong looked at the 8 million soul points required to summon the spaceship. He stuck out his tongue and secretly sighed that he would only be able to use it when he had enough soul points in the future. Chapter 387, God Building Liquid. Gunlong had everything settled, so he had time to have a good chat with Shifangu. After all, Shifangu knows this clone better than he does. Shifangu, I remember you said at that time that only when I reached the Mahayana realm could I create a clone. But how could there be a clone of me in this space? Master, I don't know this question, but according to my understanding, if your clones exist in other spaces, it means that you are all cloned, and your main body is also using this method to improve his strength. But what I don't understand is that due to the limitations of fusion, once the clone strength exceeds level 9, it would be difficult for the fusion to succeed. Logically speaking, if you are such a good source of nutrients, why can't your main body not succeed? Come to find you in fusion. Gunlong also felt very strange. He wondered if everything was just a coincidence. He happened to meet a few people who looked like him. He asked Shifangu to try to guide him to transform into a clone. But when he heard Shifangu said yes, he had indeed been cloned once, and could not use that method again. But Gunlong was stunned there, at a loss. You know, in this case, all your perceptions need to change. Although he had guessed this situation just now, when it was finally confirmed, Gunlong felt a little uncomfortable. I dared to live a lifetime, just like other people's pets. They may be harvested at any time. Master, you don't need to be discouraged. With your current strength, you can definitely counterattack. Although we don't know why your main body didn't come to you, we can work hard to change everything on our own. The fusion and dispersion of clones require God-building liquid. Each clone will have the breath of God-building liquid. Now that you have reached the level of strength, you can find other clones by tracking the breath of God-building liquid. As long as we fuse the other clones first, when your strength is improved, the main body will have no way to deal with you. And you may even counterattack and devour the main body. Shifangu's words helped Gunlong regain his confidence. Gunlong looked at his body, and the hardships along the way came to mind. Gunlong clenched his fists, and swore secretly in his heart that he must take control of his own life. He would never allow others to get involved. For his own sake, and for the sake of the brothers who follow him. Shifangu, how can I feel the God-building liquid? Tell me. I must master that skill quickly. Gunlong was sure of his idea. He didn't dare to delay, and directly asked Shifangu to find a way to build the divine liquid. Master, this God-building liquid will grow with you when the clone appears. The main purpose of its existence is to stabilize the soul. After all, you are all a small part of the main body of the clone. Before you truly grow up, you are all very fragile. Yes, this God-building liquid is integrated into the mecha element you cultivate. If you think about it carefully, every time you use the mecha element, you can feel that there is something else in the mecha element, but it really can't have any impact on you. Just like a mark. Hearing what Shifangu said, Gunlong suddenly remembered that this was really the case. Ever since he had the mecha element, He could feel some star points appearing every time he ran the mecha element in his body. At first, Gunlong thought it was because the mecha element was not pure enough. Now it seems that those things are the result of the god-building liquid. Gunlong tried to control those star points, and saw that they could be pulled by him, and separated from the mecha elements. After feeling the aura on the star points, a lot of information immediately appeared in Gunlong's mind. And some strange pictures appeared, making Gunlong feel very uncomfortable. After Gunlong got used to all this, he looked at those things and found out that they were maps marking the locations of other clones. He roughly counted them, and found that there were at least dozens of them. And that was not to mention the ones that were far away, and he could not feel them. They only appeared as some star points. Oh my god! Shifangu. If you can tell someone who has dozens of clones, how powerful is he? Gunlong couldn't help but sigh out loud. He couldn't imagine that this unknown subject of his was so powerful. What made Gunlong feel most incredible was that he had always thought that there were only living things on Earth, and this magical mecha planet in the world. It seemed that he was really looking at the world from a narrow perspective. There were actually so many places in the universe where life existed, and they all lived in their own forms. Dozens of clones? How is that possible? As far as I know, there can only be 7 or 8 clones at most, which is amazing. Gunlong's words have exceeded Shifangu's understanding. Although he could not get any other answers from Shifangu, Gunlong has realized that his main body must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he create so many clones? Looking at this space, there is another clone here. It's not far away from him. And that guy's strength is obviously much higher than that of the Glasses Man and the Mecha Man. They probably came here to kill these two people. Gunlong was very curious about how these guys, who were not very powerful, achieved space travel. Gunlong followed the route in his mind and pursued the past, thinking of catching the guy and asking him carefully, "Hey, kid, where are you going?" When Gunlong discovered that guy, because the guy was only at level 8, before the kid could escape, Gunlong had already pinned him to the ground. Seeing that this guy's face was covered with fish gills, but his body was actually a human body, he looked very weird. If Gunlong hadn't been sure that this boy had the aura of God-building liquid in his body, he would have really thought that he had arrested the wrong person. The guy with a fish head and human body was stunned for a moment when he saw Gunlong. However, after he felt Gunlong's aura, the guy sighed without saying much. He closed his eyes and waited for Gunlong to leave. Gunlong glanced at people coming and going from time to time nearby. This was not a place for chatting. He put the fish-headed guy on his shoulders and flew directly into the air. He saw a big mountain in the distance and headed straight towards the mountain. Flew over. "Hey, kid, let me ask you something. I see that you are not very strong. So why can you all travel through space?" Knowing that he was destined to die, he didn't bother to talk to Gunlong. He closed his eyes and looked like he was waiting to die. "Your grandpa has quite a personality. Shifangu, do you know why they can achieve space teleportation?" When Gunlong saw that it was not okay to make the guy spit, he pinned his hopes on Shifangu and directly asked Shifangu. Just waiting for Shifangu's answer, he would immediately kill that disgusting guy. Chapter 388, Leadership. "Master, I only know the incarnation method. As for the problem with the transmission, I don't know anything about it." When Gunlong heard what Shifangu said, he nodded. Seeing that the guy with a fish head and body had no intention of speaking, Gunlong raised his knife and killed him directly. Seeing the energy ball appear immediately, Gunlong grabbed the energy ball and absorbed it directly. When Gunlong stood up, he saw that although this energy ball contained a lot of mecha elements, after he absorbed it, it only increased his strength by 1 level, which was far less effective than the first time he absorbed it. Thinking that his current body must have been accustomed to this form of improvement, Gunlong didn't care about it. He looked at the spaceship in the weapon system and thought that he should find a way to quickly collect the soul points and directly summon that spaceship to go to other planets. "Buzz!" A dull voice sounded, and Gunlong saw a teleportation array appear in the sky. Before he could get closer to check, Kong Ling actually came over. Seeing Gunlong, Kong Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Gunlong, I finally found you. Come with me quickly. The commander is coming to kill you. My teleportation formation can't hold on for too long," Kong Ling said as the teleportation array rumbled, obviously looking like it was about to collapse. Gunlong didn't waste any time and followed Kong Ling directly into the teleportation array and returned to his own space. "Oh, you are Gunlong. You really kept me waiting. If you don't show up, all of your bullshit brothers will be finished." Just as Gun Long stood still, a heavy pressure immediately appeared. Gun Long looked up and saw a cultivator in the super god realm standing in the air. In front of him, the boss and others were kneeling there, with scars and blood on their bodies. Flo. Ginlong knew that that was the so-called leader. Hey, I killed your people. If anything happens, come to me. Let my friends go. Ginlong took a step forward, suppressing his anger, and shouted at the commander. Tian noise. The commander shouted sharply, and with just a wave of his hand, a wave of light appeared and attacked Ginlong. Naturally, Ginlong would not dare to take an attack from a master in the super god realm. He turned over and jumped to the side, watching the light waves attack the building behind him, and the building collapsed. Ginlong knew that he had to use the Phoenix Nirvana skill. Ha ha ha. Ginlong, aren't you a very brave boy? Why did you avoid it? Come on. Come on. Today I must let you know how powerful I am. The commander was very upset that his men were killed one after another. He came here today to tease Ginlong and make him lose his family, and no longer exist. Huh? Sacrifice. Ha ha ha. Ginlong, don't you have any other way? You actually used this method. I heard from my subordinates that you don't know what kind of treasure you got. You won't die after this sacrifice. Fall? Even so, how can you compare with me when you rise out of thin air? Today I will let you know what the true super god realm is like, the commander said. He rose directly into the sky and grabbed it with his big hand. The sky and the entire space immediately dimmed, and all the clouds seemed to be caught in the hands of the commander. After a while, a huge energy ball condensed out, with a crackling electric light, and attacked Ginlong. The improvement of Ginlong's cultivation will eventually lead to the strength of the middle level of the super god realm. The leader's strength has been stable for many years, and it has long been the top level strength of the super god realm. Although the gap was only 1 or 2 levels, Ginlong still felt a lot of pressure. He rolled over and jumped to the side, watching the leader's attack and continuing to pursue him. Ginlong gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. No! 1. Come out! Following Ginlong's sharp shout. No! 1. Who had been hiding aside by Ginlong and prepared to launch a sudden attack on the commander. Soared into the sky. He used the sacrifice skill directly. After his strength was raised to the super god level, he headed directly towards command the attack. Well, there are actually helpers. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant. Even so, you are still dead today. The commander said this, but he felt a little worried in his heart. In any case, the opponent also has 2 masters in the super god realm. Although they are all here as sacrifices, I feel very difficult to deal with these 2 against 1. At this time, the commander couldn't help but regret that he was still too careless. When I came, I thought about how strong a Gung dragon could be, so I didn't bring any other subordinates with me. Otherwise, how could he be in such a situation? Thinking about it, the commander didn't want Ginlong and the others to realize that they already had the intention to retreat. The commander roared, split the energy ball in his hand into 2, threw it hard, and attacked Ginlong and the others. Boom! There were 2 loud noises in succession, and the energy ball hit Ginlong and No. 1. Because of the energy differentiation, Ginlong and No. 1 were not greatly affected. The commander, on the other hand, touched his painful chest with some depression. He couldn't understand why there was pain on his body even though he was not attacked. Could it be that Ginlong has other treasures on his body that can deflect attacks? While thinking about it, the commander only felt the fluctuations of his true body's air flow. When he saw that it was Ginlong and the others who were attacking, the commander did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly took a few steps back and distanced himself from Ginlong and the others to avoid being flanked. However, Ginlong and No. 1 are both at the super god level at this time. As soon as the leader made a move, Ginlong's attack immediately changed. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, the commander hurriedly summoned a barrier and defended on the spot. Thinking of blocking the 2 attacks first. Boom! There was a huge crash, and he saw that his barrier was not broken by Ginlong and the others. The commander was just about to laugh at Ginlong when he suddenly felt something was wrong. A numb feeling appeared in his hands and feet, and he actually lost control of his body and fell straight to the ground. Hee hee. My method of introducing thunder and lightning into attack methods is really good. Commander, aren't you very arrogant? Now it's time for you to taste our power. Ginlong saw that his attack was successful. He knew that the paralysis of the commander's body would only last for 10 seconds at most. He immediately summoned the super god crossbow aimed it at the leader's body, and started attacking. Dong dong dong. There were continuous explosions, and the commander fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Dinglong's weird attack method successfully breaking through his own defense, the commander was a little panicked and didn't know what to do. Number 1 watched as the leader was successfully suppressed, and the opportunity to attack had appeared. He immediately rushed to the commander, raised the long knife in his hand, pointed it at the commander's heart and stabbed it. Chapter 389, The Perfect Realm. No! The commander watched as the long swords of Gun Long's gang pierced his heart, and he could feel the breath of death coming towards him. For many years, he has always brought pain to others. Unexpectedly, today he got a fresh taste of it. Watching the colors around him gradually disappear, the world became dark. The commander had a familiar feeling in his mind. He couldn't remember how many years ago it was. He had the same feeling when he was about to die. That time, he accidentally got the good fortune of heaven and earth. And he didn't die after all. Instead, his cultivation continued to advance. Today, the leader is expecting miracles to happen again. But he understood in his heart how it was possible for people to have continuous good luck. Everything ends here, and my life is destined to end. Boom! There was an explosion, and Ginglong's attack came. The nebula sword pierced the commander's head. The commander had no time to scream and died immediately. Well, what is that? Why does it look like a villain? Ginglong watched as the leader's body disappeared, and a small man with eyes tightly closed appeared, as big as the palm of his hand. From the outside, he looks like a leader, quietly suspended in midair. That's the commander's inner elixir. The inner elixir of a master in the super god realm has already broken through the original shackles and transformed into a human form. Gunlong. This is a good thing that embodies the commander's lifelong cultivation. And the commander is also a general. The magic weapon is integrated with yourself. So the power of the magic weapon is also in the inner elixir. You should fuse it quickly to avoid unnecessary complications. The sound of the shifang drum sounded. Gunlong nodded when he heard the words. Seeing Kong Ling and the others gathered around him, Gunlong greeted Kong Ling and the others to protect him, while he himself absorbed the energy with the help of the shifang drum. The power of leadership comes. Your grandfather's. How many magic weapons has this guy fused with? It's really unbearable. As the fusion process began, every time Gunlong absorbed the power of the inner elixir, a map of the spatial area appeared in his mind. Seeing that more than half of the inner elixir has not been absorbed, there are already more than a dozen spatial maps appearing on his side. Gunlong secretly sighed in his heart. This commander is really not simple. Fortunately, I have the help of the cultivation system. Otherwise, I would be the one lying on the ground today. Oh my god! Is Gunlong going to be promoted again? Why do I feel like he is becoming more and more unfathomable? Kong Ling can feel the changes in Gunlong's body. As a friend who has been with Gunlong for many years, although Kong Ling knows Gunlong's final achievements, he has seen Gunlong's growth with his own eyes. And in a short period of time, he has surpassed the level and killed the super god. He was a master in the realm and was about to advance to the next level. Kong Ling felt a little unbelievable. Apart from using the word genius to describe Gunlong, he really couldn't think of other words. Feeling that Gunlong was about to come out of the fusion state, and after confirming that there was no problem with Gunlong's improvement in cultivation, Kong Ling felt a little worried in his heart. After all, he knew that the faster Gunlong's strength improved, the faster the final time would come. I wonder if this time they go to the battlefield again. The ending will happen again. Boom! A thunder appeared in the sky and struck Gunlong. Gunlong stood up in response, his eyes as bright as fire. Everyone who met Gunlong's eyes felt frightened and did not dare to move at all. Gunlong noticed everyone's movements and hurriedly controlled his breath. Seeing that less than half of the leader's humanoid inner elixir had yet to be absorbed, Gunlong stopped absorbing it, called for Kong Ling, Shueyue, and others to gather around, and controlled the energy of the inner elixir to flow towards everyone. Seeing that several people had entered the cultivation state, Gunlong called number 2 to come over and protect the law, and he himself hurriedly opened the cultivation system, because he had just heard clearly that the cultivation system said that his cultivation level had improved, and what rewards would be given to him. Congratulations on your reaching the perfect level of strength. I will reward you with a soul value of 3 million. Or activate the powerful summoning system to hide characters. Hearing that there were hidden characters in the powerful summoning system, Gunlong thought of the 2 black holes above the perfect realm. Could it be that there is a higher level of cultivation than the perfect realm? Gunlong thought for a while, considering the soul value requirements of the powerful summoning system, And the most important thing for him now is to summon the spaceship so that he can conquer the other clones. Relying on the energy of the clone, one's own strength can be rapidly improved. And when the time comes to deal with the main body, one will have a chance of winning. After some thought, Genlong finally decided to choose the soul value reward. You have decided to choose the soul value reward. Since you have double comprehension skills, the reward will be doubled. Listening to the sound of the system, Genlong was stunned for a moment. Seeing that his soul value had increased by 6 million out of thin air, Genlong was extremely happy. According to my own estimation, at my own speed, it would definitely take a long time to accumulate enough soul points for the spaceship. Now with these 6 million soul values, plus his original soul value, Genlong estimated that he would definitely be able to summon the spaceship in a month at most by accelerating the refining of the colored ore. Boom, boom, boom. There were several loud noises in succession, and lightning struck down. However, compared to Genlong's upgraded lightning, these lightning are much smaller. But even so, Genlong was still very happy, because he knew that this was a sign of breakthrough. Watching the boss stand up first, his body has grown a little taller. Then Kong Ling and Shui Yu also came out of the cultivation state and were successfully promoted. Everyone cheered and celebrated this rare moment. Genlong stood there and looked at the cheering people. He found that he didn't need to deliberately practice at all now. The energy gathered in each space alone was enriching his body, which made Genlong worry-free. In this way, I don't have to worry about stagnation in cultivation. But what makes Genlong feel strange is that after he gained control of the space, he discovered that some of these spaces contained mecha elements that were even richer than those on the mecha star. If you take one out at random, it will be enough for the people of Mecha Planet to use it for a long time. In this case, why do people say that Mecha Planet is no longer suitable for survival? And as Genlong's understanding of space increased, he recalled the current situation of the mecha star and felt that the mecha star was not what people said, and it lacked mecha elements. Because Genlong relied on his current perception to compare the current state of the mecha star, it was obvious that someone deliberately sealed and blocked the mecha elements, which made the mecha star become what it is now. Because he is not on the mecha planet now, Genlong is not sure what he is thinking. He put aside his doubts and prepared to have a serious discussion with Bimu when he returned. Although Genlong felt that Kong Ling might know it, for some reason, Genlong had no desire to discuss this matter with Kong Ling. Seeing that everyone is waiting for their next arrangement, Genlong laughed, stood up, and walked towards the crowd. Chapter 319 Mysterious Ancient Tree. Everyone, you have seen that our biggest threat has been eliminated by us. I am Genlong here. Thank you for your persistence. In order to express our gratitude to everyone, our newly discovered colored ores will be distributed for free. For everyone. Genlong waved his hand and made his decision immediately. To be honest, even when I knew I was going to be in such big trouble, I couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to run away. But at least God still thinks highly of me, and actually gave me such good luck, improved my strength, and killed the commander. Listening to everyone's happy cheers, and his name echoing throughout the space, Genlong chuckled and waved his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. There is also good news. That is, I discovered that there are existences rich in mecha elements in other dimensions. In order to thank everyone, I, Genlong, promise that I will find a way as soon as possible to provide the passage to that space. Open it up so that everyone can further improve their cultivation. When they heard that there was such a good thing, people became even more excited. Everyone is very glad that they persisted and did not make mistakes. Genlong is a person worth trusting. After Genlong explained everything, he asked the boss to invite everyone to go to the color mine. At the same time, he told Kong Ling to supervise and ensure fair distribution. Genlong himself, on the other hand, dodged and appeared directly in a space rich in mecha elements. Who are you? You can't break into the land of the royal family. As soon as Genlong stood still, several guards rushed over, took out their weapons, and shouted at Genlong. Looking at these guys, they are all leaders. Presumably they didn't know that the leader had died. Genlong didn't bother to argue with them, and just used the power of the magic weapon, showing off his aura. What? You? The guards were not stupid. They understood the power of the magic weapon immediately. They glanced at each other, knelt down on the ground, and moved aside automatically, not daring to stop Genlong anymore. Genlong liked this feeling very much. At least, he wouldn't be disturbed by others. The journey was smooth, and he came to the core of the mecha element that he felt. Seeing that this is just an old tree, it is probably old. Its branches are rotten. and there are no leaves around it. However, Gunlong could feel the vigorous power within this ancient tree. It is that power that allows the mecha elements to be continuously transmitted outward. Hey, the commander is still defeated. Gunlong was concentrating on feeling the breath of the ancient tree when a sudden voice appeared. Knowing that the sound was coming from the ancient tree, Gunlong hurriedly said, "Senior, I am Gunlong, the new helmsman of this space. I wonder if you are willing to go to other places with me. I guarantee that you will get better help than this. Ha ha ha. If your heart is there, you are home wherever you are. If your heart is not there, having a home is better than having no home." Gushu spoke boldly. And then, there was silence. No matter what Gunlong said, there was no response. Gunlong tried to use the power of space to control the ancient tree. But when he found that the ancient tree was not under the control of space at all, Gunlong was very curious as to how this guy appeared. "Hey, let me ask you, how long has this old tree been here?" Looking at the guard kneeling on the ground beside him, Gunlong directly waved his hand and called him over. "Well, no, I don't know. Anyway, we have known since we can remember. The main reason why this space can exist stably is because of this ancient tree." Hearing the guard's words, Gunlong became even more curious. Seeing that he couldn't find anything out from the guard, Gunlong waved his hand, indicating that the guard could retreat. "Senior, I'm offended." Gunlong saw that it was impossible to be polite, and he was ready to use force. Xingyun's sword took action directly and struck at the ancient tree. Boom! The current Gunlong is at a perfect level of strength. With a casual wave of his hand, the tiger and the tiger are in full swing. Gunlong deliberately wanted to give Gushu a showdown this time, so he used all his strength. But when Gunlong saw the dust of the attack fall, Gushu was fine with it. On the contrary, the nebulous sword in his hand made a small crack with a crisp sound. However, due to the self-repairing effect of the nebulous sword, the hole disappeared and returned to normal. "Your grandfather's so powerful. What is this guy's background?" When Gunlong came out, he left Lanyo and the others in that space. Seeing that there was no one around him to ask questions, Gunlong felt a little lonely. He tried to scan the ancient tree with the cultivation system, but when he heard the unrecognizable system prompt, Gunlong had no choice but to give up and think of other ways. "Gunlong, this is the Phoenix Perch. It has existed since the beginning of the world. In terms of seniority, we are nothing in front of it. If it doesn't hate you, it's normal." Just when Gunlong was frowning, the voice of Dragon Soul appeared. "Feng Chimu. What is that?" Gunlong didn't know why. Seeing that the Dragon Soul actually knew the origin of this ancient tree, Gunlong immediately asked about it, thinking that only by understanding this ancient tree could he better conquer it. Haha. If there are dragons in the world, there are phoenixes. This ancient tree is just a piece of rotten wood, but it happened to be noticed by the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King practiced all on this ancient tree. As time went by, the creatures of the ancient trees grew. Chengdashu, because he was grateful for the courtesy from the Phoenix King, he named himself Feng Chimu. Seeing Gunlong's clear look, he still had to find a way to conquer Feng Chimu. Dragon Soul immediately continued. "Gunlong, this Feng Chimu has been practicing for many years, and has a weird temper. If you want to gain its approval, you have to outsmart him and convince him. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven will not do it." Gunlong wrote down Dragon Soul's words, and came to the ancient tree. It is estimated that because of the attack he just made, the connection between the ancient tree and himself was completely severed. Gunlong was a little helpless. He sat down directly next to the ancient tree and stared at the ancient tree blankly. He didn't know what to do to gain the ancient tree's approval. "Hey, Gunlong, you are in trouble again." Gunlong was at a loss when a familiar voice sounded. The elf suddenly appeared again, looking at the elf with a proud face. Gunlong didn't have time to find out why the elf suddenly appeared and disappeared, so he rushed directly to the elf and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Elf? Do you have a way to make this ancient tree obey?" Seeing the elf nodding and flying back and forth beside him, Gunlong was very happy. He immediately called the elf to come over to help and subdue the ancient tree as soon as possible. "Okay, although I have a way, but this ancient tree is not a treasure gourd. I am not completely sure. You should wait here for news." The little elf didn't want Gunlong to have too much hope, and in the end, he was all disappointed. So he said it before him, and after watching Gunlong informed him, the elf walked towards the ancient tree. Chapter 391 Phantom Space. "Old man, wake up! Look who I am!" Gunlong stood aside, looking at the elf's sharp words. He was very depressed. He was afraid that the ancient tree would be offended. So he left directly. Tree spirit? Gushu's voice sounded directly. And he seemed to be very excited. Although Ginlong could not explain the situation clearly. Seeing that the elf was finally able to connect with the ancient tree, Ginlong felt relieved and stopped talking. Old man, why are you so persistent? Didn't you see the young man behind me? He is a man of great merit. Follow him. And you will be a popular drinker in the future. You don't have to suffer here. After the elf finished speaking, the ancient tree returned to silence. Just when the elf felt confused and didn't know where he said the wrong thing to make the ancient tree angry, the ancient tree sighed and said, "It's not impossible to follow you. It's just that my tree spirit sacrificed himself to save me. Without the help of the tree spirit, I can't go anywhere." Seeing that the ancient tree was actually worried about this matter, the tree spirit breathed a sigh of relief, pointed at himself and said, "Old man, have you forgotten what I do? So, just let me be your tree spirit." Gunlong watched Gushu return to silence. He also looked nervous and did not dare to speak. He stayed aside cautiously, fearing that something would go wrong again, alarming Gushu and affecting Gushu's decision. "Well, you can." But before my tree spirit left, it placed a protective barrier on me. It was supposed to protect me from being disturbed. But with years of nourishment, the barrier has become more and more powerful. So that over the years, no tree spirit has been able to merge with me. Upon hearing this, the elf took a step forward and directly touched the ancient tree's body. Just as the light started to shine on his body, a barrier appeared outside the ancient tree, shutting him out. Gunlong, this is going to be difficult. If I want to merge with this ancient tree, I have to break this restriction. But I just made some contact, but found that the restriction is too powerful. I'm afraid we will soon. It's hard to destroy it unless. Ginlong heard that there was nothing he could do. He was still a little disappointed. He was just about to think about how to set up a teleportation array to let people come all the way. After all, this guy is still too far away, and it is impossible to reach him directly. The little elf, who heard this, actually had a turning point in his words. Gunlong immediately came up to him and asked the elf, "Unless it's something. It's already time. Stop playing riddles. Speak quickly." "Well, unless we enter the body of the ancient tree and find the key to the restriction. After all, every tree spirit has its own weaknesses. If we discover the weakness of the restriction, maybe we can start from the inside and give the restriction to completely eliminate it." When Ginlong heard this, he felt it was nothing. He nodded, indicating that he would leave immediately. "Gunlong, I'm not kidding you. Do you know that once we enter the body of the ancient tree, there will be another world there? And the laws of space also belong to the original tree spirit, although the tree spirit has died. But because of this, the restrictions left by it are particularly dangerous, because it cannot be controlled. In short, this trip is extremely dangerous. Please think carefully before we set off." The elf's words were something Ginlong didn't expect. But Ginlong is not afraid of any danger. After all, this journey has never been smooth sailing. He nodded, indicating that he had thought it through, and there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that Gunlong was sure and had no other hesitation, the elf immediately stepped forward and communicated with the ancient tree. Gushu finally agreed, and a huge teleportation array appeared in front of him. Under the guidance of the elf, Gunlong entered the teleportation array together. "I'll go. This place is so big. Even if everyone in our space comes in, we still can't fill it up." Gunlong and the elf were walking in the space leading to the teleportation array. They saw that the place was full of buildings, and there were many living creatures. It seemed like a small world. Gunlong felt the surging mecha elements in it, and couldn't help but admire it. "Come on. You must not touch those guys. These are all illusions, created by the ancient tree's years of practice. They are the key to making up the ancient tree. If you change even a little bit, the ancient tree will be destroyed." Ginlong didn't expect it to be so serious. He didn't dare to be careless. He followed the elf obediently and walked towards the depths of the space. In the end, Ginlong and the others stopped in front of a huge palace. They looked at the palace as a whole, which was completely transparent, with occasional golden light coming out. Deep in the palace, a humanoid phantom was sitting cross-legged. Perhaps sensing the appearance of Ginlong and the others, the humanoid phantom stood up and strode out. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The humanoid phantom shouted harshly, obviously very angry at Ginlong and the others' intrusion. "Humph. A leftover consciousness still dares to be so arrogant. Ginlong, come on. As long as we defeat this guy, we will be successful. But you have to be careful. This space belongs to it. This is different from what we have outside. Same. Because this space was created by it. Unless all its souls are destroyed. Otherwise, it will remain immortal here. Genlong took note of the elf's words. And after confirming with the elf that there was no problem around him, Genlong took out the nebulous sword and attacked the humanoid phantom. Court death. The humanoid phantom roared loudly. But it didn't move. The surrounding space shrank rapidly. After Genlong entered the contraction area, he clearly felt a huge pressure coming on him. When Genlong waited and realized something was wrong, he discovered that all the surrounding mecha elements had disappeared, and his own attacks had become weak. Your grandfather's. How are you going to fight this? Seeing that the humanoid phantom was not affected, he arrived in front of him in a few steps and knocked him down with one punch. Genlong was very depressed. This was not an obvious bullying, but he had no power to fight back. The elf didn't expect that the remaining consciousness was so powerful, and his strength was not reduced at all. He wanted to step forward to help, but as soon as he moved, he found that his body was restricted and he couldn't move at all. Genlong, I can't move. You're on your own. Hurry up and find a way to deal with this guy. I'll go. I want to do it too. But this thing is very weird. I can't even condense the mecha elements now. And I can't hit it with normal attacks. This is really difficult for me. Genlong, who originally thought he could rely on the elf for help, was completely confused when he heard the elf's words. Seeing the humanoid phantom attacking him again, Genlong turned sideways, thinking of avoiding it first. Chapter 392 Two Phantoms. Boom! A heavy punch hit Genlong's body. The Genlong was knocked to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Watching the humanoid phantom attack with another round of attacks, Genlong was hit hard to the ground before he could get up. It's your grandfather. Don't let me seize the opportunity. Otherwise, I will beat you so hard that your own mother won't be able to recognize you. Genlong suffered several more attacks and completely collapsed to the ground. However, he was not forgiving and started yelling and scolding directly. Well, why don't you fight? Are you out of strength? You bastard. Come on. Feeling that the humanoid phantom's attack had stopped, Genlong stood up hard. He endured the pain in his body and roared directly at the humanoid phantom. Although the humanoid phantom was very angry, it did not attack again for some unknown reason. The elf saw it so clearly that he felt happy and laughed directly. Genlong, that guy is probably using up his continuous attacks, and the little energy he has left is about to be consumed. If you resist him head-on, you will kill him. Hearing what the elf said, Genlong became more energetic. He saw that the humanoid phantom did not attack him again. Genlong roared and attacked directly towards the humanoid phantom. The human phantom was indeed exhausted of energy at this time. Seeing Genlong charging towards him, the human phantom snorted coldly and flew into the air. As a result, Genlong, without the support of mecha elements, could not fly, and could only watch the humanoid phantom on the ground, with no way out. Hey, you have the ability to keep flying in the sky. I wonder how long you can last. Flying out of thin air consumes a lot of energy, especially the humanoid phantom whose energy is about to be exhausted. Genlong looked at the human-shaped phantom with anger on his face, staring at him fiercely. After a while, the human-shaped phantom finally gave up, waved his hand at Genlong, landed on the ground and said, "That's it. It's the end of the force. I can hand over the control of this space to you. But you have to help me do one thing." Ha ha ha. It's really funny. With your current situation, you still want to negotiate terms with us. I can wear you to death. When you die, this space will naturally belong to us. Genlong was unmoved. He watched the humanoid phantom go through the torment just now. It was obvious that he had no strength to run anymore. Just as they were about to attack the human phantom, the human phantom smiled solemnly and said, "Boy, you are so naive. Since this space was created by us, no matter how bad I am, I can still destroy this place before you take action. I am just a consciousness now, and may die at any time. But you don't say. I don't believe you are willing to accompany me to die here." The words of the humanoid phantom sounded in Genlong's mind like an alarm bell. Genlong secretly thought that he was really careless, and he actually forgot about this incident. He lowered his raised fist, looked at the human phantom and said, "Tell me, what do you want us to do for you? I'll be the first to say ugly things. If it's beyond my ability, then I won't risk it at all." Seeing that Genlong finally agreed, the human phantom breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, unlocked the elf's restraints, and asked Ginglong and the others to follow him and walk towards the palace. Gunlong and his companions stood in the center of the palace, looking at the transparent ground. Deep underground, there was another humanoid figure lying there. Gunlong could feel the weak breath of that guy, and it was obvious that he was about to die. You mean? Let us help rescue it. Gunlong arrived at this time. No matter how stupid he was, when he saw the humanoid phantom beside him looking at the one on the ground with a loving expression, he made a guess and asked directly, "No, I want you to help me kill it." The humanoid phantom looked away and resumed its ruthless appearance. Gunlong couldn't accept this sudden reversal. He pointed at the guy underground and said with some disbelief, "You sure?" Looking at the humanoid phantom and nodding, Gunlong no longer hesitated. Gunlong, who had regained the power of his mecha, directly summoned the Shifangdu and controlled the Shifangdu to deal with the humanoid phantom to prevent himself from making the same mistake again. Wait, are you talking about Shifangdu? The humanoid phantom saw the 10-way drum summoned by Gunlong, and it hurriedly called Gunlong to stop. Gunlong didn't know what the human phantom wanted to do. He received the Shifangdu in his hand and waited for the next instruction from the human phantom. I originally thought it was hopeless, but when I saw you had the Shifangdu, I felt relieved. I and the Phantom Underground were originally one. In order to ensure the long-term existence of the band, the Master divided us into two parts. Second, force the space magic weapon into its body. I never thought that no matter how hard I try, the restriction of this space will eventually disappear, because that magic weapon is connected to the band. So if the band is there, it will be there. If the band is gone, it will die. The Shifang drum is the best weapon to integrate the world's magic weapons. It will be easier if you have this Shifang drum. That guy doesn't have to die so early. The humanoid phantom explained it carefully. And it was only after Gunlong heard this that he finally understood. The thing that dares to control the restriction of this space is inside the body of the guy below. As long as he fuses the magic weapon, the restrictions in this space will be under his control and will be solved directly. Hey, that's right. There's something wrong with what you said. If I want to fuse the magic weapon, I have to kill that guy. Otherwise, how could the magic weapon come out on its own? Gunlong didn't want a good thing to turn into a bad thing by some mistake. So he just told what he didn't understand and waited for the human phantom to solve it. Don't worry. Get ready. I'll summon the magic weapon right away. After the humanoid phantom finished speaking, his body suddenly glowed with white light. Gunlong looked at the guy underground, and he actually echoed the idea. But the light emitted was black. After a while, something like a rope emerged from the guy underground and rose directly into the sky. Gunlong knew that this was the magic weapon. So he threw the Shifang drum and controlled the Shifang drum to absorb the energy of the magic weapon. Crack! A cracking sound sounded. Gunlong watched as the Shifang drum absorbed the energy of the magic weapon, and the surrounding barriers began to crack and collapse. He knew that he was definitely going to succeed this time. Just when Shifangdu was about to fuse all the magic weapon ropes, the humanoid phantom underground gave a sudden scream, broke the underground barrier, soared into the sky, and hit the Shifangdu with force, interrupting the fusion process. Break. Chapter 393 The Force. What's going on? Isn't this guy about to die? Why does he still have so much energy? When Gunlong saw something was wrong, he immediately stepped forward to control Shifangdu and continue to fuse the magic weapon. As for the phantom, it was controlled by the humanoid phantom standing aside. It's okay. You continue. This is its instinctive reaction to protect the magic weapon. Hearing the words of the human phantom, Gunlong nodded to avoid further trouble. Gunlong urged the 10 Directions drum to speed up the fusion process. Congratulations on your successful fusion of the magical instrument, the sky-binding rope. When Gunlong heard the system prompt in his mind, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that everything in this space was under his control, Gunlong immediately lifted the restriction. When the elf saw that the power of the band was gone, it immediately used all its strength to try to communicate with the building refined by the ancient tree, hoping to gain the trust of the building. Fortunately, with Gunlong's help, everything went smoothly. After watching the elf successfully transform into the tree spirit of the ancient tree, Gunlong was extremely happy. Just as they were about to leave, they saw the humanoid phantom on the side. Gunlong was a little curious about the humanoid phantom's next plan. He asked directly, "Hey, what are you going to do? Stay here or leave?" "Well, our mission has been completed. After years of dust, we still have some unfulfilled wishes. You can leave with confidence. We will stay here for a while and then leave. Hearing Phantom's words, Gunlong nodded. Anyway, he had control over the space in his own hands, so he didn't have to worry about the Phantom causing harm. He just followed the elf back to the ancient tree. Because the elf became a tree spirit, the ancient tree's attitude towards Gunlong and the others improved this time. After confirming that the ancient tree was willing to leave with them, Gunlong directly told the ancient tree the coordinates of his space. And then he took the elf back to the space first. That is to say, Gunlong and the others had just stood firm when the ancient tree appeared directly. The thick body was directly rooted in the space. After everything was in place, the rich mecha elements appeared directly and immediately filled the entire space. The boss and others rushed over after hearing the sound. When they discovered the change in the space, everyone cheered. Gunlong saw that everything here was almost settled. And seeing that the boss seemed to have gained prestige here, he told the boss a few words, asking the boss to stay here, practice hard, and hold on to this space. And he himself left with Shui Yukongling. In order to ensure the safety of the boss, Gunlong left No. 2 here to assist the boss. Gunlong and the others did not go back directly to the mecha planet, but came to the place where he discovered there were colored ores. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gunlong directly spread out his aura and drove away the guards, who wanted to come over. After ensuring that no one would disturb him, Gunlong concentrated on refining the colored ore. Time passed day by day, and Shuiyu had absorbed all the inner elixirs given to her by Gunlong. Seeing that there was still a long way to go before being promoted, Shuiyu got up and went to see Gunlong's situation. When I saw that there were originally several miles of colored ore, but now there is not a single bit left, and that Gunlong was sitting cross-legged on the ground, not knowing what he was doing, Shuiyu was just about to step forward to ask, when she heard a bang and a huge iron tool appeared in front of Shuiyu. Looking at the strange shape of the iron weapon, a powerful aura emitted from the whole body, Shuiyu thought that it was probably another mysterious weapon developed by Gunlong. She just thought about it, and planned to wait for Gunlong to finish. The Gunlong who was watching suddenly jumped up and shouted happily, "It's finally done! Shuiyu, Kongling, let's go!" Hearing Gunlong's call, Shuiyu and Kongling ran over, and they followed Gunlong into the iron tool. Seeing that there were seats and a lot of inexplicable parts inside, Shuiyu couldn't help but ask, "Gunlong, what on earth is this? Hey, this guy is called a spaceship. He can take us to every place in the world." "Shuiyu, sit back. I will take you to see the world." Gunlong quickly mastered the operating system of the spacecraft. He saw that the spacecraft consumed very little energy, and only a small amount of mecha elements were needed for a short distance travel. Gunlong directly started the spacecraft and set off to the planet where the clone existed, which was relatively close to him in his memory. Shuiyu and the others watched through the screen as they returned to the mecha star and appeared in the human tribe. Then their spaceship rose straight up and broke through the sky. Soon he rushed out of the mecha star and came to a dark and boundless place. "Gunlong, where is this? Why is it so dark? Wow, what is that below us? Is it a mecha planet?" Shuiyu saw this wonderful scene for the first time. She was very excited and kept asking questions. Gunlong was also very excited at this time. He nodded, pointed at the mecha star and said, "Well, that is the mecha star. We are already outside the mecha star. Do you see that bright spot? We are going there. There are also life forms like us there." After listening to Gunlong's explanation, Shuiyu finally understood. It turns out that this world is so wonderful, and they are not the only ones who exist. In excitement, Gunlong and his team soon arrived at their destination. Looking at the planet in front of them, which was a full circle larger than the mecha planet, Gunlong did not hesitate and directly controlled the spacecraft to land. In order to ensure Shuiyu's safety, Gunlong scanned the planet in advance. "I found that the structure here is similar to that of the mecha star, except that the people here use the force. A master with 10-star force power was basically similar to their Mahayana realm strength." So Gunlong felt relieved. After hiding the spaceship, they took Shuiyu and the others to the town where the target was located. "Hey, Gunlong, the people here are so interesting. They have all kinds of things. Look at that guy. His eyes are on the top of his head." Seeing that Shuiyu's words were heard by that person, that guy was somewhat angry. If he hadn't sensed the aura emitted by Gunlong and knew that Gunlong was not easy to mess with, he would have probably rushed over to deal with Shuiyu. Gunlong hurriedly reminded Shuiyu to keep a low profile and stop attracting attention. After all, they came here to collect clones and didn't want to cause too much trouble. "Here we are. That guy is here. If there is a fight later, you must be careful to protect yourselves. After all, the energy system here is different from our mecha star. I have space to provide energy, and the mecha elements in you are more powerful. Use less, so be careful with it. Hearing Gunlong's words, Shuiyu and the others nodded, took out their weapons, followed Gunlong closely, and entered the building. Chapter 394, Full Level Refining. It's your grandfather's. Why does this clone look like this? Inside the building, a guy who looked like a mantis was drinking a small drink when he saw Ginglong and the others coming in. The mantis didn't react at all, and didn't take Ginglong seriously at all. Ginglong was sure that this guy had information about the god-building liquid, and was definitely his clone. He stepped forward with his nebula sword pointed directly at the mantis monster and said, "You guys are quite calm. What's going on? Should you finish it yourself? Or should I do it? Ha ha ha. You still want to kill me? Boy, do you know how much effort I have put into letting you clones come here to seek death on your own?" After Mantis said the strange words, his whole body momentum changed drastically. Ginlong and the others looked around again. Where was the building? It was actually inside a cave. The mantis monster turned over and blocked the only exit, looking at Ginlong and the others triumphantly. "Your grandpa's level 11 force power. You've hidden it deeply enough." After Ginlong determined the strength of the mantis monster through the training system, he knew that the mantis monster was at the same level as himself. So he told Shuiyu and the others to step back, while he himself went forward, ready to fight at any time. Boom! With a loud noise, the soil on the ground broke apart, and several ants came out. Seeing that they all had level 10 force strength, Ginlong couldn't help but look a bit sad. The mantis monster was very excited. It opened its teeth and claws, pointed at Ginlong and said, "Leave this person to me. The rest are up to you." After receiving instructions from the mantis monster, the ants quickly rushed toward Shuiyu and the others. Just as Ginlong was about to help, the mantis monster rushed up and fought with him. "Ha ha ha. You're nothing more than that. You bastard. You'd better just die." The mantis monster has a very strong ability in close combat. Ginlong will be confused for a while and be attacked by the mantis monster. Although the damage was not high, these successive setbacks always made Ginlong a little uncomfortable. What's more, Shuiyu and the others were surrounded by ant monsters, so they were clearly outnumbered. "Your grandpa. Don't be arrogant. Let's see how I deal with you." Ginlong jumped up and distanced himself from the mantis monster. He took out his crossbow and fired a few arrows at the mantis monster. Looking at the explosive attack, the mantis monster took a few steps back, successfully containing it. Ginlong was happy and thought to himself that as long as he didn't let the mantis monster get close, he would be killed sooner or later if he continued like this. The mantis monster didn't expect Ginlong to have such a method. It was a little anxious and immediately gave instructions to the ant monster, asking them to quickly deal with Shuiyu and others and come to help. Ginlong looked at the mantis monster and gave an order, and a few more ants rushed out and joined the battle surrounding Shuiyu and the others. Shuiyu and others began to have some difficulty, and the obvious scars on their bodies increased. Although Ginlong wanted to help, the mantis monster's attack did not stop. He had no choice but to hurry. It would be great if No. 2 was here. But now the soul value is not enough to summon the training assistant. Oh! I am so stupid. Why did I forget the Shurfang drum? Ginlong thought about number 2. Just when he was a little desperate, suddenly he remembered that the Shurfang drum could summon the corpse leader. He had rarely used it in recent battles, so he had forgotten about it. He immediately took out the Shurfang drum and started beating it. "Oh! It looks like you can't beat me. So why don't you give yourself a farewell song? Boy! Don't do this useless thing. Just accept your death." The mantis monster listened to the regular drum beats. After discovering that the drum sounds had no effect on him, the mantis monster started teasing Ginlong. Well, that's... The mantis monster was not happy for long, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the space was not right. After watching the drum sound fall, 2 pale guys appeared behind Ginlong, and the auras of those 2 guys were not weak, and they were obviously masters. This time it was the mantis monster's turn to become a little uneasy. "Go help Shuiyu and the others." Shirkue received Ginlong's instructions, and they responded directly, quickly rushed to Shuiyu, and attacked the ants that attacked Shuiyu and the others. Ant monsters are good at close attacks, but after facing the zombies, who use both mouth and hands, their attacks seem to be weak, especially after seeing their companions being bitten to death by the Corpse King and eating them in their stomachs. Those ant monsters no longer had the will to fight, So they jumped back into the hole in the ground and left here quickly. Assholes. You bunch of unloyal people. Such an ending was something Mantis Monster did not expect. Gunlong watched them take control of the battlefield instantly. He called the corpse leader to come forward and surrounded the Mantis Monster, while he himself continued to attack with his bow and crossbow, attacking towards the Mantis Monster. With the help of the corpse chief, the Mantis Monster was naturally no longer able to dodge easily, and explosive attacks hit it continuously. After a while, the Mantis Monster couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground. Gunlong knew that the Mantis Monster was quite powerful, and he didn't want to cause trouble. He immediately rushed forward, took out the Nebula Sword, and stabbed the Mantis Monster in the heart. Seeing that the Mantis Monster finally died, and the Golden Mantis Monster soul appeared, Gunlong laughed and called the Corpse King and others to protect the law. He stepped forward, grabbed the little Golden Mantis in his hand, and absorbed the Mantis's energy. Energy comes. Congratulations on successfully refining the Mantis soul body. Your refining proficiency has increased by 50,000. Congratulations. Your refining skill has been upgraded to the maximum level, and you can refine everything. System prompts sounded one after another. Although there was no soul reward this time, Gunlong was very satisfied. No matter what, I still gained something. The refining skill was successfully upgraded to the full level, so that I can refine anything in the future. Gunlong looked at the Mantis Monster corpse that had not dissipated on the ground. He thought that no matter what, this Mantis Monster was still a master who looked down upon the perfect realm. Although their original force could not be absorbed by themselves, this corpse should be able to be refined. I just don't know how much soul value will be rewarded after refining. In his mind, Gunlong came to the corpse of the Mantis Monster and used his refining skills directly, watching the corpse of the Mantis Monster disappear little by little, turning into an energy ball and integrating into his body. Gunlong secretly thought that there was something going on, and he was just waiting to see the final result. Congratulations on successfully refining the corpse of the perfect realm. You will be rewarded with a soul value of 2 million. When Gunlong finished refining the body of the Mantis Monster and heard the sound of system rewards, Gunlong was extremely happy. You know, Gunlong was worried at first that it would be very difficult to obtain soul value without the help of ores after leaving the Mecha planet. Good thing now. As long as you refine people with high cultivation level, you will be rewarded with soul points. And the amount is quite large. Gunlong was a little excited, secretly thinking that from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of soul points. After all, there are still many people with high cultivation outside. And this is not a mecha planet. Gunlong naturally kills these aliens without any sympathy. Chapter 395 Help. Gunlong looked at the sudden increase in soul value. He thought about it, and finally decided to upgrade the Shangyun armor. Congratulations. The Shangyun armor has been upgraded to the full level, and the ejection damage is 50%. Listening to the system's beep, Gunlong touched the armor on his body. When thinking about fighting against the humanoid phantom, it seemed that the armor's rebound damage had no effect. Gunlong wrote it down, so that if he encountered a soul-like being in the future, he would not have to place his hopes on this armor. Seeing that there were still hundreds of thousands of unused soul points, Gunlong also upgraded the Shangyun leg armor. Seeing that he was not so lucky this time, the Shangyun leg armor only upgraded 2 levels, and finally stayed at the 30% growth rate. Gunlong sighed, and could only wait for the soul value reward later. Gunlong, where are we going next? Shuiyu watched the battle here end, and knew that Gunlong was in a hurry. Not to mention that they could still rest on the spaceship. So Shuiyu directly asked where their next destination was. Well, I see it's not far from the Earth. I happen to have something to check, so I'll take you around my hometown. Shuiyu was very happy when she heard that they could go to the place where Gunlong lived since childhood. They did not delay, and walked out of the cave directly, determined the location of the spaceship, and walked straight to the place where the spaceship was parked. Help! Gunlong and the others had just walked halfway when they heard a cry for help. Gunlong and the others stopped and looked at a middle-aged man, who was in a state of disarray and limping over. Behind the middle-aged man, dozens of people with their faces covered came shouting to kill him. Gunlong, who didn't want to be troublesome, immediately went to greet Shuiyu. He shook his head, and had no choice but to follow. Thank you. I am the king of this planet, and my subordinates rebelled, so I ended up like this. If you can help me put down the rebellion, I will definitely reward you. Gunlong didn't want to rescue a big shot, so he laughed and called the middle-aged man to stand behind him. As for those who attacked, Gunlong took a quick glance and the training system revealed their information. Seeing that they were all low-level things, Gunlong was too lazy to take action. Seeing that the corpse leader had not yet disappeared, Gunlong called on the corpse leader to attack. After receiving the order, the corpse leader howled excitedly and immediately rushed into the crowd. Seeing that the originally aggressive crowd was immediately dispersed, it was impossible to form an effective attack. And those people couldn't stand the zombie leader's crazy attack methods. In just 3 or 2 minutes, those guys fled in all directions and never dared to stay here again. Warrior, thank you for your help. Please tell me your name. I must thank you very much. It's easy. My name is Gunlong. That king. We still have things to do. Why don't you reward us now so we can leave? Gunlong didn't know this guy. Not to mention that with Gunlong's current cultivation level, he didn't need to worry about anything at all. Therefore, Gunlong had no interest at all in this so-called king. But Gunlong remembered the reward the king mentioned. If it weren't for this, Gunlong would really be too lazy to meddle in this business. Haha. Gunlong. All my treasures are kept in the palace. Now the palace is occupied by traitors. Why don't you come with me, and we can drive the rebels out together so that I can give them to you? Rewarded. Gunlong was a little hesitant when he heard this. To be honest, he really couldn't think of anything good that this guy would have. Even though Gunlong was alone now, he could easily find an artifact from his pocket. What's more, he doesn't know the strength of the rebels. If there is a master on the other side, and there are any mistakes on his side, it will be more gain than loss. Seeing Gunlong hesitate, the king became a little anxious. He immediately came to Gunlong's side, leaned into Gunlong's ear and whispered, Gunlong, I can see that you are not from our planet. Don't worry. We have the best ore here. No matter which planet you are from, you can use it for cultivation. As long as you help me put down the rebellion, we will be able to re-establish ourselves. Return to the throne and I can give you a mine, the king said, taking out a small piece of ore from his pocket and handing it to Gunlong. Purple gold mine. Gunlong couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the ore. You must know that the highest grade ore on the Mecha star is the colored ore. As for this purple gold ore, it is simply something legendary. Although this purple gold ore is only a small piece, Gunlong can still feel the huge energy contained in the ore when he holds it in his hand. This guy is definitely much more powerful than the colored ore. Congratulations on refining the purple gold ore. The soul value reward is 3,000. Gunlong refined the ore as a habit, and when he heard the system prompt, he was extremely happy. This high grade ore is really not something you can build. When I think that after I succeed, I will have a mine for myself. Gunlong nodded immediately and asked the king to lead the way. The king was afraid that Gunlong would go back on his word. So when he saw Gunlong agreed, he immediately led the way and called on Gunlong and the others to follow. Along the way, Gunlong and the others occasionally encountered the remnants of the king's men. However, they obviously wanted to allow the king to escape and desperately resisted the rebel attack. Basically, there were only a few people alive. Even if there are occasional survivors, their bodies are disabled and they have completely lost their fighting ability. Gunlong has participated in many battles since he started practicing. But like this, Gunlong is rare to see people crippled and still let them live and endure pain. He stepped forward to confirm, and after confirming that none of these people could be saved, he killed them with his own hands so that they would suffer less. The king saw that he was helpless. After all, he could not save himself, let alone save the lives of these guards. I can only pray silently in my heart, hoping that these warriors can have a good destiny. We're here. That's the palace. There are a lot of rebels. Let's wait here. The distress signal has been sent out a long time ago. I think my troops outside will be able to come back in 1 day at most. Gunlong nodded when he heard this. He could feel the number of people in the palace. Seeing those guys all gathered together, I came here mainly to help. Considering safety, Gunlong felt that there was no need to take risks. So he followed the king's arrangements and waited for reinforcements to arrive. Who is there? Come out! Just because Gunlong and the others don't take the initiative to attack doesn't mean that the rebels won't either. They were just about to find a place to sit down and rest when a loud shout appeared. It seemed that the patrolling guards of the other party had discovered them. In order to prevent these guys from calling for reinforcements, Gunlong rushed directly to the guards. Wanduo Nebula appeared and killed those guards directly. Chapter 396 Sieging Mine. There is an enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Gunlong's attack was quick, but the fluctuation of the attack alarmed the people in the castle. Seeing the army being killed directly, Gunlong looked at his soul value. summoned more than a dozen bundles of explosives, and distributed some to everyone. He himself took out the fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron, and used the Hunyuan cauldron. Yuending's clone skill. Kill! As soon as the castle guards saw that the king was with this group of people, they immediately became energetic and roared towards Ginglong and the others, not afraid of the disparity in strength at all. After all, as long as you kill the king, you will be rewarded with countless wealth. Gunlong flew up in the air, controlling his clone to charge into the crowd. Seeing that the attacking crowd was not very strong, he flew towards the castle, because he could feel that there were several masters with a similar level to himself on the castle. Haha, little brother. With your skills, you can be granted a title here. Why bother to help the guy who is about to decline? Come on. As long as you surrender now and submit to us, we can forget about it. And we will also give you have many treasures of gold and silver. Those guys saw Gunlong coming and immediately surrounded Gunlong. Humph. What I hate most is betrayal. You better admit your mistakes and surrender quickly. Otherwise, I will make you die in an ugly way. The people who besieged Ginglong burst out laughing when they heard Ginglong's words. I asked you, are you thinking too much? Your strength is about the same as ours. And there are 5 of us now. 5 against 1. Isn't it your turn to beg us for mercy? In the eyes of the people who besieged Ginglong, Ginglong was already dead. But they liked this feeling very much, and they couldn't help but provoke, thinking of seeing Gunlong die in despair with their own eyes. Humph. If you are looking for death, you can't blame me. Phoenix Nirvana. Gunlong didn't intend to waste time with him. He didn't take action at first because he was worried that there would be other masters here. Now that it was confirmed that this guy was leading the rebellion, Ginglong directly used his skills, and his strength rose to the level of a super god. What? How is that possible? You actually hid your own strength. The people who besieged Ginglong did not expect that Ginglong's true strength was so powerful. It was too late for them to escape. Gunlong thrust out his nebulous sword, and the guy closest to him died immediately. Gunlong didn't waste any time and used his refining skills directly to absorb that person's energy. Congratulations. You have successfully refined a master to the perfection state, and will be rewarded with a soul value of 800,000. Listening to the system prompts, Ginlong looked at the rewards. Although they were reduced, but they were still good, according to the system's evaluation. For those who continuously kill people who have reached the perfect realm, even if the soul value reward gradually decreases, there will still be millions of soul value rewards in the end. Ginlong roared excitedly and charged directly towards the rebels. The people who were fighting on the ground felt a powerful aura appear in the sky. When they saw the leader, they were all chased by Gunlong and ran away. They were all dumbfounded. They no longer had the will to fight and wanted to retreat. At this time, Ginlong only focused on the reward of refining souls. Seeing those guys running away and begging for mercy from him, he just pretended that he didn't hear them, took out the super god's crossbow, and started attacking those guys. Congratulations. You have successfully refined a master to the perfection state, and will be rewarded with a soul value of 700,000. Congratulations. You have successfully refined a master to the perfect state, and will be rewarded with a soul value of 600,000. After Ginlong dealt with all those guys, he was very happy to see that he had gained more than 3 million soul points. Seeing that the battle on the ground was not over yet, Ginlong jumped to the ground, waved his hand, and a shock wave appeared in the space, directly knocking down the people who were close to him. How can we fight like this? We surrender. Without a leader? Ginlong's overwhelming strength made the soldiers lose the will to resist, and they simply put away their weapons and surrender. This kind of ending is what Ginlong is happy to see. After all, killing these people will not do him any good. It will only increase his evil deeds. The king did not expect that the rebellion would end so quickly. He followed Gunlong into the castle. Seeing that his loyal guards were all tied up in the square, the king hurriedly stepped forward to release them, called on them to pick up their weapons, and controlled the rebels again and put them in prison. Gunlong, thank you for your help. This is the certificate from the Zijing mine in the north of the city, as well as my appointment emblem. I have fulfilled my promise, and the mine is yours. If you need help with mining, I will gather people right away. Gather. Gunlong waved his hand and rejected the king's kindness. You know, your current full-level refining skills are faster than mining. He said goodbye to the king directly and walked toward the mine with Shuiyu and the others. Oh my god! Gunlong, did you see that? There are so many purple gold ores in here. Shuiyu and the others stood in the mine, looking at the dense ores everywhere. They were stunned there, forgetting to mine. Okay. You guys hurry up and get to work. Pick as much as you can. And I'll start refining it from the inside, Gunlong said, and walked towards the mine. Shueya and the others knew Gunlong very well now. Knowing what Gunlong wanted to do, they didn't say much. Took out their tools and started mining. Congratulations. You successfully refined the purple gold ore. And the reward is 5,000 soul points. Congratulations. You successfully refined the purple gold ore. And the reward is 3,000 soul points. The reminder of soul value reward kept ringing. After a short while, his soul value increased by hundreds of thousands. Gunlong looked at the countless purple gold ores nearby. He thought that if he saved up all his soul value, he could summon another training assistant. Then he would try to summon a super god level training assistant. Hey, what is that? Gunlong felt that the refining was going on, and suddenly saw an iron block falling out after a piece of ore was refined. Your grandfather's. Is this a fragment of the Hunyuan cauldron? Sensing the familiar aura on the iron piece, Gunlong immediately summoned the Hunyuan cauldron. Seeing that the Hunyuan cauldron and the fragments fused together immediately after they touched each other. After the Hunyuan cauldron became a little bigger, Gunlong was a little overjoyed. He didn't expect that fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron could still be found in this world. It seems that he is not the first person to be able to travel around the universe. Someone from the ancestors must have been here before. With a little episode just now, Gunlong was even more energetic in refining ore. However, what made Gunlong a little disappointed was that, as he was about to increase his soul value by 1 million, not a single fragment appeared. Chapter 397 God Level Weapons. Gunlong, come and see what this is? Hearing Shueyu's words, Gunlong immediately surrounded him. Looking under the dug mine, he saw a fragment the size of a palm, which was obviously a fragment of the Hunyuan cauldron. Gunlong was so happy that he directly summoned the Hunyuan cauldron and controlled the Hunyuan cauldron to absorb the fragments. Well, what's going on? Why can't this fragment be absorbed? Gunlong looked at it for a long time, but none of the fragments merged successfully. He was a little confused. So he took down the Hunyuan ding and picked up the fragment to study it. Buzz. That is, when the fragment was picked up, the mark of the Beast King that had been sealed on Gunlong appeared directly, echoing the fragment. This, in Gunlong's heart, the mark of the Beast King is at most a status symbol and of little use. So much so that Gunlong didn't pay much attention. Now seeing that the mark of the Beast King was activated directly, Gunlong became even more curious about the fragment and wanted to see what was going on. Crack! When the Beast King's mark collided with the fragments, the originally indestructible Beast King's mark actually shattered into 2 halves. Gunlong felt a little distressed, although he still didn't know the purpose of the Beast King's mark. But if you can establish a relationship with the Beast King, this thing will not be bad. Just when Gunlong comforted himself and pretended that there was no such treasure, the fragments he saw rushed straight into the middle of the broken Beast King's mark. A ray of light disappeared, and the 2 things actually merged together. Gunlong walked forward and took down the mark of the Beast King suspended in the air. Seeing that there was an extra iron piece in the middle of this thing, and there were no other changes, Gunlong was about to put this changed mark of the Beast King into his pocket. He only felt the nebulous sword on his back move suddenly. Your grandfather's. Are you still here? Seeing the nebulous sword hanging in the air, the changed mark of the Beast King rushed over. Gunlong was afraid that the Beast King's mark would also destroy the nebulous sword, so he immediately rushed forward to separate the 2 guys. What the hell? My nebulous sword. Gunlong tore hard, but a barrier appeared, blocking him aside. Seeing that he couldn't get close at all, Gunlong was furious. But apart from yelling and scolding, he had no other option. He could only pray that everything would go well, and that the nebulous sword would not be destroyed. Boom! The changed mark of the Beast King kept hitting the nebulous sword. It was probably that the nebulous sword was a little angry. A flame emitted from the sword body, and enveloped the mark of the Beast King. Beautiful. Just do it. Burn it! Gunlong looked at the mark of the Beast King, and was a little afraid of the flames. He lost all his original offensive, and just kept dodging. He was so happy that he kept clapping his hands and praising her. Gunlong, are you okay? Shueyu naturally knew the importance of the nebulous sword to Gunlong. Seeing the nebulous sword constantly attacking there, she was a little worried and asked directly. It should be fine. You can continue mining? Gunlong took a look and determined that the problem was not serious. So he told Shueyu and the others to continue their work and ignore him. The nebulous sword and the mark of the Beast King went back and forth. and gradually, the two became evenly matched, and no one could beat the other. Now Ginglong is worried. He can't spend time here forever. Just when the idea of Gunlong appeared, the nebulous sword and the mark of the Beast King were filled with golden light, and they collided violently. The banging sounds of dong 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 occurred one after another. Even Shuiyu and others who were mining on the side were also alarmed and gathered around again. Some worried for Gunlong. What's going on with your grandpa? If both of you die, how can I still survive? Ginglong roared. He didn't dare to sit there and wait for death. He rushed forward directly, using all his strength to attack the barrier, hoping to break the barrier and separate the nebulous sword from the mark of the Beast King. Ginglong, we are here to help you. Seeing that Ginlong's power alone was useless, Shuiyu called out and asked Kong Ling and the others to attack the barrier together. As everyone's attack power increased, cracks in the originally solid barrier began to appear. Seeing that there was an opportunity, Ginlong and the others became more energetic. They each used their strongest attacks and attacked the barrier. Crack! Click! There was a crisp cracking sound, and the barrier was finally shattered. However, when Ginglong saw that the nebulous sword was also broken in half, and that there were also cracks on the mark of the Beast King, Ginglong was heartbroken and stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. It would be fine to say that the mark of the Beast King was broken, but the nebulous sword had the auras of Xiaolong and Xiaoqiang on it, and he was still hoping to find a chance to resurrect them. Shuiyu looked at Gunlong's appearance, and knew that Gunlong was feeling very uncomfortable. She came to Gunlong, grabbed Gunlong's arm, and gently comforted. Gunlong, don't be sad. When we go back later, I will ask the family's weapon refiners to think of a way to reconnect the nebulous sword. Gunlong had no other choice but to do as Shuiyu said. Just as Gunlong was about to put away the broken nebulous sword, the nebulous sword and the Beast King mark moved again. This time, the two no longer fought, but all gathered together, and colorful lights kept emerging. Gunlong looked carefully, and saw that the mark of the Beast King actually appeared at the fracture, fused with the nebulous sword. Gunlong did not expect such a change. After watching the fusion of the two, the nebulous sword was restored to its original state, and the mark of the Beast King melted little by little, turning into a star point that appeared on the body of the nebulous sword. Gunlong knew that this was the upgrade of the nebulous sword, and all his original upset mood disappeared. Instead, he became extremely excited, waiting for the change to end. Boom! With a loud noise, the nebulous sword soared into the sky. Gunlong could feel the changes in the nebulous sword. Just by hanging there, there were sharp fluctuations all over his body. Rao Gunlong, as the master of the nebulous sword, felt a little overwhelmed at this time. Gunlong is like this, and others are even more uncomfortable. Gunlong saw that under the influence of the fluctuations, scars appeared on Shuiyu and the others, and they were obviously unable to withstand it. He hurriedly stepped forward and took down the nebulous sword. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the fluctuation disappear. Congratulations on obtaining a god-level weapon. The soul value reward is 1 million. Hearing the system prompt, Gunlong couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that he could get soul points in this way. Gunlong was very curious about this upgraded version of the nebulous sword. He looked around and made sure that Shuiyu and others were all fine. Then he began to study the nebulous sword. Chapter 398 Super God Realm. The god-level nebulous sword contains the power of the Beast King's mark. It has a 100% chance of summoning the Beast King's spirit tiger-headed beast when attacking. Gunlong looked at the system prompts. He tried waving the nebulous sword and attacked the ground. Boom! When the nebulous sword attacked the ground, an explosion was heard, and a huge tiger more than 1 meter tall appeared, roared, and stood in front of Gunlong. It belongs to your grandfather. This magical weapon is so powerful that even a random tiger can reach the state of perfection. Gunlong looked up and down, after discovering that the tiger-headed beast was also at the perfect state. Gunlong was overjoyed. He looked at the upgraded nebulous sword, but the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Big Tiger, go and show me your power. Hearing Gunlong's words, the tiger-headed beast jumped into the sky and hit the ground heavily. Gunlong looked at the place where the tiger-headed beast hit. The gravel was directly turned into powder, and even the ore underground was also involved. That Gunlong was in pain. Seeing that the tiger-headed beast was trying its old trick again, Gunlong hurriedly stepped forward and stopped the tiger-headed beast. After stabilizing the tiger-headed beast, Gunlong suddenly remembered that he had received a soul value reward just now, coupled with the reward of refining the ore. It should be enough to summon the Super God Realm Training Assistant. Gunlong opened the training system and went directly to the Super God training assistant. After making sure that the soul value was sufficient, he chose to summon it directly. Congratulations. You successfully summoned a Super God level training assistant. The sound of the system fell, and the whole earth trembled violently. Gunlong and the others were shaken so hard that they couldn't stand still at all. Fortunately, the movement didn't last long, and a guy wearing a black robe appeared in front of everyone. At first, everyone thought that an enemy appeared, but when they saw the guy following Gunlong again, they understood that this was Gunlong's attack method again. Well, Gunlong, how is this guy's strength? Just now I saw him appear in a very powerful posture, but now I see that he is very ordinary, and I can't feel the power of the mecha at all. Shuiyu was a little tired from mining. She came to Gunlong and snuggled next to him. Looking at the guy who suddenly appeared, she couldn't help but ask Gunlong, "Hey, this is called returning to nature. Do you know? This guy is a master in the Super God realm." "What? You said he is in the Super God realm?" Shuiyu couldn't believe that the guy in front of her was a cultivator in the Super God realm. She circled around the training assistant and made sure that she still didn't feel the power of the mecha. Shuiyu was a little confused. Could it be that all masters are so? Gunlong didn't dare to let this Super God level cultivation assistant show his hand. The tiger-headed beast just destroyed a lot of ore. Now that this guy's realm has reached a higher level, he is really afraid that this guy won't be able to control himself and will destroy the entire mine. Haha. You were summoned from this purple gold mine. From now on, I'll just call you the Purple Gold Mine God. Anyway, you are also a cultivator in the Super God realm, so you deserve the name of God. Lao Nyo and Kong Ling, who were working hard at mining on the side, were stunned when they heard the words Ziji Mine God and looked directly at the guy next to Gunlong. What the HL? He is the god of Purple Gold Mine? What's wrong? Is something wrong? Gunlong didn't expect Lao Nyo and Kong Ling to react so strongly. He looked at the two of them and asked with some confusion, "Oh, it's okay. I just suddenly heard that a great god was beside us, and I felt a little uncomfortable. You continue. Let's go mining." Kong Ling reacted quickly. After realizing that he had let the slip, he immediately thought of an excuse to excuse himself. Seeing that Gunlong didn't dwell too much on this issue, Kong Ling breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lao Nyo to step aside and stop talking anymore. "Okay. The mission is completed. With the Purple Gold Mine God by our side, it will be much safer for us to go exploring. But there are still so many ores here. It is a pity to just throw them here like this." Gunlong wanted to go back to Earth as soon as possible, so that he could check his life experience and find out who he really was. However, he couldn't bear to just abandon the purple gold ore here. Gunlong had no choice but to look at Kong Ling and the others, thinking that they might have a better idea. "Master, do you want to take all the ore away? That's very easy to handle. Just take a look." Ziji Mine God said something without any reason, and did not wait for Gunlong to react. I saw golden light overflowing from the hands of the Purple Gold Mine God. After the golden light filled the entire mine, Gunlong only heard a clicking sound. Looking carefully, he found that all the ores were lifted off the ground, starting rapid concentration. In the end, it became as big as a basketball. Gunlong took the basketball ore from the hand of the Zijin Mine God. After feeling that the concentration of the concentrated ore was even higher, Gunlong naturally laughed happily, put the ore into his pocket, and waited. "I will refine it again when I have the opportunity in the future." "Well, let's go! Now we can set off and take you to the place where I grew up, with the Purple Gold Mine God protecting you. Everything is very easy." Gunlong told the Zijin Mine God the coordinates of where the spacecraft was docked. The Zijin Mine God waved his hand, and Gunlong and the others rose up in response. Pushed by the light waves created by the Zijin Mine God, they quickly rushed towards the spacecraft. After everyone was waiting for them to enter the spacecraft, Gunlong positioned the coordinates of the spacecraft's movement on the Earth. Looking at the time displayed on the system, it would take 3 days to arrive. Gunlong asked everyone to rest on their own and call them when they arrived on Earth. Destination arrived. Please choose a landing location. When Gunlong, who was practicing, heard the sound of the spacecraft system, he immediately stood up and chose the landing place in his hometown. When Gunlong stood on the familiar road in front of the village, he was filled with emotion. Only a few years had passed, and he had never thought that a poor boy like him could stand at the top of the world. It was evening, and a few old people were sitting there chatting at the entrance of the village. When they saw Gunlong coming back, the old people said, Lo to Ginglong very enthusiastically. Gunlong had no time to get close to them, because when he entered the village, he knew that his house had collapsed without anyone living in it for many years. But he could indeed feel that the house was surrounded by forbidden existences composed of organic armor elements. This restriction is very advanced. I didn't notice it before because of my low strength. Now that I have reached the level, I can feel the information of the restriction as soon as I stand here. He was sure that there were indeed cultivators protecting him. But Ginglong was a little confused. From this perspective, who am I? Is he the son of some crazy god? Or the clone of some unknown master? Chapter 399. Shao Family's Revenge. Gunlong had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He looked at the house for a long time. With a sigh, Gunlong turned around and left with Shuiyu and the others. When Gunlong, Shuiyu and his group appeared at the door of the Shao family. Looking at the familiar Shao family gate, Gunlong felt that things were really different. He strode towards the backyard of the Shao family. With one thought, he wanted to take Xiao Yingying's father away and not let him suffer here alone. Who dares to break into our mansion? Ginglong had something on his mind. But he didn't pay attention at first. After hearing the scolding, he looked up and saw that there were all people with mecha elements here. He couldn't help but be stunned. The aura around him was exuding, which frightened the guys with low strength. But their legs were shaking, and they couldn't stand at all. Unable to hold back, they all fell to their knees. I want to ask who you are? The old man from the Shao family. Gunlong shouted sharply. And before these guys could reply, a lot of people from the backyard came running over in a panic. It's you? Where did you do Xiao Yingying's father? Gunlong looked at the leading guy, and he happened to know him. He was one of the 3 priests who attacked them in the first place. He snorted coldly and scolded the guy directly. The priest naturally knew about Gunlong, not to mention his amazing performance at the beginning. The priest was very familiar with the matter of defeating the commander Gunlong and conquering most of the prison space. He was worried about Gunlong settling his scores in the future. So he stayed on Earth and did not go back. Well, great God. Xiao Yingying's father has already died. But I didn't kill him. It was he who provoked the high priest. And the high priest took action to kill him. What did you say? Gunlong naturally knew who the high priest he was talking about was. In the battle to conquer the space, he had killed the guy with his own hands. Now that he heard the news of Xiao Yingying's father's death, Gunlong was a little shocked. He didn't expect that a person would die like this. He didn't even see his daughter until he died. Gunlong felt more and more uncomfortable the more he thought about it. And an angry aura appeared on his body. The priest sensed something was wrong, and was about to beg for mercy when Gunlong took action and killed him directly. Who dared to act so arrogantly in my Shao family? With a loud shout, a gray-haired old man rushed out from the Shao family's inner courtyard. With the support of the old man, everyone felt relieved. Looking at the corpse of the priest on the ground, they were very glad that Gunlong did not attack them first. Gunlong looked at the old man. He seemed to be at the top level of the perfect realm. He was pretty good. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Looking at that guy's face, he looked somewhat similar to Xiao Yingying and the others. Gunlong guessed that he was an elder of the Shao family. Moreover, he had also heard at that time that there was a person in the Shao family who was very powerful. The priests were very afraid of him. He thought it was this person. Senior, my name is Gunlong. These guys killed Xiao Yingying's father. I'm here today to avenge him. After listening to Gunlong's words, the old man looked at the priest's body on the ground. His expression changed drastically. He glared at Gunlong and said, Boy, not to mention that Xiao Yingying's father is ignorant and seeks death for his own crimes. To say the least, these are our own family affairs of the Shao family. It's not your turn to dictate here. I tell you clearly, you kill today if our people don't give a reasonable explanation. You won't be able to get out of the Shao family's door. After the old man finished speaking, he waved his big hand and a barrier appeared, protecting the entire Shao family compound. Gunlong could feel the power of this restriction. Under the action of this restriction, the mecha elements in the surrounding space were automatically separated from him. Without the supplement of mecha elements, Gunlong would naturally be unable to fight the old man. Humph. Be afraid? Boy, let me tell you, there are people outside this world, and there are mountains outside the mountains. Don't think that just because you have entered the realm of perfection at such a young age, you can do whatever you want. You are still far behind. The old man doesn't take Gunlong seriously at all. Not to mention that his strength is higher than that of Gunlong. It's because of the restrictions passed down by him, the ancestor of the Shao family. The old man is very confident. Unless a master in the super god realm appears. Otherwise there would be no way to break it. But having said that, there are a few masters in the super god realm in this world. When Genlong knew that this old guy was also involved in killing Xiao Yingying's father, murderous intent had already appeared in his heart. Seeing that the old man was arrogant, with a pair of ungrateful eyes flicking toward Shuiyu from time to time, Genlong laughed, patted the Zijin Mind God on the shoulder, and greeted, God of Minds, I leave it to you. I don't care about the others. This old man can't let him die so happily. After hearing Genlong's order, the Zijin Mind God nodded and without saying much, strode towards the old man's camp. Court death. When the old man saw that they were ignoring him, he shouted loudly. A ball of light appeared in his hand and attacked the purple gold mind god. How is this possible? You are a cultivator in the super god realm. The old man watched his attack sink into the Zijin mind god, without any reaction at all, and was directly absorbed by the Zijin mind god. He knew the power of his attack, and thoughts immediately popped into his mind, looking at the ordinary young man in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this guy was actually a master in the super god realm. Ah! What greeted the old man was the fist of the Zijin mind god. With this punch, the old man was knocked to the ground, and several of his ribs were broken. The old guy kept moaning in pain and couldn't stand up at all. What made the old man speechless was that, for some unknown reason, the treatment of his injuries was of no use at all. The Zijin mind god strode forward, raised his foot, and stepped on the old man's leg. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the old man's leg bones were stepped on. This was completely painful for the old man. If he hadn't been practicing for many years, and his will was still strong, he would have passed out by this time. Confirming that the old man couldn't run away, the Zijin mind god turned around and walked towards the gang of thugs. These errant boys were so frightened that they dared not move when they saw that the old man they once thought existed as a god was unable to make a single move in front of the young man in front of him. Everyone looked at the purple gold mind god in horror, waiting for their destined death to come. Genlong strode forward and came to the old man. Seeing the old man holding back the pain and staring at him, Genlong laughed, took out the nebula sword, put it on the old man's neck and said, You old guy. As a worshipper of your own family, you don't stand up for your own family members. You also bully your own family with outsiders. It wouldn't be a pity for a person like you to die 10,000 times. I will kill you today, to pay homage to the souls of those who died in vain. After Genlong finished speaking, he raised his knife and chopped off the old man's head. Seeing that the Zijin mind god had already dealt with everyone else, Genlong didn't want to stay in this sad place any longer. So he asked the Zijin mind god to break the restriction and left here directly. Chapter 400 Bullying Lu Jiang. Genlong stood on the street and looked at the people passing by. He felt a little lost for a moment. When I came back this time, I found that there was nothing on the earth that I missed. The only thing I cared about was not in this world. Just when Genlong was thinking about his next goal, he suddenly thought of Lu Jiang. This former playmate of his was the only person besides his parents who cared about him. Genlong took a taxi and took Shuiyu to the place in his memory. When the familiar streets appeared, Genlong was filled with emotion. He got out of the car and looked at the dormitory where he once lived not far away. Nothing has changed. It's still the same. Genlong wanted to go back to the dormitory to have a look. But when he saw that the door was equipped with access control and a large sign said that non-residents of this area are not allowed to enter, Genlong didn't want to cause trouble. So he stepped back. Ha ha ha. Lu Jiang. Let's see how long you can hold on. Damn. Weren't you very good before? Dark. I almost forgot. You also have a friend who has won the national championship. What's wrong? Man? Don't they even recognize you? Now you're acting like such a loser, and no one has come to help you. A familiar voice sounded. Genlong turned around and saw Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng, who were laughing at Lu Jiang. But Lu Jiang was now haggard. His face darkened, and he didn't have the energy he had before. Faced with Zhang Haiyang's provocation, Lu Jiang did not respond, just walking alone with his head down, pretending not to hear. Genlong clenched his fists, rushed forward, and punched Zhang Haiyang. He knocked Zhang Haiyang to the ground and spat out broken teeth all over the ground. Genlong. You? Zhang Haiyang saw it was Genlong. He was about to get up when he saw Genlong take out a long sword and place it on his neck. And the look in Genlong's eyes clearly made Zhang Haiyang feel murderous. He knew that if he dared to move again, Genlong would really kill him. Zhang Haiyang was so frightened that he shivered and actually wet his pants. Ah! Call the police! Call the police! Wang Feng was standing nearby. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked people to take out their phones to call the police. However, as soon as they took out their phones, Gung Long just turned his head and glared at them. The phones in Wang Feng's hands all exploded and fell to the ground. This strange scene really frightened Wang Feng and the others. Just when Wang Feng and the others were about to escape, Shuiyu and Zijin Mind God took action and stopped them. Genlong listened to the sound of vehicles in the distance. He didn't want to attract too much attention. Wave your hand and set up a barrier. Naturally, Wang Feng and the others couldn't see this barrier. When they saw someone passing by on a motorcycle, they immediately shouted for help, hoping to attract that person's attention. But when they looked at the guy, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and walked straight past them. Only then did Wang Feng and the others realize that something was wrong, and they no longer dared to say anything. They squatted there obediently, waiting for Gung Long to be punished. Lu Jiang, come here. Give me back what this kid did to you. As long as I'm here today, even if you beat him to death, I can still help you solve it. Upon hearing Gung Long's words, Lu Jiang stood up and rushed over. Just when his raised fist was about to fall, Lu Jiang held back and stopped the attack. That's all. Let them go. When he heard Lu Jiang's words, Zhang Haiyang suddenly became energetic. He didn't even think about his own image. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed out to Lu Jiang. Thank you for letting us go. Lu Jiang. Gunlong. I was wrong. Please let me go. Gunlong has been dealing with Zhang Haiyang for many years, so he naturally understands Zhang Haiyang's character. He glared at Zhang Haiyang, but the Xingyun sword did not put away. After a while, seeing that Lu Jiang still didn't say anything, Gunlong sighed, stepped forward and kicked Zhang Haiyang, telling Zhang Haiyang and the others to get out immediately. It was just in time for the meal, and Gunlong hadn't been with Lu Jiang for a long time. So Gunlong took Lu Jiang to find a nearby restaurant and opened a private room. After waiting for the food to be served, he told the waiter not to come again. Excuse me. Gunlong summoned Kong Ling and Lan Yo to invite everyone to eat. Lu Jiang was also very happy to see Gunlong again. After a few glasses of wine, his face became rosy. Gunlong couldn't understand how Lu Jiang could be like this now, so he asked directly because of his drunkenness. Oh, don't mention it. My relative died in an accident. In order to make a living, I borrowed money from the company to do business, but I didn't expect that it would fail miserably in the end. I had no choice but to continue working here to pay off my debt. Zhang Haiyang and his people are gaining power and everything is going smoothly, because we offended them before. They are naturally taking advantage of my misfortune and making fun of me for no reason. Lu Jiang said it lightly, but Gunlong could see Lu Jiang's difficulties in recent years from his face. In order to prevent Lu Jiang from thinking about sad things, Gunlong stopped the topic and just drank with Lu Jiang. After waiting for everyone to have enough wine and food, they went out to see how late the night was. Gunlong carried Lu Jiang and staggered all the way back to the dormitory. He saw that Lu Jiang had completely fainted and was completely unconscious. Gunlong put Lu Jiang on the bed and saw that Zhang Haiyang and the others had not come back. Gunlong thought for a while, took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket and stuffed them under Lu Jiang's pillow. Gunlong, I noticed that the guys who were causing trouble for your friend just now are nearby, sneaking around. They must be up to something bad. Gunlong walked out of the dormitory, and Shuiyu immediately greeted him, pointing to the small woods not far away, indicating that Zhang Haiyang and the others were there. Haha. If you are looking for death, you can't blame others. If they really dare to cause trouble later, I will send them back to the west. But this place is too close to the dormitory, so in order to avoid causing trouble to Lu Jiang, we should wait until we are far away before taking action. Gunlong thought of the grove and walked further. About 2 or 3 kilometers away, there was an abandoned park. The place was in disrepair, and there had been a murder in the past, so few people visited it. He took Shuiyu with him and headed towards where the park was. Hee. Gunlong, during the day, you made a trick and got the upper hand. Now that my brothers are all gathered together, let me see how capable you are. Seeing Gunlong and the others walking to the park alone, Zhang Haiyang was extremely happy. He waved and asked his brothers to follow him, preparing to wait until they got to the park before taking action. Brother Yang, why don't we forget it? You don't know. It's so weird during the day. I feel like we'd better not mess with Gunlong. Wang Feng was aggrieved that no one responded to his call for help. To be honest, the feeling of being isolated was very uncomfortable. He immediately grabbed Zhang Haiyang, trying to persuade Zhang Haiyang not to provoke Gunlong again. Chapter 401 Jupiter Combined Star. Hack you. If you're afraid of trouble, don't go. Go home. I won't let you down. How can Zhang Haiyang listen? In his understanding, if he saw someone using a knife on the street and he didn't know the other person, he would naturally not do anything about it and just pretended that he didn't see it and left, thinking vividly of how he was scared to the point of peeing his pants and the embarrassing scene. Zhang Haiyang was furious. He pushed Wang Feng aside and followed him with his men. Wang Feng wanted to follow him up, but he couldn't forget what happened during the day, and Gunlong's penetrating eyes. You know, Wang Feng is very familiar with this look, because his grandfather was also a man who had been on the battlefield, and only a guy who had actually killed someone would have that kind of look. Wang Feng has been afraid of his grandpa since he was a child, so when he saw the familiar look in Gunlong's body, Wang Feng believed that Gunlong had definitely killed someone before. Therefore, he did not dare to touch Gunlong's brow. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Brother Yang. Wang Feng hesitated to speak. He knew Zhang Haiyang's temper. He had suffered such a great humiliation during the day. If he didn't take revenge, he would not be Zhang Haiyang. Thinking that Zhang Haiyang and his men might never come back, Wang Feng knew that Gunlong would never let him go. He gritted his teeth, ignored Zhang Haiyang and his men, ran directly to the main road, stopped a car and left. Haha. You are smart. But do you think you can run away? Gunlong's perception ability covered the entire area, and he also knew all the scenes of the conflict between Wang Feng and Zhang Haiyang. Gunlong nodded to Kong Ling, imprinted Wang Feng's appearance on Kong Ling, and asked Kong Ling to bring Wang Feng back. As for himself, he and Shui Yu were sitting on the rest bench in the middle of the park, waiting for Zhang Haiyang and the others to appear. Dark-skinned. I mean Gunlong. You guys are really romantic. It's this late at night, and you even saved money on renting a room. But to be honest, your girlfriend is really pretty. Why? Let her play with us play. I can pretend that what happened during the day never happened. With strong backing, Zhang Haiyang regained his arrogant appearance. Seeing that there were only 3 people on Gunlong's side, there were more than 20 people on their side. All of them ruthless characters. Although Zhang Haiyang knew that Gunlong could use some strange methods, he believed that his human wave tactics could definitely subdue Gunlong. Huh? Zhang Haiyang, you really can't change your mind. You just received a lesson this day, and you forgot it so quickly. Since you want my woman to play with you, then I will respond to the situation. I just hope you will take a moment. Don't regret it. When Gunlong heard Zhang Haiyang's provocative words, he had already made up his mind to deal with this guy. He nodded toward Shui Yu, indicating that Shui Yu could do whatever she wanted. Zhang Haiyang was naturally not stupid enough to think that Gunlong and the others were giving in. Seeing Shui Yu walking towards him, he hurriedly called on his brothers to gather around him, thinking that even if you can fight again, a woman, facing there are so many of us men. So what can we do? Before Zhang Haiyang could make the next move, he only saw a bright light flash by. Then, there was a sharp pain in his leg. Zhang Haiyang looked down and found that one of his legs was missing, and his blood was flowing out like spring water. Zhang Haiyang roared and fell to the ground where he could still stand. The people Zhang Haiyang called to help had never seen such a method before. When they saw the red, they instinctively wanted to run away. However, what greeted them was Gunlong's gloomy face. What? Don't you want to play? It hasn't started yet. Where are you going to run? Gunlong knocked down those guys one by one, and used the 5-finger technique to make them unable to move. After confirming that nothing was missing, Gunlong called the purple gold mine god to come forward and harvest the lives of those people. Gunlong, let me do it! Just when the Zijin mine god was about to take action, Lao Niu suddenly appeared. After speaking, he directly attacked those guys on the ground. Gunlong only wanted to kill those guys, and didn't care who did it. Seeing that Lao Niu was very straightforward and dealt with all those guys, he waved his hand, and asked the Zijin mine god to come back. Ah! A scream came out. Gunlong turned around, and saw Wang Feng brought back by Kong Ling. Gunlong was quite concerned about his old friend. He walked up to Wang Feng, grabbed Wang Feng's hair, and dragged him to Zhang Haiyang. Both of you are not good people. After all the bad things you have done over the years, it's time to get retribution. But letting you die like this, I feel is so kind to you. Haha. I'm going to leave soon if you want to do business somewhere. Take you there. As for whether you will live or die there, It depends on your destiny. When Gun Long was about to kill the two men, he suddenly changed his mind. He waved his hand and asked Lao Nyo to lift the two of them up. And together, they walked towards the spaceship that had been prepared. Thanks to Genglong's healing skills, Zhang Haiyang was no longer seriously injured at this time. When they saw a spaceship appear out of thin air, an ominous premonition appeared. The two of them struggled hard to escape from here. How could the two of them fight with Lao Nyo's methods? In the end, I could only watch as the door of the spacecraft closed, and it took off directly and left the Earth. Jupiter is relatively close to the Earth. Even so, Genglong and the others flew for a whole month before arriving. It seems that the people on this planet are similar to the people on Earth, but their technology is very advanced, and every household is guarded by robots. Gun Long determined the location of his clone, and found out that the clone had an unusual identity. He was a high-ranking official on this planet, and was usually under strict protection. Gun Long couldn't help but feel a little confused. It seemed that it was a bit unrealistic to deal with the clone quietly. Gun Long, what should we do with the two of them? Are they left here? Shuiyu watched Gun Long prepare to choose a landing place. She pointed at Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng, who were lying in the spaceship and being immobilized by Gun Long, and asked Gun Long how to deal with these two guys. The scenery here is beautiful, and the technology is advanced. Letting them stay here is like sending them to heaven. Let them stay here first, and wait until we find a suitable place later. After Genglong finished speaking, he parked the spaceship and made sure that no one would discover it. Then he took Shuiyu and the others out of the spaceship and walked towards the place where the clone was, preparing to test the waters first. Chapter 402 Success. Who are you? Show me your ID. Before Genglong and his team entered the core of the city, they were stopped by a patrol team. Seeing that these people did not have any robot guards, Genglong discovered that each of them had a mechanical part in their body, issuing instructions to their body. Genglong thought it was very funny, and he laughed and said, "Everyone, we are guests from afar. We have come to visit your leaders and want to establish friendly relations with you." After Genglong finished speaking, he took out a piece of purple gold ore from his pocket and threw it to the guards. Seeing such high purity ore, the guards' eyes lit up. Genglong could feel the parts of their body sending messages to the distance. After a while, the information feedback came back. The guards nodded and led Genglong and the others into the city. Because Genglong and the others were different, many people came to watch along the way. Genglong was not surprised and kept saying "Hello" to everyone. That is, when he was approaching the center of the city, Genglong looked at a group of people standing neatly. In front of the crowd was an extraordinary middle-aged man. Genglong guessed that guy was probably the leader here, and he shouted at that person. A smile is considered a greeting. "General, this is the ore provided by outsiders. Please take a look at it." The middle-aged man took the ore handed over by the guard, looked it up and down, and felt very satisfied. He smiled at Genglong and said, "Friend, your ore is very powerful. We need this ore. Please give us a price. As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll take as much as you have." Genglong was very happy when he heard the general's words. And when he came here just now, he had already discovered his clone in the queue behind the general. Genglong then asked Shuiyu to take out a bag of ore and poured it on the ground in front of him. The ore was piled together, almost as high as his calf. Under the sunlight, the colorful rays of light are reflected in everyone's eyes. "General, I'm not looking for money. I just want you to be alone." "Oh, who is it?" The general did not expect that Gun Long would make such a request. But after seeing the pile of ore, the general had no other hesitation and directly waved his hand, signaling Gun Long to speak out. Gun Long was not afraid. He walked straight to the clone, pulled it out, walked to the general and said, "General, just let me take him away. All the ores on the ground will be yours." The general did not expect that Gun Long would choose this guy. He frowned and hesitated. Gun Long watched carefully from the sidelines. When he found that the general was in a dilemma, he began to make plans. With his own strength, killing this clone is a matter of seconds, and his fire-red flower formation should be able to withstand one of their attacks. In this way, it was enough for him to take Shuiyu and the others to retreat to the spaceship. Just when Genglong was considering whether to take action, the general nodded and said, "Okay, he can go with you. But there is something I said before. I hope you remember it well. Although I am the leader here, our factions are chaotic. The kid you took away belongs to one of our veterans. Son, that guy has a hot temper. He won't do anything to me once he finds out about this. But it's hard for you to tell, After the general finished speaking, he called his men to collect the ore. Gunlong wrote down the general's words. Not to mention that they were not far from the spaceship. Gunlong made a move with his 5-finger Jew to immobilize the clone. He asked Lao Nyo to set it up, said goodbye to the general, and walked directly towards the spaceship. I said, "You better put me down. Otherwise, when my father comes to kill you, you will have no way to survive." The clone is not a cultivator, so he cannot feel Gunlong's aura like him. Although the clone was very puzzled that these outsiders actually wanted to take him away, he knew that he would never get better if he left. So he immediately notified his father through the system in his body to come for rescue. Along the way, Gunlong's perception ability covered his surroundings. He had already discovered that a group of people were chasing him in his direction, and knew that it was the clone's helpers. Seeing that Gunlong had reached the edge of the city, he no longer hid his strength and soared directly into the sky, flying towards the spaceship. The rescuers were not slow either. Even when Gunlong and the others arrived at the spacecraft, those guys also arrived. Gunlong looked at the old man who was taking the lead. When he found the aura of organic armor elements on the old man, Gunlong couldn't help but be startled. He really didn't expect that he would meet the same kind of people here. The old man was about to attack, but after seeing Gunlong, he sighed like a deflated ball and said, "This is what fate is. That's all. Little brother, can you let me say goodbye to my son?" The expected battle did not happen, but Gunlong couldn't see through the old guy in front of him. Could it be that the old man felt the tyranny of his own strength and didn't intend to put up any unnecessary resistance? Although Gunlong was very confused, he was happy that there was no need to start a war. He nodded and asked the old man to come over alone. The old man strode up to his son. Seeing his son's calm face and no fear, the old man nodded happily. Just when Gunlong was waiting for them to say goodbye and leave, the old man suddenly saw a sharp blade in his hand, pointed it at his son's heart and stabbed it. "What are you doing?" Gunlong realized something was wrong, and it was too late to stop him. Looking at the unbelievable expression on the clone's face, he didn't close his eyes until he died. Gunlong pushed the old man away, put his hand on the clone's head, and absorbed the clone's energy, because he couldn't figure out the situation on the field, and was worried that there would be a big battle soon. Gunlong sealed the energy body, and prepared to wait until the matter here was over before starting to absorb it. Haha. You must be a master of the perfect realm. In fact, I can be considered a mecha star. I guess you could also sense the aura on my body. I didn't expect that you would achieve such an achievement at such a young age. At first, I just heard that someone outside wanted to take my son away. But when I saw it was you, I understood why you took him away. To be honest, he can only be considered my adopted son. Back then, I was cornered by my enemies, and it was only with the help of that great god that I escaped from the mecha star and came here. But before he left, that great god told me to raise this kid until someone comes to take him away one day. After so many years, no one has come here. I thought you had forgotten about him. It seems that fate is destined, and will not change at all. Chapter 403, Demonic Confusion. Great God? Gunlong immediately thought of the guy who made them clones. Since he arranged it like this, he must have personally arranged the clones in each space. Why did he go to such great lengths to pull off such a big deal? By the way, that great god left a box here for me, and told me to hand it over to someone else. Since you are the ones I'm waiting for, I'll give this box to you, the old man said, taking out a square box from his arms. Gunlong saw that the box was very ordinary. It had no mechanism. It was just a simple wooden box. He took it and opened it directly. Huh? Why is there nothing inside? Gunlong had no doubt that the old man would open this thing, because everything on the wooden box fit perfectly, and because it hasn't been opened for a long time. There is still some dust accumulated on the edges of the box. In order to understand the purpose of this box, Gunlong injected mecha elements into the box. After waiting and exploring around, he found that there was nothing special in the box. Gunlong couldn't figure out what the mysterious guy wanted to do when he left the empty box for him. After looking at it for a while, I couldn't figure out what was going on. Gunlong's side of the matter was also over, so he didn't want to delay here. After saying goodbye to the old man, he took Shuiyu and the others onto the spacecraft. Gunlong selected the location of his next target and watched as it took him another month to fly. Then Gunlong put the spacecraft into autopilot mode, while he was in a daze holding the box. Lao Nyo looked at the box and hesitated to speak. Kong Ling came over and stopped Lao Nyo. He winked at Lao Nyo, and the two returned to their room. Kong Ling, do you think we'll just watch the whole thing happen again without giving Gunlong any reminder? Lan Yo looked at Kong Ling's restraint and knew that there was no problem speaking. So he asked directly? I said, Lan Yo, have you forgotten what that person said back then? We were brought here this time just to witness what happened before we followed Gunlong and to understand the reasons for Gunlong's change. Only in this way can we save Gunlong. If we change the course of things, let alone help Gunlong, even we ourselves will disappear. Kong Ling's words are conclusive, and Lan Yo naturally understands this truth. But now the purple gold mine god has appeared, and a strange wooden box has also appeared. Lan Yo can imagine that changes will happen soon. The entire process of Gunlong's demonization, because in their memories, when Gunlong appeared, they heard people say that Kong Ling was knowledgeable about the past and the present. And they searched for Kong Ling and asked about the purpose of the wooden box. Then those horrible things appeared one after another, which was unimaginable. Old Nyo, I just saw that Gunlong's next target is the flame star where we live. Now what we need to consider most urgently is, if Gunlong discovers us on the flame star, how can we get rid of all this? Also, we must not meet our past selves. Otherwise, the trajectory of our lives will also change. Lan Yo was reminded by Kong Ling and suddenly remembered this crucial thing. He remembered the sharp weapon that the mysterious man had handed to him when he left. Lan Yo took out the thing directly and said fiercely, Kong Ling, how about I find a chance to get rid of that purple gold mine god? Didn't the mysterious man say that whoever this thing touches will be killed, no matter how high his cultivation is? Old Nyo, don't worry. Haven't you noticed? There is something weird about this matter. The purple gold mine god is a thing summoned by Gunlong, and he will only be loyal to Gunlong. But according to our knowledge, this guy actually it's Gunlong's father, the one who created the clone. I advise you to calm down and wait until we figure out what's going on. Gunlong naturally didn't know about the conversation between Kong Ling and Lan Yo. He looked at himself and couldn't find anything from the box, thinking that the energy body he had just obtained had not yet been absorbed. He took out the energy body and meditated to integrate it. Well, what's going on? After Gunlong merged with his energy body, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This fusion did not bring him an improvement in strength, but instead caused many strange scenes to appear in his mind. What made Gunlong feel incredible was that he found that these pictures were all things he had experienced before. And there was a black shadow right behind him. That guy couldn't see his appearance clearly at all. Only a pair of sinister eyes. The more Gunlong looked at it, the more he felt a chill on his back. In the picture, his whole life was arranged by the black shadow, including his own cultivation, including his acquaintance with Long Rong and Shuiyu. As the fusion deepened, the picture in Gunlong's mind became clearer. He felt that his life was like a script, developing exactly as the shadow imagined. Seeing that as the fusion was coming to an end, the outline of the black shadow gradually became clearer. Gunlong focused his mind to figure out who the guy was. But what made Gunlong a little disappointed was that just when he was about to see the person clearly, the fusion ended completely. Everything returned to normal, and he returned to the spacecraft. Realizing the scene just now, Gunlong stood up directly and looked around, wanting to know if the black shadow was still following him. But all this is in vain. There is no possibility of discovery. Well, no. There is no figure of Kong Ling and Lan Yo in the picture. Could it be that there is something wrong with the two of them? Gunlong was completely in a daze due to the influence of those scenes just now. He thought of Kong Ling and Lan Yo, and immediately got up to look for them. After discovering that there was a restriction in Kong Ling's room, he took out the Gunlong Nebula sword and attacked the restriction barrier. Shuiyu, who heard the noise and rushed over, hugged Gunlong. Seeing that Gunlong was going crazy at this time, Shuiyu hurriedly called Kong Ling and the others out. Kong Ling and Lan Yo naturally sensed the abnormality. When they were attacked, they immediately canceled the restriction, rushed out, and followed Shuiyu to subdue Gunlong. Fortunately, Gunlong was still somewhat sober and knew that he was on the spaceship and had not completely exploded. Otherwise, with his power in the perfection realm, Kong Ling and the others would be really difficult to deal with. Gunlong, calm down. We are all your friends. Kong Ling saw that something was wrong with Gunlong. He shouted and used his energy to comfort Gunlong. After watching Gunlong's eyes gradually clear up, Kong Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He called Lan Yo and Shuiyu to release Gunlong and asked Gunlong directly, Gunlong, what happened to you just now? You really scared us to death. Chapter 4042 Ethereals. Gunlong was completely awake at this time. He looked at everything in front of him and thought of what he had just looked like. Gunlong was a little speechless. secretly thinking that he had been too impulsive just now. It's okay. Just let me rest for a while. When I just fused the energy body, something unexpected happened, and my mind was full of pictures. Just like a movie. In that picture, everything about me was controlled by a black shadow, including our current adventure. Kong Ling and Lao Niu were stunned when they heard Gan Long's words. The two looked at each other, but ultimately did not speak, but helped King Long back to his room. Kong Ling, Lao Niu, wait a minute. In the picture just now, all my things have been re-evolved. But what makes me feel strange is that there are indeed no figures of the two of you in it. Even what happened after we met. It's like you two have been blocked. You haven't appeared at all. I want to know what's going on. Kong Ling saw that he couldn't hide it. He looked at Lao Niu, gritted his teeth, and said directly, Gan Long, it's not time to let you know the reason for this yet. But don't worry. Lao Niu and I are your loyal partners. We are going to the Flame Star soon. When you finish the expedition to the Flame Star, everything will be yours. Everyone will understand. Lao Niu and I will not go on this expedition to the Flame Star. We will wait for you on the spaceship. But I hope you will remember my words, and don't let the purple gold mine god get involved in too much killing. After Kong Ling finished speaking, he took Lao Niu away. Genlong and Xueyu were left in the room. Seeing Genlong's stunned face, Xueyu held Genlong in her arms and said, Genlong, Kong Ling and Lao Niu are the people who have lived and died with us. There is still no problem with their character. Since Kong Ling has said so, we will believe him once. When we come back from this Flame Star expedition, all the problems will be solved. There is an answer. Genlong nodded and said nothing more. Hearing that the spacecraft system said it had arrived above the Flame Star, Genlong was asked to prepare for landing. Genlong stood up immediately, walked straight to the control console, and controlled the landing of the spacecraft. Hey, you two. This is your destination. I keep my promise. Whether you live or die depends on your luck. Our grudges have been wiped out. Gan Long released Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng and threw them directly from the spacecraft. Zhang Haiyang looked at the naked surroundings. Only rocks and desert. He hurriedly got up and crawled towards the spacecraft and said, Gan Long, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to you. Please do a good thing and send us back to Earth. Gan Long was unmoved. He knew there was a town not far from here, so he directly controlled the spaceship to take off and flew towards the place where his clone was located. Ignoring Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng, Gan Long, who was waiting, came to the place where the clone was, and saw that it was a small town with dirtbags everywhere and people living in it. Then Gan Long parked the spaceship and walked toward the town with Xueyue. Ouch! A howl appeared, and Gan Long and the others turned to look. When he saw it was an old cow, playing with a group of children. While not far away, Kong Ling was floating out of thin air, watching everything happily. Gan Long couldn't help but be stunned. He looked back at the spaceship behind him. After confirming that both Kong Ling and Lao Niu were on the spaceship, Gan Long and Xueyu looked at each other and walked straight towards the suspended Kong Ling. Well, you are not from here. What are you doing here? The suspended Kong Ling obviously did not recognize Gan Long. He looked wary and stared at the Gan Long in front of him that made his heart palpitate. Lao Niu realized something was wrong and immediately told the children to go home, while he stood in front of Kong Ling, ready to teach Gan Long a lesson at any time. We came here on an adventure. We came here to find someone. Looking for someone. Who are you looking for? All the people living here are children. Only we two adults are here. Gan Long didn't expect that he would be self-defeating. He was only thinking about Kong Ling and Lao Niu and didn't observe his surroundings. Looking around now, I found that at the door of each pumpkin, there was a pair of timid eyes, secretly looking at them. After confirming that those were children, Gan Long sighed, not knowing what to say. You people with ulterior motives must have been exposed by us. If you are sensible, get out of here. Otherwise, this will be your graveyard. Lao Niu was still in a bad temper as always. As he spoke, energy burst out from his body, and he prepared to attack Gan Long. Gan Long naturally understood that this was no joke. Kong Ling and Lao Niu in front of him were not people he knew. He did not dare to be careless. He asked Xueyu to step back, while he took out the nebula sword and became alert. Well, it smells so familiar. Are you from the Mecha planet? Kong Ling stopped Lao Niu, and he stepped forward to look at the nebula sword in Gan Long's hand. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Kong Ling signaled Lao Niu to calm down, and he himself stepped forward, looked at Gan Long and said, Friends, We also came from the Mecha planet. These children are all orphans left over from the war. Whether you are here for revenge or something else, I hope you will not harm these children. Ginglong couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Could it be that his clone this time was just a child? Ginglong turned on his perception ability and looked along the mark of the clone. When he saw that the teenage boy in the dirt bag not far from him was the person he was looking for, Ginglong hesitated a little and did not hesitate. Know what to do. Well, we are tired. Can we rest here for a while before leaving? Ginglong doesn't mind one less clone. Not to mention that what he is more concerned about now is why there are two Kong Ling and Lao Nyo. So Ginglong ignored the clone and directly applied to stay. Haha. As long as they are friends, we welcome them here. But at night, you must be careful, because some monsters will appear here and attack sleeping people. The strength of those monsters is not low, so you must not be careless. Kong Ling kindly reminded Ginglong. And seeing that he wrote down his words, he led the way and took Ginglong and the others to an unused mound of earth, indicating that Ginglong and the others could rest here. After actually entering the earth bag, Ginglong discovered that there was a whole other world. I saw a staircase inside the earth bag, leading directly to the ground. While they were waiting, they went down to the bottom of the stairs and looked at the beds, kitchen, and all the necessary things. Just when Ginglong was about to sigh at the strange structure here, Kong Ling pointed to the energy fairway in the center of the room. This thing is the master switch of this room. At night, if you take down this energy ball, the entire earth bag will sink into the ground. Although it is not very useful, it can still reduce the chance of being discovered by monsters. Chapter 405 Crazy. Ginglong tried to take down the energy ball. He heard a soft thud, and the whole building suddenly sank. They were completely sealed underground. However, I don't know what method Kong Ling used. The air around him was still fresh, and there was no feeling of stuffiness. After knowing how this thing worked, Ginglong put the energy ball back and watched the building rise to the ground again. The children all ran out and continued playing with the old cow. Ginglong enjoyed this rare silence, sitting at the door, holding Shuiyu, watching everything. Ouch! A harsh howling sounded in the distance. Kong Ling and Lao Nyo were both stunned when they heard the sound. They hurriedly called the children into the earth bag. What's wrong? Ginglong felt something was wrong. He called Shuiyu over to help, while he himself came to Kong Ling and asked directly what was going on. It's a monster. Usually they are active at night. Why is it so early today? As soon as Kong Ling finished speaking, Ginglong felt the ground shake. He looked up and saw a mass of blackness in the distance, filled with those strange monsters attacking towards him. Seeing that most of the children had not entered the dirt bag, Ginglong rose directly into the sky and charged towards the monsters. With the strength of Ginglong's perfect realm, it is easy to deal with these monsters. But there were too many monsters, and they didn't get too entangled with Ginglong, and rushed directly towards the children. Ginglong had no choice but to call the Zijin Mine God to come over and join the battle. With the participation of the Zijin Mine God and the flanking attack of the tiger-headed beast, Ginglong and the others barely managed to stop the monster. When Kong Ling and Lao Nyo saw that there was still a chance, they immediately followed Shuiyu to place the children. Bing! The harsh sound sounded again, and Kong Ling knew what it meant. After he made sure that the children had not missed it, Kong Ling immediately brought Lao Nyo to Ginglong's side. And after beating away the monsters beside Ginglong, Kong Ling continued to speak. Brother, be careful. You probably killed too many of these monsters, and their leader is coming. As soon as Kong Ling finished speaking, a huge rock bird flew over and attacked Ginglong. Ginglong felt that there was nothing powerful about the rock. He was about to attack when Kong Ling pulled him aside. Whoosh! Just as Ginglong stood still, a long arrow fell from the sky and struck where he had just stood. There was a loud bang. The ground exploded, and a long crack appeared, revealing the child hiding underneath. As soon as the monsters saw the children exposed, they all ignored Ginglong and rushed towards the children crazily, vying to devour them. Kong Ling was heartrending, and he roared to stop those monsters. Unexpectedly, a figure appeared above Daping and stopped them directly. Yes, a master in the super god realm. Ginglong never noticed this guy. After knowing through the training system that this guy was a master in the super god realm, Ginglong didn't dare to be careless. He called the Zijin Mine God to come over and deal with that guy. Bing! The weird sound came from the master's mouth, and the originally panicked monsters all calmed down and divided into two groups. A group of them burrowed underground through the cracks, looking for other children. One group came to Ginglong and the others and surrounded them all. Although the monsters couldn't defeat Ginglong and the others, there was no problem in containing them because of their large numbers. Kong Ling and the others watched helplessly as the monsters ran wildly underground, and the children screamed one after another. I was furious, but there was nothing I could do. Ginglong also lost his temper at this time. He summoned the purple gold mine god to launch an attack and attacked the master, and he himself took out the Shifang drum and beat it quickly to summon the corpse leader. Kong Ling and Lao Niu, who were attacking, were startled when they saw Shifangu. However, the situation on the field did not allow them to pause, so they had to put this matter aside and concentrate on dealing with the monsters. Gun Long watched the monsters still rushing towards him like a tide. He snorted coldly and took out the Hun Yuan Ding. He first used the clone skill to summon his clone. Then he jumped high in the air, aimed at the monster group, and attacked with the Hun Yuan Ding. Boom! After a loud noise, there was no monster in front of Ginglong and the others. This terrifying attack really shocked the master. While he was distracted, he was attacked by the purple gold mine god and fell heavily to the ground. Ginglong looked at the monsters here and saw that Kong Ling and the others were able to resist them. So he rushed into the cave, moved forward quickly, and destroyed the monsters in the cave. Those monsters sensed the threat and wanted to flee, but Ginglong blocked the exit like a demon. The monsters died one by one, and they all became the souls of the Ginglong sword. The monster leader saw that his side was out of power, and he himself was suppressed by the purple gold mine god, and had no power to fight back. He called out and wanted to retreat. Ginglong heard the noise here. How could he let this devil slip away? Call the corpse chief to come over and block the entrance of the cave, and take care of the monsters who want to escape. And he himself used the Phoenix Nirvana skill, and his strength suddenly increased to the super god realm. He soared into the sky and killed the rock bird that was preparing to meet the monster leader. Ah! Heart-rending shouts came out, and the monster leader stared at Ginglong in the sky with tears in his eyes. At this moment, he had no intention of running away. He raised the weapon in his hand and charged towards Ginglong. Dong dong dong. Loud noises continued to sound in the sky. Ginglong collided with the monster head-to-head and attacked. At this time, Ginglong only wanted to avenge those children and did not consider fairness at all. He called the Ziji Mine God to attack together. How could the monster leader resist the attacks of two masters in the super god realm? After a while, he was defeated. One arm was removed, staggered, and fell to the ground. As soon as Ginglong saw the opportunity coming, how could he miss it? Seeing that Jikue was standing aside, he immediately called for Jikue to come over and hold down the monster leader. While he quickly rushed down, swung out the nebulous sword, and killed the monster leader. The guy's head was chopped off. The monsters that were still attacking felt the aura of death of the boss. They all stopped and stood there, not knowing what to do. Ginglong held up the head of the monster leader, and did not wipe the blood splattered on his body. He strode up to the monster and roared with all his strength. Kill me! Leave no one behind. Obtain the order from Ginglong, the chief of corpses. The tiger-headed beast and the purple gold mine god all rushed towards the pile of monsters. For a time, the entire cave was filled with flesh and blood, and no living creature existed wherever they passed. Chapter 406 Teleportation Array. It took Ginglong a while to calm down, and he threw the monster's head to the ground. Just when he was about to enter the cave to attack, he suddenly felt a familiar breath appear. When Ginglong saw that his clone was killed in the chaos and the energy body was floating in the air, Ginglong flew over directly and held the energy body in his hands. Seeing that the battle under his feet was coming to an end, he didn't need to help. The Ginglong sat cross-legged aside and began to fuse the energy body. Congratulations! The clone fusion was successful. The reward is 800,000 soul points. Ginglong thought something strange would happen this time, but everything was so logical. Listening to the familiar system voice, Ginglong knew that this was a sign of successful integration. He stood up and looked at Shuiyu and the others who were cleaning the battlefield and killing all the monsters. Ginglong looked at the children who were still in fear, and without saying a word, he directly exchanged his soul points for the bunker. You can't do this. Don't teach them how to defend themselves. If danger comes again, they will still die. Although these bunkers have no attack capabilities, they are much more practical than your dirtbags. Also, these are some low-level inner elixirs, but they are enough for these children. You are responsible for guiding these children and letting them embark on the path of cultivation, Ginglong said, taking out a bag of inner elixir and handing it to Kong Ling. He himself installed forts nearby and took other protective measures. Children are naturally very fond of these guns, and they all stepped forward to try and explore them. However, without the filling of mecha elements, these weapons cannot function at all. Gunlong laughed and asked everyone to stand aside, while he himself sat on the fort and started to demonstrate. Boom! A cannonball attacked and exploded in the distance. The children were very shocked when they saw a big crater being blown out of the land. When Gunlong saw that the children were all interested, he immediately struck while the iron was hot, pointed at Kong Ling and said, "Children, if you want to gain the ability to control these weapons, go to that guy and he will help you gain these energies." As soon as they heard that Kong Ling could let them control this weapon, the children all ran to Kong Ling, raising their hands one by one to let Kong Ling teach them first. Seeing the cute looks of these children, Shui Yu couldn't help but step forward and helped Kong Ling and the others teach the children. With the help of Naiden and the fact that the children were in the best learning opportunity, they soon reached the entry-level level. Because the weapons summoned by Gunlong did not require much mecha elements, these children all learned to control the weapons under Gunlong's guidance, knowing that these are the guarantee for their future survival. The children cherish them very much and come over to clean and organize these weapons when they have nothing to do. Gunlong saw it, and for a moment, he really wanted to not go anywhere and watch these children grow up. Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid these kids wouldn't be able to survive this level. Kong Ling had nothing to do that day and came to Gunlong. He expressed his gratitude directly to Gunlong. Gunlong didn't know what to say to the familiar stranger in front of him. He glanced at the spaceship in the distance and could feel that Kong Ling and Lao Nio were lying on the window at this time. Looking this way, he chuckled and said it was all a trivial matter. Well, brother, let me take the liberty to ask. Is the big drum you used during the battle a Shifang drum? After seeing Gunlong's affirmative reply, Kong Ling was very excited. He stood up directly and said, "Brother, to be honest, this planet is too dangerous. There are always some weird things appearing. I wish you had the Shifang drum in your hand. I have seen this thing before. It can open the teleportation array. With it, we can take these children back to the Mecha Star. By then, the children's safety will be guaranteed." Gunlong didn't want the Shifang drum to have such wonderful uses, so he summoned the Shifang drum and placed it in front of the two of them. Kong Ling, tell me how to set up the teleportation array. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. I have never operated this thing, but I have seen others use it. It seems to be a formation. Something like this, Kong Ling said and started drawing on the ground. Waiting for Kong Ling to finish, Gunlong saw that it was in the shape of a 5-pointed star, and in the center of the 5-pointed star, a space the size of a 10-square drum was free, waiting for the 10-square drum to be placed there. Gunlong did not hesitate and directly placed the Shifang drum there. Seeing that there was no change in the formation, Gunlong couldn't help but feel a little confused. He turned to look at Kong Ling, wanting to know what to do. I almost forgot. The activation of this formation requires purple gold ore. Purple gold ore is so scarce. I'm afraid we don't have to think about it. Before Kong Ling finished speaking, Gunlong actually took out a bag of purple gold ore and threw it on the ground. He was stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. What are you doing standing still? Take action, Gunlong shouted, and Kong Ling finally reacted. He hurriedly nodded in agreement, picked up the ore on the ground, and arranged it around the formation. When the last ore was placed on the formation that had been motionless suddenly burst into light, and then a huge teleportation formation appeared on the 10-square drum, which was particularly conspicuous in this space. Brother, your cultivation level is the highest. I'm afraid I have to work hard for you. Although the teleportation array appears now, the destination is not there. You need to go in and guide the destination to be set on the Mecha Star. Everything is waiting for once settled, we can return to the Mecha Star. Gunlong followed his instructions and entered the teleportation array. He had always teleported through the teleportation array before, but this was the first time he had set up a teleportation array. Looking inside the teleportation array, countless galaxies appeared in front of me like marbles. Each planet has its own name on it. The Gunlong quickly found the Mecha Star, found the location of the Gingjia fort of the Orc tribe, and directly set the end of the teleportation array there. Okay, I've arranged it. You just need to go through the teleportation array, and someone will pick you up when you get there. When Gunlong set up the teleportation array, he went directly to explain to the people over there. After confirming that there was no problem, he came over to greet Kong Ling and the others and take the children away. When the children heard that they were going to a new home, they were naturally very happy. But when they thought of being separated from those weapons, the children were a little reluctant to part with them. Seeing this, Gunlong laughed and said, "You little guys, don't worry. In your new home, there are many more weapons than this. When you get there, someone will arrange it for you. I guarantee that everyone will have one." Hearing what Gunlong said, the children were extremely happy. Everyone lined up neatly and entered the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Chapter 407, Full-Level Gloves. "Why? Don't you plan to go back?" Gunlong watched the children leave, while Kongling and Laonyo stayed aside and did not enter the teleportation array. Gunlong was a little puzzled and looked at the two of them doubtfully. "Uh-huh. We can rest assured because of your arrangement. In return, we decided to follow you, and we will follow you from now on." Gunlong didn't expect that Kongling would make such an arrangement. He hesitated a little, looked at the spaceship not far away, and was about to speak. The teleportation array trembled, and Lao Luo came over. When he saw Gunlong, he immediately said, "Gunlong, it's not good. Gung's pod is under attack. Let's go back quickly." Hearing Lao Luo's words, Gunlong dared not stay any longer. He called Kongling and the others to follow Lao Luo and enter the teleportation array first, and he himself came to the spaceship. Before Gunlong could speak, Kongling spoke first. "Gunlong, the main target of those guys is not the Gung family fort, but your prison space. Just let them guard there, and we will rush to the prison space immediately." When Gunlong saw the other Kongling and Laonyo with his own eyes, he thought that they must have traveled through time in some way. As for what they are experiencing now, they should have experienced it all. Therefore, after hearing Kongling's words, Gunlong did not hesitate and asked Kongling and the others to fly the spaceship, while he himself entered the teleportation array, changed the teleportation coordinates, and set them in the prison space. When Gunlong and the others appeared in the prison space, he immediately put away the Shurfang drum. Looking at the piece here, the war has not started. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief, and led Kongling and the others towards the gathering place. "Boss, call the brothers to assemble and put everyone on alert." The leader who was training the troops was startled when he heard Gunlong's voice, and immediately asked people to sound the alarm. Gunlong could see clearly from above, and saw that everyone was in good order, not at all flustered, and everyone quickly got into their positions. Gunlong nodded, secretly thinking that this boss really has some tricks up his sleeve. Crack! Just when people were getting ready, a crack opened in the sky. Countless fighter planes appeared and roared over. "Oh! The preparation was quite fast. But so what? You are still my meal." Gunlong. "Right. I guess you know who I am. What do you think? Should I sacrifice you alone, or let them all be buried with you?" When Gunlong heard the man's words, a familiar aura appeared. Gunlong discovered the aura of the god-building liquid, and knew that it was his clone who came for him on his own initiative. Gunlong was naturally not afraid. He rose into the sky, stared at the fighter plane where the man was and said, "Asshole, do you think I'm made of paper? If you want to kill me, you're too young. Ha ha ha. It seems that you really don't understand the situation. Gunlong, since I dare to come to you, I naturally have a way to subdue you. From the look of you, you are ready to fight to the end. Okay, let's go to war, and let our strength speak for itself." Following the clone's command, all the fighter planes that had been prepared launched and attacked Gunlong and the others. Naturally, Gunlong would not surrender. Seeing everyone entering a fighting state, Gunlong took out his crossbow and attacked the fighter planes in the air. Boom boom boom. Gunlong's attack was so powerful that the fighter planes were destroyed one by one. However, the speed of the fighter planes rushing in was also quite fast, and there were still fighter planes rushing in. That Gunlong pointed at the crack and shouted to the purple gold mine god, "Hurry up and destroy that crack." The purple gold mine god soared into the sky and came directly to the crack. With a wave of his hand, all the fighters crowded at the mouth of the crack exploded. Seeing that another fighter plane flew out, the Zijin mine god immediately controlled the fusion of mecha elements, trying to plug the crack. The clone looked at himself being frustrated, but he didn't react at all. Seeing that Gunlong had arrived, the clone laughed loudly and rushed directly to Gunlong. He didn't know what he got and splashed it on Gunlong. Gunlong didn't pay attention at first, but when he found that his body's strength could not be displayed, Gunlong realized that something was wrong. He wanted to get rid of the weird things, but they did seep into his skin and enter his body. Gunlong, who was unable to use the mecha elements, naturally had no way to force those things out. Ha ha ha. Gunlong, this is the soul sealing powder that I specially prepared. The power of the medicine will not dissipate within a day. You are just an ordinary person now, and can't use any techniques. I don't see how you can follow me. Fight! The clone laughed proudly, and with his order, the surrounding space shattered again, and more fighters rushed in. The entire space fell into a melee. Except for Gunlong. The clone just had people surrounded, and did not take action directly. Asshole. Don't you want my life? Just take it. Don't harm other people. Gunlong tried his best. And it seemed that it was exactly what the clone said. That he could not use the power of the mecha. Knowing that he was bound to die today, Gunlong was not afraid and shouted directly to the clone. Ha ha ha. Now you know how to beg me. I didn't know what you were doing just now. I told you clearly that it's too late. Now you have no capital to negotiate with me. I just want to kill all your people and let you are in so much pain. Only in this way can your energy body be brought into full play and provide me with more powerful power. Gunlong knew that begging for the clone was useless. He watched as people on his side continued to fall, while the fighter jets kept rushing in, delivering more combat power. Gunlong's eyes were about to burst, and there was nothing he could do. Gunlong opened a cultivation system, but when he saw that everything inside needed mecha elements to support it, Gunlong wanted to give up. Just when Gunlong had no move, he suddenly saw the Shangyun glove in his hand. You know, those gloves have some instant kill skills. It's just a matter of probability. This thing doesn't require mecha elements to attack. So Gunlong immediately opened the equipment system and used soul points to upgrade the gloves. Congratulations. The gloves have been upgraded successfully. And there is a 5% chance of killing the opponent instantly. Sorry. Upgrade failed. Downgraded 1 level. Gunlong listened to the system prompts that kept ringing in his mind. And his soul value disappeared rapidly. Seeing that his soul value was only over 200,000. Gunlong gritted his teeth and fought secretly. He simply stopped looking and just frantically selected upgrade options. Congratulations. Your boxing gloves have been upgraded successfully, giving you a 30% chance of instantly killing your opponent. Gunlong was overjoyed when he heard the system success message. He didn't stop for long, and directly used the acceleration skills of Shangyun's leg armor to rush towards the clone. Court death. The clone jumped off the fighter plane and attacked Gunlong. Gunlong was eager to be attacked. You must know that the armor on his body has an ejection function. Therefore, Gunlong did not dodge, but bravely resisted the next blow. His fists accelerated and attacked the clone like raindrops. Chapter 408 Long Rong mutates. Oh no! Why are you so weird? If I attack you, I will be injured. The clone looked a little depressed as he saw the scars appearing on his body. Looking at Gunlong, he doesn't know what to do. Fight and feel uncomfortable, or don't fight. Gunlong's attacks keep coming back. Although the damage is not serious, it is very uncomfortable when it touches the body. Asshole. Instant kill. Instant kill. Gunlong endured the pain and attacked the clone crazily. He shouted loudly, praying for the instant kill skill to appear. That's enough. Go to H.L. The clone was angered by Gunlong's attack. He directly drew out his weapon, aimed at Gunlong's neck and slashed it. Gunlong felt the attack coming, and he was naturally very anxious. The speed of his hand increased, and he hammered the clone's body crazily. Just when the long knife of the clone was about to attack Gunlong, Gunlong felt a huge force suddenly appear on his hand. And then the system's voice rang. Congratulations. The instant kill skill is released. Hearing this voice, he watched the clone in front of him suddenly turn into powder, and his energy body floated in the air. Gunlong breathed a sigh of relief and put the energy body into his pocket. Because Gunlong's mecha elements have not yet recovered, he cannot fight enemies in the air. Therefore, he had no choice but to hold up the nebula sword and rely on his own speed to chase the enemies on the ground. Fortunately, the enemies also knew that their leader was dead. At this time, they mainly focused on escaping and had no intention of fighting Gunlong. Otherwise, Gunlong would have suffered. Long Rong. Why are you here? Hurry back. Gunlong chased all the way, and when he was approaching the crack, he saw a familiar figure. When it was confirmed that it was Long Rong, Gunlong couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that Long Rong would also come here. Considering Long Rong's safety, Gunlong immediately stepped forward and pulled Long Rong towards the base. Gunlong. I'm sorry. Gunlong, who was running faster, suddenly felt his body tremble. Long Rong suddenly used force to pull him towards her. Long Rong's words rang in Gun Long's ears at the same time. Before Gun Long could react, he only felt a pain in his chest. The long sword in Long Rong's hand actually pierced his defenseless body. Long Rong? You? Gun Long didn't expect that Long Rong would attack him. He pushed Long Rong away and looked down at the long sword on his body. Gun Long, go to H.L. At this time, Long Rong's eyes were blood red, as if he was a different person, and he rushed towards Gun Long hysterically. Because Gun Long did not have the protection of the mecha element, Long Rong caught Gun Long very easily, pulled out the long sword, and struck Gun Long again. Long Rong, you are crazy. Shui Yu arrived in time and kicked Long Rong away, pulling Gun Long back from the line of life and death. Bring you all to death. With red eyes, Long Rong roared and rushed directly into the air, pouncing towards Gun Long and the others. Although Shui Yu's strength was higher than that of Long Rong, the speed and strength of this mutated Long Rong were quite strong. She knocked them to the ground directly. Without their weapons, Long Rong opened her mouth and bit Gun Long's neck. Gun Long, please leave quickly. Just when Gun Long was about to be attacked by Long Rong, Kong Ling and Lao Niu finally arrived. They pulled Long Rong up, pinned her to the ground, and told Shui Yu to take Gun Long away. Gun Long could not let go of Long Rong, so he glanced at Long Rong on the ground. It's just that at this time, Long Rong's face was covered with veins that swelled due to exertion. His eyes were blood red, and his fangs were growing out. He looked like a monster, but he was still a normal human being. Kong Ling, what happened to Long Rong? Gun Long roared. He really couldn't accept that Long Rong would become like this. She signaled Shui Yu not to take her away in a hurry, and came to Long Rong to ask Kong Ling, Gun Long, don't you know that you are a hermaphrodite? In fact, Long Rong could not bear the pain and became a hermaphrodite a long time ago. Her consciousness has been devoured by the evil spirit in her body, and she has completely mutated. The old Long Rong no longer exists. What? How is this possible? How could Long Rong become a hermaphrodite? Who did this? Gun Long could not figure out how the good-natured Long Rong could follow the path of an intersex person. He looked up to the sky and roared angrily, wishing he could kill the instigator. Uncle De. Everything was arranged by Uncle De. Gun Long, please leave quickly. This Long Rong will go crazy in a moment, and we can't control her anymore. You were the person she loved most during her lifetime, and this evil demon wants to change completely. If he succeeds, he must kill you so that he can completely eliminate his inner demons and walk on the high road. Gun Long knew that Kong Ling would not lie to him, and he also saw that Lao Niu and the others were having some difficulty controlling Long Rong. Although Gun Long felt a lot of reluctance to give up, he had no choice but to follow Shui Yu and run towards the base. Gun Long, die! Long Rong's angry roar appeared behind him. Gun Long looked back and saw Long Rong rising into the sky, pushing Kong Ling and Lao Niu away, and attacking him like a meteor. In order to prevent Shui Yu from being injured, Gun Long immediately pushed Shui Yu aside, and he himself was knocked to the ground by Long Rong. Severe pain erupted, and Gun Long found that the bones in his body were actually fractured by the shock, and he could not move at all. Long Rong, wake up! I am your husband. Gun Long, watching Long Rong use her hands and feet to attack herself. Gun Long endured the severe pain and roared loudly. It's a pity that Long Rong is now completely dominated by evil spirits and has no reaction at all. He just thinks about how to beat Gun Long to death. Boom! Shui Yu attacked with all her strength, and Long Rong was knocked to the ground. However, this attack was like tickling to Long Rong, and had no effect at all. Seeing Long Rong attacking Gun Long again, Shui Yu had no choice but to rush over and hug Long Rong tightly, saying, Gun Long, I'll hold her back. Get out of here quickly. Gun Long reluctantly released a healing spell to heal his body's injuries. After being able to move freely, after hearing Shui Yu's words and seeing Shui Yu holding on, she couldn't hold on at all. Gun Long gritted his teeth and raised his fist to attack Long Rong. Kong Ling and Lao Niu came over again, and they worked together to control Long Rong. However, Long Rong's rapidly improving strength really made it difficult for them. If this continues, Gun Long will definitely be killed by Long Rong. The old cow pushed Long Rong to the ground with force and shouted sharply at Shui Yu. Shui Yu, I leave Gun Long to you. You must take him out of here. After Lao Niu finished speaking, he let out a loud shout, and violent explosions rang out all around him. A big hole was blown out of the ground, and with the help of Kong Ling, He and Long Rong were buried underground. When Shui Yu saw the opportunity, she naturally did not dare to delay. She rushed to the spacecraft with Gun Long. After taking control of the spacecraft, she directly controlled the spacecraft to rush out of the prison space and left the Mecha planet. Chapter 409, Meeting Ying. Gunlong. Where are we going? Shui Yu controlled the spacecraft to hover in the air and turned to ask Gunlong. Earth. Gunlong didn't raise his head. He couldn't figure out why Uncle Deshua did this. Thinking that Uncle De said that he was reluctant to part with his family's things and finally asked the boss to send them back to Earth. Gunlong naturally wanted to find Uncle De and figure everything out. Gunlong and the others were waiting for them to arrive on Earth. And the mecha elements on Gunlong's body had returned to normal. He took Shui Yu with him and walked towards the place where Uncle De took the initiative. Huh? Has Uncle De moved? Gunlong and the others looked at the house where Uncle De lived. It was no longer there. It was surrounded by high-rise buildings. Gunlong couldn't help but be stunned. He used his perception ability and looked around. After not finding Uncle De's figure, Gunlong the dragon could only give up. Gunlong, what should we do next? Gunlong was also a little stunned when he heard Shui Yu's question. He had originally thought of asking someone. But when he suddenly remembered that he only knew Uncle De and didn't know his full name, Gunlong was a little depressed and couldn't find any clues. Didi. A luxury car suddenly stopped in front of Gunlong and the others. A man in a straight suit got out. When he saw it was Gunlong, he ran over in a hurry and said, Mr. Gong, you are back. Are the young master and the young lady not with you? Gunlong was a little stunned when he was suddenly asked. He searched his mind for memories of this man. After waiting and remembering that he was the former housekeeper of the Long family, Gunlong chuckled. He really got what he wanted. He shook his head and said, well, they didn't come back because they had something to do. By the way, can you help me find someone? It's Uncle De who used to live here. After hearing Gunlong's words, the housekeeper immediately agreed and picked up his mobile phone to make several calls in succession. The call came back soon. Seeing the butler frowning, Gunlong could imagine that he must not have been found. Mr. Gong, I'm so sorry. It's as if Uncle De has disappeared. There is no news. But don't worry. We still know the relationship between Uncle De and Miss. We will continue to look for it. When there is news, we will definitely notify you. You? Gunlong had no other choice but to nod and agree. Just when he said goodbye to the housekeeper, and was about to take Shui Yu to go somewhere else to try his luck, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze not far away staring at him. Gunlong suddenly turned around and met that gaze. When he saw the person's face clearly, Gunlong was stunned. Because that person was actually Xiao Ying whom he had been looking for many years. As soon as Gunlong noticed her, Xiao Ying turned around and ran away. How could Gunlong let go of this opportunity to meet? He didn't care about the feelings of the people around him. So he directly rose into the sky and chased after Xiao Ying. Ying, where are you running? Why are you hiding from me? Gunlong successfully stopped Xiao Ying. Seeing Xiao Ying glaring at him angrily, he found it hard to understand. Seeing that Xiao Ying was about to leave, Gunlong immediately pinned Xiao Ying down and asked her the reason. When Xiao Ying saw that she was restrained, she closed her eyes and simply ignored Gunlong, just standing there without saying a word. Ying, what's wrong with you? Tell me, do you know that in order to find you all these years, I have resolutely killed the Mecha Star? I met someone exactly like you there, and I really thought it was you. I didn't expect that I ended up admitting the wrong person. What? You've met my sister? How is she now? Xiao Ying finally spoke. Xiao Ying should be the only one in Gunlong's memory. How could a sister appear? He was a little confused and said directly, she's fine. Don't worry. And she has the status of a messenger, so no one would mess with her. By the way, aren't you the only one in your family? Why do you have a sister? And she looks so similar to you. Xiao Ying felt relieved when she knew her sister was fine. After all, she still liked Gunlong and couldn't hate him at all. So she thought for a moment and said, my sister and I are twins. But the family doesn't like it because we are not boys. Moreover, my sister has a stubborn personality and doesn't take the family's arrangements seriously. So the family members kicked her out of the Xiao family and were never allowed to enter. Despite this, my relationship with my sister has not ended. That day, my sister knew that I was going to be taken to the Mecha Star, so she decided to go for me. I have been hiding outside, thinking that you will definitely come back to find Uncle De. I come here every now and then, waiting for you to appear. Unexpectedly, After so many years, I finally encountered you. Gun Long didn't expect that there was such a thing. But just seeing Xiao Yingying's attitude towards him, Gun Long felt a little confused. He thought about it and asked directly. That's not right. Since you are here to see me, why do you run away when you see me? That's because I hate you. I was thinking of making sacrifices for you. But I didn't expect that you would show up and take my sister away in the end. What? Yingying, I'm afraid you are mistaken. I have been recuperating during that time. And there is no way I can come to your house. What's more, you know me. How could I do something to hurt you? Gunlong immediately thought of the clone. But he felt a little confused. If it was really his clone, then why would he bother to go to all the trouble and just fuse it with himself? Why do so many things? When Xiao Yingying heard Gunlong's words, she was somewhat relieved. Seeing Gunlong lowering his head in thought, Xiao Yingying said with tears in her eyes, Gunlong, you know, for so many years, I have been waiting for your words. Because I believe you will never do such a thing. But the person who came that day was exactly the same as you. If I didn't see you, I wouldn't be able to get through it. This is so heartfelt. Shui Yu looked at the state of the two of them. She stepped forward and wiped Xiao Yingying's tears, sighing. Yingying, right? You haven't experienced some things, so you can't imagine them. I think the person you are talking about should be Gun Long's clone. Now there are many Gung Dragon's clones in different dimensions. Some of them are similar to Gun Long. The dragons look exactly the same. I believe Gunlong would not do such a thing. You will understand in the future. Xiao Yingying naturally believed Shui Yu's words. And she naturally understood that Gunlong would not do such a thing. She nodded, and her doubts were gone. Gunlong thought about it, and had no clue at all. Seeing Xiao Yingying calm down, Gunlong let Xiao Yingying go. Looking back at the place where Uncle De used to live, Gunlong had a vague feeling that Uncle De must be hiding something from him. Chapter 410, Impersonating Zhang Haiyang. Without Uncle De, Gunlong naturally could not leave the earth with peace of mind. Thinking back to what Kong Ling and the others said, it was Uncle De who guided Long Ron on the path of intersex people. Gun Long was even more determined to find Uncle De. Regarding this matter, he had to ask what was going on. Seeing Xiao Yingying shaking all over, she was in a very bad condition. Gun Long took Xiao Yingying to the spaceship and asked Shui Yu to arrange a room for Xiao Yingying to rest. He himself was driving the spaceship, flying back and forth in the air, using his perception ability from time to time, trying to find out Uncle De's whereabouts. Well, Zhang Haiyang, how is this possible? He was not exiled to the Flame Star by me. Gun Long accidentally discovered Zhang Haiyang's whereabouts. He couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately controlled the spacecraft to stop nearby. Said H. Lo to Shui Yu, jumped off the spacecraft, and rushed towards Zhang Haiyang's location. Gunlong. When Zhang Haiyang saw Gunlong, he was stunned. But Zhang Haiyang obviously didn't want to talk more with Gunlong. He nodded and left immediately. Naturally, Gunlong would not let Zhang Haiyang leave like this. He used his 5 fingers to pin Zhang Haiyang in place. Zhang Haiyang, you are on Flame Star with Wang Feng. How could you be here? Hearing Gunlong's words, Zhang Haiyang couldn't help but be stunned. Then Zhang Haiyang's eyes widened in horror, and his voice trembled as he said, Yes, it was you who killed those guys. Your grandpa. Don't tell me anything else. I'll just ask you why you are here. Gunlong was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Haiyang's collar and shouted sternly, I don't know what you are talking about. I have been on a business trip during this time. When I came back yesterday, I heard that Lao and the others were dead. And Wang Feng was also missing. I don't know anything else. Gunlong, please let me go. I promise not to expose you. Gunlong's mind was spinning rapidly at this time, and he was thinking about the ins and outs of the matter. If it is true that Zhang Haiyang is here, then who is Zhang Haiyang who was taken away by him? And what is the purpose of that guy doing this? Looking at Zhang Haiyang, his face turned pale at this time. If it weren't for the 5-finger technique, he would have collapsed on the ground like mud. Gunlong was too lazy to pay attention to the sea and returned to the spacecraft. Gunlong, what's wrong? Shui Yu settled Xiao Yingying and walked out. Seeing Gunlong's ugly face, Shui Yu directly asked what was going on. Well, I'm afraid we still have to take him back to Flame Star. There's something wrong with that Zhang Haiyang. I just discovered the real Zhang Haiyang, Gunlong said, and began to set the coordinates and control the spacecraft to go directly to the Flame Star. At this time, he thought it would be more reliable to figure out Zhang Haiyang's matter first. And Gunlong had an ominous premonition that the fake Zhang Haiyang might have something to do with Uncle De. All possibilities emerged in Genglong's mind. Genglong turned on the acceleration function of the spacecraft, and the mecha elements rushed towards the spacecraft crazily. Now he couldn't wait to find the fake Zhang Haiyang immediately and find out his identity. Genglong, don't worry. No matter what the purpose of that guy is, I feel that he definitely doesn't want to harm you. After all, he can disguise himself without being discovered by us, and his strength must be better than ours. He didn't do anything along the way. I guess he just wants to use our help to get out of here. Genglong felt that what Shuiyu had said made sense, but there was a potential threat beside him, and Genglong still felt that something was wrong. Seeing Shuiyu's struggles, she was a little tired, so Genglong sent Shuiyu back to her room to rest. After waiting for Shuiyu to fall asleep, Genglong walked to the hall alone. A barrier appeared and an object similar to a mobile phone appeared in his hand. After a simple operation, the item was filled with colorful light and a voice came out. After listening to what the voice said, Genglong's brows deepened. He looked up at Xiao Yingying's room and wanted to go directly to find Xiao Yingying. But as soon as he lifted his steps, Genglong stopped after sighing. The flame star has arrived. Please choose a landing place. When Genglong heard the sound of the spacecraft system, he immediately ran to the console, directly selected the place where Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng were dropped, and controlled the spacecraft to land. Shuiyu originally wanted to go with Genglong, but Genglong did not agree. He asked Shuiyu to stay in the spacecraft and take care of Xiao Yingying, while he himself jumped off the spacecraft directly. After doing the concealment work of the spacecraft, Genglong then he embarked on the road to find Zhang Haiyang and Wang Feng. There's really something wrong with your grandfathers. After Genglong flew several miles, he found Wang Feng's body in a cave. Wang Feng died miserably, with his entire body cut into several sections. If his head hadn't been on the side, it would have been hard for Genglong to imagine that this was Wang Feng. After Genglong checked the area again and found nothing else, he stood up and looked at the town not far away. He flew directly into the air and flew towards the town. It is estimated that this town is the trading center of Flame Star, and Genglong was originally thinking about how to hide his identity. Seeing that the town was a mixed bag of people, and there were all kinds of people, he felt relieved and walked around the town, wondering if he would find anything. Brother, you're new here. Come in and take a look. We have all the good things here. As soon as Genglong entered the market, people were clamoring for it. That Genglong was completely angry, and the energy around him exploded. Those guys felt that Genglong was not easy to deal with, so they left one by one in despair. Without people's troubles, Genglong was much more relaxed. He strolled around the market casually, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, hoping to find the fake Zhang Haiyang. Come on. Come on. Come and take a look. The new aliens are on sale. This kid is so skinny. If he joins the event now, he can take home a piece of purple gold ore. Genglong was a little tired from spinning. He was just about to take a rest when he suddenly heard the sound of hawking in the distance. Genglong looked up and saw a person tied up on a high stone platform. It was the fake Zhang Haiyang, and his appearance had not changed. Genglong immediately rushed forward, threw the purple gold ore into the man's hands, and shouted loudly, "Boss, I want this guy." Just as Genglong untied the rope tied to the fake Zhang Haiyang, he saw that Zhang Haiyang's eyes looked a little strange. Genglong was stunned, and when he reacted, there was no trace of Zhang Haiyang around him. He saw that he was standing in a deep pit, and there were faces all around the pit. Each of them had a strange expression, and their eyes were all staring at him. Pretend to be a ghost. See how I deal with you. Genglong is now in the perfect state, so how could he be afraid of these things? He took out the nebula sword, jumped high in the air, and attacked those ghost faces. Chapter 411 The Strange Uncle De. Bang! There was a crisp sound. The attacked ghost face broke open, and a black smoke appeared. The Genglong retreated subconsciously, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Seeing that the grimaces in the area where it was attacked became more dense, the Genglong couldn't help but be stunned, and actually did not dare to attack again. Genglong walked around the pothole, looking around and seeing nothing strange. He thought for a while, and took out the crossbow, thinking that the power of the explosion would make those grimaces disappear. Boom, boom, boom. There were continuous explosions, and the pit was shrouded in black mist. Genglong had no way to avoid it, and flew up in the air. Well, what is that? Genglong was waiting for the black mist to disappear, when he suddenly saw a huge figure appearing in the black mist. Genglong immediately lowered his height. when he saw clearly that it was a huge fish monster with many human heads appearing on its head. Gunlong knew that it must be this guy's fault. He immediately took out his crossbow, aimed at the fish-headed monster and attacked it. Ouch! The fish-headed monster was attacked, soared directly into the sky, opened its huge mouth, and bit the Gunlong. Seeing this, Gunlong continued to rise in the air, and aimed the crossbow in his hand at the fish-headed monster's mouth. All the fired crossbows were seen entering the mouth of the fish-headed monster, and explosions were heard one after another. Boom! The fish-headed monster received a very heavy attack this time, and its whole body fell heavily to the ground. Gunlong followed closely, raised his knife, and lowered his hand. The nebula sword reached out and chopped off the fish-headed monster's head. As soon as the fish-headed monster died, the ghostly faces around it turned into smoke and disappeared one by one. After waiting for all the grimaces to disappear, Gunlong looked at the center of the pit and saw a sarcophagus appearing. He rushed over immediately. When he saw the person lying in the sarcophagus, Gunlong's face tightened and he murmured, "Uncle Da, it's really your fault." Gunlong looked at Uncle Da with his eyes closed and his face pale. Energy continued to flow out from the bottom of the sarcophagus and merged into Uncle Da's body. Gunlong wanted to wake Uncle Da up directly, but after thinking about it, he stood aside and waited for Uncle Da to wake up. Regarding this Uncle Da, Gunlong's heart was very complicated. After all, Uncle Da is both his teacher and friend. But now it seems that everything about Uncle Da is very mysterious. Although Gunlong had already made a rough guess, he hoped that Uncle Da could tell him personally so that Gunlong would have no regrets. Buzz buzz. There was an unreasonable sound of flapping wings in the distance. Gunlong turned his head and looked over, when he realized that a group of bats were charging towards him. Each bat was as big as a person. The Gunlong took out his crossbow, pointed it at the group of bats, and started to attack. There were a large number of bats, and Gunlong's desperate shooting did not have much effect. Moreover, the main purpose of those bat monsters was not to attack Gunlong, but to take Uncle Da away. Everyone gathered around the sarcophagus and wanted to take the sarcophagus away. How could Gunlong just watch Uncle Da leave like this? He directly summoned several bombs and threw them at the bat monsters that were already flying in the air. With an explosion, most of the bat monsters died, but more bat monsters rushed over, refilled those positions, and continued to leave with the sarcophagus. Asshole! Stop! Gunlong watched the sarcophagus fly further and further away. He jumped into the air and wanted to chase after it. But at this time, those bat monsters also learned their skills. They divided into two waves and surrounded Gunlong. They did not attack, but blocked Gunlong's path forward. Once a bat dies, a new bat monster will immediately come up. As a result, Gunlong couldn't get close. He just watched helplessly as the sarcophagus carrying Uncle Da moved further and further away. Probably because he was worried that he would find him again. A teleportation array suddenly appeared in front of the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus carrying Uncle Da entered the teleportation array, but disappeared directly. Your grandpa's. It really pisses me off. After Uncle Da left, the bat monsters immediately fled in all directions. Gunlong looked at the direction where the sarcophagus disappeared, and was furious. Fortunately, he was now certain that all this had something to do with Uncle Da. Although Uncle Da had helped him before, now that he knew that Uncle Da had problems, Gunlong would naturally not let him go. After losing the news about Uncle Da, Gunlong naturally no longer needs to stay here. Just when he was about to go back to find Shuiyu, he suddenly found something shining underneath where the sarcophagus had just been. Upon seeing this, Gunlong rushed over and saw a fragment the size of his palm. The aura on it was similar to that of the Hunyuan cauldron. Gunlong immediately became interested, took out the Hunyuan cauldron, and controlled the Hunyuan cauldron to merge with the fragment. Congratulations! You have obtained the semi-finished Hunyuan cauldron. The power of Hunyuan is opened. If there are fragments of the Hunyuan cauldron within 100 miles, they can be absorbed and fused by themselves. The sound of the system prompt appeared in Gunlong's mind. Hearing that there were such benefits, Gunlong was extremely happy. After all, this way, it would save me trouble in the future, as I would not have to deliberately look for fragments. But after Gunlong calmed down, he was a little confused. Why did Uncle Da leave this fragment here? Could it be that he wanted to help himself? But what about Long Rong? Could it be that he just wanted to save Long Rong? Who knew that Long Rong was developing in a bad direction and could not control it? Gunlong stared blankly at the place where Uncle Da's sarcophagus had just been parked, and the recent events came to mind. After waiting for Gunlong to smooth everything out, He looked at the place where Uncle De left. He secretly thought that it would be better not to think too much and wait until he finds Uncle De to talk about everything, to avoid missing something. Gunlong carefully walked around the area again. There must be no good things now. Gunlong then left and flew towards the place where the spacecraft was docked, preparing to take Shueyue and the others away. Well, in the spaceship? Gunlong came to the place where the spaceship docked in his memory. He turned around and found no trace of the spaceship. Gunlong was a little panicked. He flew up in the air, using his perception ability to its maximum range to explore the surroundings. After discovering that there was no shadow of the spaceship nearby, and there was no wave of battle, Gunlong stood in the air, feeling a little dazed. Could it be that Shueyu and the others discovered something and left with the spaceship? But this shouldn't be the case, because Gunlong was worried about this happening. But he told Shueyu that if something happened, he must leave a mark for himself. Now it seems that unless they encounter something terrible, they have no choice but to leave quickly, so that they have no chance to leave any information. Gunlong was sure of what he was thinking. He looked around and saw a town standing in the east, 100 miles away. Gunlong was ready to try his luck there. Chapter 412. Another Gunlong. Gunlong, who was waiting, came to the town and discovered that the town had long been dilapidated, and there were no intact buildings at all. As for the living population, of course there is none. Just when Gunlong was about to leave, he suddenly found traces of the spacecraft being dragged. Gunlong immediately came over and followed the marks. When Gunlong came to the end of the mark, he saw that the spaceship was parked in a building, and everything was safe and sound. Gunlong immediately got on the spacecraft and walked around inside. He did not see Shueyue and the others. Gunlong, but I was a little depressed and couldn't figure out where they would go. Boom! There was a dull, loud noise. Gunlong heard that the sound was not far away from him. He immediately jumped off the spacecraft and ran towards the place where the sound came from. Gunlong, come here and help. Before Gunlong arrived, he saw Shueyu and Xiao Yingying pinning one person to the ground. Hearing Shueyu's words, Gunlong immediately rushed over, just as he was about to help. Gunlong couldn't help but be startled when he saw the man's appearance. He was completely confused, because the person who was suppressed was none other than Wang Feng, whom they had exiled here. Your grandpa. What the H.L. is going on? Wang Feng, aren't you dead? Gunlong muttered, and used his five-finger technique to immobilize Wang Feng. He wanted to collapse at this time, not knowing whether what he saw was real or fake. Seeing that Wang Feng remained silent, Gunlong was just about to continue interrogating him when there was a loud noise in the sky. Gunlong looked up and saw something exactly like his own spaceship flying in the sky. Shueyu's words appeared directly. Gunlong, leave them quickly. Those guys are fake. Before Gunlong could react, Shueyu and Xiao Yingying, who were beside him, immediately pulled Gunlong, saying that those talents in the sky were fake, and told Gunlong and the others to run away quickly. This sudden and unprovoked situation really surprised Gunlong. He thought for a while, then directly stopped Shueyu and Xiao Yingying beside him, and called the spaceship in the sky to land. Gunlong, we are worried about you. We just found these two guys, so we followed them immediately. This place is too weird. Let's leave quickly. Before Shueyu, who had just come off the spaceship, could finish her words, Gunlong immediately stopped them both. Seeing that the two groups of people on the left and right were exactly the same and couldn't be distinguished at all, Gunlong thought for a while and suddenly had an idea. He pointed at Wang Feng and said, you all say you are real. In this case, I will ask you how to deal with Wang Feng. As soon as Gunlong finished speaking, Shueyu, who had just gotten off the spaceship, immediately said, of course we have to kill him. This guy is so weird. He came back from the dead. He will be a disaster if we stay around. Upon hearing Shueyu's words, Gunlong chuckled and stepped forward to hold Shueyu's arm. The mecha element surged out. After feeling it carefully, he snorted coldly. It's all appearance, but a vicious heart. No matter how similar you look, you can't hide your poisonous scorpion heart. Go to H.L. Gunlong was sure that this guy was a copy of the energy body, so he did not hesitate and directly used his power to kill the fake Shueyu. When Gunlong was waiting and was about to deal with the fake Xiao Yingying, he looked up and saw something above their heads. Gunlong laughed, but he didn't expect to ignore this thing. It turns out that as long as it is the real Xiao Yingying and Shueyu, the ones above their heads, and Gunlong can show their mood value. As for the fake guy, he has nothing on his head. During this period of time, I was only focusing on training and exploring, and I actually forgot about this. Thinking of this, Gunlong couldn't help but be stunned. He suddenly remembered that he found Uncle Da. But there was nothing above his head. Based on my friendship with Uncle Da, this shouldn't be the case. As for Kong Ling and the others, Gunlong remembered that both Kong Ling had mood values on their heads. This verifies Kong Ling's statement that they have indeed traveled through the future world. In this case, the real Uncle Da should have come here. So where will he go? Gunlong turned to look at Wang Feng, who was being controlled. He remembered that when he saw Wang Feng on the earth, that was probably the reason why they didn't deal with it. The mood value on Wang Feng's head was only a dozen. And the mood value on Wang Feng's head now was it's not displayed at all. From this point of view, this guy is definitely a fake. Just when Gunlong was about to take action to deal with Wang Feng, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If everyone will have a clone appear when they get here, then in his own clone. Where's that guy? Just when Gunlong had an idea, the spaceship in which the fake Shuiyu and the others were sitting suddenly took off. Gunlong looked up and saw a person exactly like himself standing in the cab. The guy waved his hand towards himself and controlled the spacecraft to fire cannonballs towards Gunlong and the others. No. Everyone. Run away. Gunlong naturally knew how powerful the weapon system on the spacecraft was. He dragged Shuiyu and Xiao Yingying into the sky and avoided the cannonball attack. But the two fake guys who were immobilized on the ground suffered a disaster. Together with the spaceship on the ground, it was blown to pieces. Gunlong settled Shuiyu and the others, and was about to chase the fake self. He saw a teleportation array appear in the sky. And the fake self actually drove away in a spaceship. Your grandpa. What is this? No. Let's try to find a way to go back quickly. We are afraid that everyone will be confused by that bastard. They will all be killed by him. Gunlong was naturally worried about the boss and his group at this time. With their knowledge, they would not find out that the guy was a fake. If I can't rush back in time, I'm afraid everything will turn into a disaster. After all, that guy has the same level of strength as himself. Gunlong, what should we do? Shuiyu naturally knew what Gunlong was worried about. Even she herself was shocked when she saw the fake guy. After all, apart from his different temperament, there was no other difference between the guy and me, so I couldn't recognize him at all. Hearing Shuiyu's words, Gunlong told him not to panic. He summoned Shifangdu directly, and drew a teleportation array on the ground according to the pattern that Kong Ling had taught him. When the teleportation array filled with purple gold or lit up, Gunlong was overjoyed. He entered the teleportation array directly, and set the teleportation point to the prison space where they were. After arranging everything, Gunlong immediately took Shuiyu and Xiao Yingying through the teleportation array and returned to the prison space. Oh my god! What is happening here? Gunlong and the others stood in the space, watching the entire earth wither. The original singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers were gone, and broken corpses could be seen everywhere. Shuiyu was quite shocked and couldn't help but murmured. Chapter 413, Darkening Long Roam. Gunlong was speechless and drove the spaceship towards the base, waiting to see that the originally prosperous base was razed to the ground, and the boss and the others were nowhere to be seen. Gunlong suddenly thought that the person who looked exactly like him had just appeared on the flame star, and that was the only one. Only with the same means as his own could the base be destroyed like this. Seeing that there should be no living creatures in this space, Gunlong did not dare to delay. He opened the teleportation array and returned directly to the Mecha Star. If that guy goes to harm the Mecha Star again, it will really outweigh the gains. Boom boom boom. As soon as Gunlong appeared on the Mecha planet, a huge explosion sounded. Gunlong looked at a guy who looked exactly like him, controlling the spaceship and joining forces with Long Roan to attack everything on the ground. Looking at the ground again, Big Moo and Boss were forming a defense line together to resist Long Roan's attack. However, the guys who were the same as him had exactly the same strength, so that they couldn't resist them at all, and they were beaten back and forth. Naturally, Gunlong would not let go of the guy who looked exactly like him. He jumped out of the spaceship, shouted loudly, and rushed towards the guy who looked like him. Choo choo choo. Seeing Gunlong attacking, the guy immediately took out his crossbow and shot at Gunlong. Gunlong didn't expect that the other party even had his weapon, so he hurriedly dodged to the side, took out his crossbow, aimed at the guy and attacked. Long Roan was the only one left to attack, but they were more or less able to withstand it. However, despite this, the Gingjia fort was still in a mess and was too miserable to look at. Ha ha ha. Your attacks are just like you. Fake compassion and indecisive. You don't deserve to live in this world. You must obey the law yourself. Let me live in your place and achieve dominance. The fake Genglong is so domineering that he doesn't take Genglong seriously at all. His attacks are also very savage, and he doesn't hold back at all. Although Genglong was able to block the attack every time, the aftermath of the attack hit the ground, and explosions were heard one after another. Genglong is also in trouble. The pirated version of himself in front of him has mastered all his unique skills. No matter how you attack, it will be of no avail. And what depresses Genglong the most is that every time he wants to use the Shifang drum or the Hunyuan cauldron, the fake guy can always stop him at the right time even though he doesn't have these items. Your grandfather is really difficult to deal with. After several rounds of fighting, Genglong realized that it was impossible to take down the fake guy in a short time. He looked around, thinking about how to trap the guy. Genglong, let's help you. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded. And then he appeared together with Lao Nyo, floating on both sides of Genglong. At this time, Genglong didn't have time to think about which way this Kong Ling came from. The two people he saw rushed over and called them to step forward to restrain him. And he himself stepped aside. He took out the Shifang drum and summoned the corpse chief. With the addition of Jikue, Kong Ling, and the others felt much more relaxed. Genglong was also able to focus the Hunyuan cauldron's attack on the side at this time. Kong Ling, get out of your way. When Genglong saw that the time had come, he controlled Jikue to hold down the fake clone. After waiting for Kong Ling and the others to leave, Genglong immediately launched the Hunyuan cauldron attack and attacked the fake guy. Boom! The attack resounded throughout the sky, hitting the fake clone's body straight. Even the two corpse chiefs were affected and turned into pieces. Ah! Heartbreaking pain hit him. And he saw that although the fake clone was seriously injured, it did not affect his actions. Only then did Genglong remember the auspicious cloud armor on his body. He actually forgot about the thing, and was bounced back by his own attacks. Even so, the actions of the fake clones were also affected. Genglong saw that Kong Ling and Lao Nyo had been able to control the fake clone, and he could step aside to help Baimu and the others deal with Long Rong. Originally, Genglong couldn't bear to punish Long Rong, but after seeing how cruel Long Rong was, and how anyone who came into contact with her died in agony, Genglong made up his mind, took out the nebula sword, and attacked Long Rong. What's going on? Long Rong's strength has actually reached the state of perfection, and he is probably about to break through to the super god state. Genglong was a little frightened by this confrontation. He didn't expect that Long Rong's strength would improve so quickly. That Genglong tried his best and barely managed to tie with Long Rong. Indeed, on Long Rong's side, she saw that the fake Genglong was gradually losing ground. She forced Genglong back with a feint, taking advantage of the gap when Genglong didn't react. She flew directly to the fake Genglong and brought him with her. He pretended to be Genglong and left. How could Genglong let Long Rong leave like this? He chased after them, and stopped Long Rong and the others. Just when they stood still, Kong Ling Bimu and the others followed, blocking Long Rong's path. Long Rong, I don't know if you are still conscious. If you want to leave, I can let you go. But this guy next to you must stay. Genglong knew the dangers of pretending to be Genglong, and he would not let Long Rong take him away no matter what. He is Genglong, my man. I won't let you take away my man. Long Rong's intermittent words appeared, which was very shocking to Genglong's ears. Genglong never expected that Long Rong, who had completely turned into a black man, still remembered him in his heart. But probably because of the similar aura, Long Rong actually regarded the fake Genglong as her husband. Genglong. This. Baimu naturally knew that Genglong still had feelings for Long Rong. He didn't want Genglong to be embarrassed, so he directly asked Genglong for his opinion. Kill! We must not let that fake guy leave. Genglong roared at the top of his lungs with tears in his eyes. Although Genglong was very heartbroken when Long Rong looked like this, but he knew the dangers of pretending to be Genglong after he left. So Genglong suppressed his emotions and called on his brothers to take action. With the injured guy by his side, Long Rong couldn't exert his full strength. Seeing that the scars on Long Rong's body began to increase, Genglong didn't want to look at it anymore. He directly used the Phoenix Nirvana skill to upgrade his strength to the super god level. He rushed to Long Rong and knocked Long Rong away with one punch. Taking advantage of the gap when Long Rong didn't come over, Genglong raised the Xingyun sword high, aimed at the fake Genglong's heart and stabbed it. Clang! What he thought was a sure killing blow was actually shaken by a wave. Genglong was stunned when he saw the person coming. He really couldn't imagine that he would stop him. Chapter 414, Uncle Da shows up. Long Rong, you go. I'm blocking you here. Uncle Da stood proudly, with a powerful aura exuding from his body, vaguely intending to suppress Genlong. This made Genlong particularly curious as to how Uncle Da, who had been unable to practice, suddenly became so powerful. Uncle Da, why are you doing this? Genlong saw the mood value on Uncle Da's head and was sure that Uncle Da was himself. He couldn't help but ask aloud, wanting to know what was going on with Uncle Da. Genlong, put your curiosity away. Now is not the time to tell you. But if you really believe in us old friends, it's best to let us go. Uncle Da was no longer as kind as before. He glared at Genlong, obviously ready to attack. Kong Ling and others on the side did not dare to move without Genlong's permission, but they just surrounded the Black and Long Rong and others. Seeing Genlong sigh, he waved his hand to signal them to let them go. Everyone immediately moved out of the way, allowing Uncle Nada to leave with Black and Long Rong and the others. Genlong, are you really going to let them go like this? They killed quite a few of our people. Kong Ling stepped forward, approached Genlong, pointed at the mess on the ground, and said to Genlong, okay, let's do this for now. Collect the survivors. I will take you to other dimensions. Seeing that Genlong had already made his decision, Kong Ling didn't know what to say. He took Lan Yo with him and followed the boss and others to collect troops. Genlong was left alone, standing there, looking at the direction Uncle Da and the others left in trance. When Genlong waited for the remaining people to be settled, he saw that not many people survived. He couldn't help but regret his decision just now. No matter what, these are human lives. The guy who pretended to be himself committed such a great crime, and in the end, he should let him pay with his blood. And Uncle Da, even if he sees through the way of cultivation and regains the ability to practice, it is impossible for him to surpass himself in a short period of time. There was only one possibility, and that was that Uncle Da had deceived himself and was hiding his strength from beginning to end. But what is Uncle Da's purpose for doing this? It is said that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. Genlong now feels that since his strength has improved, although his burden has increased, more and more things have come with it. The friends around me are also changing and deviating from their original trajectory. Genlong felt very painful. If he had known this was the case, when Shiqiang found him, he should have refused and not followed this path of cultivation. Crack! Boom! Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The surrounding space also darkened. A depressing aura appeared, and people fell into a state of panic. Genlong realized that the change in the space was due to his own gaffe. He immediately controlled himself to calm down, and Genlong felt relieved when everything returned to normal. Genlong, what should we do next? Xueyue had nothing to do, so she came to Genlong's side. Seeing Genlong bow his head and say nothing, she could understand his feelings. In order to prevent Genlong from falling into self-blame, Xueyue spoke softly, trying to divert Genlong's attention. Well, Xueyue, just stay here. I want to go around by myself. Genlong finally made up his mind. He felt that he was a little lost now. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to find the answer himself. Okay, don't worry. I will wait for you here until you return. Xueyue knew that it was useless to say anything at this time. What Genlong needed was to understand on his own. She stepped forward to hug Genlong and snuggled into Genlong's arms. She didn't say much. She just stayed with Genlong and looked at the sky in the distance. When Genlong left, not many people knew about it. After he greeted Xueyue, Kong Ling and the others, he left alone, driving a spaceship. He doesn't set a specific destination and just wanders around the universe at will, looking at the dim starlight outside the window. Genlong liked this rare quietness very much. There are no distractions from the world. Everything is so leisurely and contented. The planet ahead is unknown, and the life forms are unknown. Please be careful. When Genlong heard the beep from the spacecraft system, he immediately stood up and looked at the planet model displayed on the screen. Genlong couldn't help but be stunned. This planet seems to have the same structure as the mecha planet. There is no difference at all. Genlong controlled the spacecraft to land on the planet. It looked like there were two major tribes here, but the looks of the people here were indeed very different from those on the mecha planet. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Genlong used the spacecraft system to change his appearance to be like the people here. After making sure that it would not be discovered, Genlong hid the spacecraft and walked straight towards the place where people lived. Genlong wandered around for a while, looking at this place like his own Earth. People just rely on technology to survive, and have no energy for cultivation. Then Genlong was leisurely and contented. Through inquiring, he learned about the places of interest here, and started to visit as he pleased. Everyone. This is the former residence of Emperor Shengtian, the founder of our Xingtian Empire. He lived here for many years until he led his tribe to revolt, pacified the four directions, and established the Xingtian Empire. Genlong followed the tour group and listened to the tour guide's explanation. Everyone was very excited when they saw it. They all rushed into the house and started taking pictures. Genlong followed the flow of people in and wanted to take a turn and leave. Genlong, who had never wanted to wait, was stunned when he saw the photo of Emperor Xingtian on the wall. Your grandfather's? What a ghost! Why does this guy look exactly like Uncle De? Genlong thought he had seen it wrong, so he got closer. After waiting to confirm that the guy looked like Uncle De, Genlong didn't think there could be such a coincidence in the world. He originally wanted to study it carefully, but was told by the tour guide that he needed to go to the next scenic spot. So Genlong noted the location and prepared to come back when there were less people. Everyone, look here. This is where our Emperor Xingtian trained his troops. It is said that this is where those divine soldiers descended from the sky to help Emperor Xingtian unify the world. Well, today's explanation ends here. Everyone is free to move around. We are still gathering at the door. Genlong was about to leave when he heard that he could move freely. Suddenly, he found something familiar in the center of the training ground. He quickly walked to the stone platform where people were taking pictures. He recognized at a glance that these things constituted the teleportation array. Then he looked at the divine soldiers and generals summoned by Emperor Xingtian next to the stone platform, walking out of the huge light circle. This was exactly the scene of people passing through the teleportation array. Genlong couldn't help but experience it. He was distracted when he looked at the teleportation array. Chapter 415, Emperor Xingtian. Buzz! A subtle sound suddenly appeared, and Genlong looked around and saw that the people around him didn't notice anything. But he was sure that the sound was made by the teleportation array. Genlong took a few steps forward and came directly to the teleportation stone. He put his hand on the teleportation stone and felt the energy on the stone. Hey! What's going on? There was obviously a reaction just now. Genlong looked at the teleportation stone and saw that there was no movement at all. It was just an ordinary stone. He shook his head and took his hand back, looking back at the thatched house. There were not many people there, so Genlong walked towards the thatched house, wanting to see the photo of Emperor Xingtian again. There were not many people in the thatched house at this time. After all, there was nothing else here. People flocked to other attractions. Genlong was so happy that he stood in front of the photo and looked at it carefully. When he found that there was something wrong with the photo, and that Emperor Xingtian's eyes kept looking at a certain place, Genlong followed that look. When he found that the target was the teleportation stone, Genlong couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that the teleportation stone had something questioned? Thinking of this, Genlong came to the teleportation stone again and studied it carefully. This time, Genlong discovered something was wrong. Although the teleportation stones were all fine individually, when they were put together, they turned out to be the pattern of a formation. After Genlong confirmed it, he was a little puzzled. When it comes to the teleportation array, he still understands it. But this thing is both a teleportation array and a formation inside it. But Genlong has never seen it before. He looked at a hole in the center of the formation, which should be filled with ores needed to activate the formation. That Genlong made a mistake. Took out a piece of purple gold ore and threw it in. Buzz buzz. There were several sounds in succession, and Genlong watched as colorful light rose above the teleportation stone, and a huge teleportation array appeared. And when the teleportation array was formed, the summoning array on the ground was also activated, echoing the teleportation array. People who were playing nearby heard the noise and gathered around. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. They didn't expect that they could actually see the teleportation array operating again. According to legend, Emperor Xingtian left through this teleportation array in order to strengthen himself. They wondered if Emperor Xingtian was coming back. Genlong was naturally not as ignorant as these guys. He used his mecha element to explore the situation of the teleportation array. After confirming that the teleportation array is stable and there are no problems, he stepped directly into the teleportation array in full view of everyone. Clang! When Genlong came to the teleportation array, he heard the sound of empty footsteps and saw that this place was like a palace. It was quiet, and there was no one around. Genlong took out the nebula sword and was careful. Your grandfather's? Isn't this the structure of Uncle De's house? Genlong walked around and came to a remote room. When he saw the structure of this room, it was exactly the same as Uncle De's room on Earth. So Gunlong was even more certain that Emperor Shuntian was Uncle De. I'll go. It turns out this room is a teleportation array. Gunlong entered the room. And just when he was wondering if he could find any useful clues, he suddenly heard the sound of a car horn. Gunlong lay down on the window and looked outside. When he discovered that the scene outside was the scene on the earth, Gunlong was quite shocked. What kind of method is this? It is so powerful that it directly opens the channels to other spaces. After knowing the situation here, Gunlong remembered that the previous room was dark, like an underground cave. Gunlong couldn't help but think of the situation on the Flame Star. He immediately ran into the room. And after confirming that the outside was the Flame Star, Gunlong understood. Gunlong returned to the hall and looked around. There were 9 rooms in total. Based on the conditions of those 2 rooms, Gunlong speculated that the other rooms should also correspond to a planet. And Emperor Shuntian, also known as Uncle De, probably relied on this thing to survive in different dimensions. After thinking about this, Gunlong became even more curious about Uncle De's identity. He really couldn't figure out why such a master would hide his strength. Did he do this just to experience life? Just as Gunlong was thinking about things, he heard a burst of footsteps. Just as Gunlong was about to hide, the footsteps had already reached him. Seeing that it was Uncle De himself who had killed him, Gunlong couldn't help being stunned and stood there, waiting for Uncle De to speak. Gunlong, you really surprised me. I didn't expect you to be able to find this place. Gunlong didn't answer. He still didn't know who Uncle De was. He just stood there, motionless, waiting for Uncle De's explanation. You kid, we haven't seen each other for a long time. But you are a little unfamiliar with me. Well, there is no one else here today. It's easy for the 2 of us to chat. Uncle De said and waved his hand. And the entire space changed directly, transforming into a room structure on Earth. Gunlong, you know what? I still like this layout. If we go by seniority, according to the rules of Earth, you would probably still call me Grandpa. What? Gunlong didn't know where Uncle De's words came from. He widened his eyes and looked at Uncle De in disbelief. Long Rong's mother. She is my biological daughter. It's a pity that fate is changeable. Because of my cultivation back then, she inherited the bad things about me. Because she knew her final ending, she actually did it on purpose. Ask my men to kill her. After all, Rinjir is suffering because she has the same strange disease as her mother. After Gunlong knew the true relationship between Uncle De and Long Rong, he became even more angry. He even forgot that he was still under the control of the other party, and shouted loudly. Is this why you turned Long Rong into a hermaphrodite? Uncle De, aren't you a little too cruel? Ha ha ha. Gunlong, you have only seen the surface. When my daughter died, I was thinking about a solution to this strange disease. This space was created at that time, and I explored everywhere, wanting to find a solution. I finally succeeded. On the Mecha Star, I found the hermaphrodite. Although this hermaphrodite is difficult to control. Remember what I told you about the Mecha Heart? It can make the Black and Long Rong regain her mind and become a normal person. After Gunlong heard this, he gradually understood. Uncle Don Shinta did this just to let Long Rong survive first, and then save Long Rong after he found the heart of the mecha. Uncle De, if that's the case, why do you still protect the fake me? Also, what happened to the Flame Star? Why did the exact same version of myself appear after we got there? Gunlong has always been puzzled by the appearance of his counterfeit, especially when he saw that every creature that arrived on the Flame Star had another version of itself appearing. Gunlong really wanted to know what was going on. Now that Uncle De is by his side, he will naturally not miss this opportunity to ask. Chapter 416 Uncle De's Clone. Gunlong. This matter starts with the Heart of Mecha. After many years of exploration, I finally discovered the source of the Heart of Mecha. It must be extracted from the body of a master in the Supergod realm. To put it bluntly, Mecha, the heart, is the heart of a master in the Supergod realm. I don't want to create too many evil beings, and it's hard to find masters in the Supergod realm. During an expedition, I discovered the characteristics of the Flame Star. He can create clones. In this way, I have an idea. Get your clone out, train him to the Supergod state, and then kill him. Hearing this, Gunlong already understood the general idea. He chuckled and said, Uncle De, you probably didn't expect that the clone you created would have its own consciousness, and would not obey your arrangements at all. Hearing Gunlong's words, Uncle De nodded inside. Yes, because of this, I tried to find a way to lead you to the Flame Star. I thought about controlling the clone you transformed into. and I'll wait until he reaches the super god realm before I take action. Gunlong understood himself, and even better understood the clone that appeared. He felt a little unreasonable and shouted directly at Uncle De. Uncle De, after so many years, people will change. You don't understand my clone at all. He knows everything I know. He also knows everything I know. Knowing why he wants to destroy Gung family fort. Is there a space prison that I control? That's to plunder the resources I store there. Although the guy doesn't have a Shurfang drum or a Hunyuan cauldron. But with the skill of Phoenix Nirvana, he can now have the strength of the super god realm. Once he reaches the super god realm, you can imagine how many things will happen to him. Awesome. Are you sure you can control him? Gunlong's words were very realistic, and Uncle De heard them. He shook his head, looked at the familiar clothes around him, and then continued, Gunlong, I have no choice. If I want to save Long Rong, I can only try boldly. If I succeed, Long Rong will recover and live a carefree life with you in the future. Gunlong saw everything that happened to Uncle De. He thought about it, and did not tell Uncle De that in the future, he would personally end Long Rong's life. Although there is no figure of Uncle De in the future space. But Gunlong clearly remembered the shock Long Rong gave him at that time. That kind of strength was enough to kill anyone here in an instant. Since Uncle De didn't show up, there was only one possibility. He was backlashed by Long Rong. Uncle De, come quickly. Long Rong is going crazy again. Just when the two were silent for a brief period, the fake Gunlong suddenly appeared with a panicked expression on his face, calling Uncle De to hurry over and help. As soon as Gunlong heard that something was wrong with Long Rong, he couldn't think of anything else. Follow Uncle De and run towards the space where Long Rong is. Gunlong and the others appeared in that space, looking at the corpses scattered around. Just like the battlefield scene he saw in the future. Gunlong was stunned, and before he could react, he heard a loud shout in the air, and looked up. Long Rong was suspended in the air, surrounded by black fog, and attack waves appeared from time to time, radiating in all directions. Wherever the attack waves hit, there were explosions, and everything was blown to pieces. Gunlong, take out your Shurfang drum. Only the sound of the Shurfang drum can slow down her attack. Hearing Uncle De's words, Gunlong immediately summoned the Shurfang drum and started beating it rhythmically. Seeing Long Rong calm down slightly in midair, Gunlong secretly knew that there was something going on. He approached Long Rong step by step, thinking that when he got to Long Rong, he could find a way to control him. Uncle De and the fake Gunlong had the same idea. They followed Gunlong cautiously, and saw that they were in front of Long Rong, who was still immersed in the sound of drums. Uncle De rushed to Long Rong and tapped Long Rong a few times. Long Rong then softened and lay in Uncle De's arms. Gunlong followed Uncle De and walked towards a building. Gunlong looked at the nearby scenery and became more and more familiar. He suddenly remembered that he found Long Rong's sarcophagus. Could it be that Uncle De is sending Long Rong there? In his mind, Gunlong and the others really came to the sarcophagus. Seeing that the sarcophagus was all filled with purple gold ore, Gunlong was a little puzzled. He couldn't figure out what the use of this was. Well, as a hermaphrodite, Long Rong, without the supplement of Yin energy, is just like us without oxygen. This sarcophagus was specially customized by me to ensure the needs of Long Rong's normal life. As long as she feels that her Yin energy is not enough, she can come here just lie down for a day. Of course, if the Yin Chi is not replenished in time, she will go completely crazy like before. Uncle De seemed to know that Gunlong would ask, so he explained directly. After seeing Gunlong understand, Uncle De put Long Rong into the sarcophagus, sealed the sarcophagus, and asked Gunlong and the others to leave. The fake Gunlong looked at the real Gunlong for a while. He hesitated, and then said, Gunlong, I envy you very much. Long Rong is like this, but he still remembers you firmly in his heart, for fear that something will happen to you. Don't worry. I won't trouble you in the future. The energy I have collected is enough. I will raise my strength to the super god level. And when that happens, I will voluntarily donate my heart to heal Long Rong. Gunlong really didn't expect that his fake self would actually say such words. The guy's eyes were clear, and he looked towards the sarcophagus with a tender expression. Gunlong knew that this fake guy probably carried his own emotions, and still had feelings for Long Rong. Thank you. We will never forget the sacrifice you made. Gunlong didn't know what to say. After all, the person standing opposite him was another version of himself. This feeling was very strange. Haha. You're welcome. I just did what I had to do to save the people I love. After the fake clone finished speaking, He left directly, probably to practice on his own. Gunlong and Uncle Do were the only two people left here, looking at each other speechlessly. After a long time, both of them felt a little embarrassed. After all, after not seeing each other for many years, everything has changed a lot when we meet again. Gunlong thought of something, and he said directly, "By the way, Uncle Do, in your clone, where's that guy?" Hearing Gunlong's words, Uncle Do's face turned red. After hesitating for a while, he muttered, "If you can't beat him, let him run away. Gunlong, when you see that guy in the future, you must be careful. He is a cultivator, and he will do whatever it takes to improve his strength. That guy also knows that you have Shifang Gu and Hun Yuan Ding. I guess I will find you sooner or later." Chapter 417-9 Turns Glaze Tower. Hearing Uncle Do's words, Gunlong sighed. After all, what is supposed to come is coming, and nothing can stop it. Although in the future scene, he killed Long Rong, but Gunlong believed that that was the worst outcome. Since Uncle Do said that Long Rong could be saved, he still had to work hard. Otherwise, how would I be able to live in my heart? Well, you come with me. If you rely on the energy alone, I estimate that Long Rong will have gone long ago after your realm has improved. There are still many clones that have not been fused. Let's go together, so that your realm will improve. Hurry up." Hearing Gunlong's words, the fake Gunlong nodded, said low to Uncle Do, and then followed Gunlong onto the spaceship. Along the way, Gunlong was at least prepared, so there was no shortage of purple gold ore. He directly set up the teleportation array and took the fake Gunlong to several planets. Invite the fake clone to absorb the clone's power with you. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to the Super God realm. The soul value reward is 5 million. Congratulations. Your cultivation level has reached the top level. Hidden character summoning is automatically enabled. The summoning requires 10 million soul points. When the system sounded, Gunlong felt relieved. After all, Long Rong was saved. Thinking of the hidden character summoning prompted by the system, Gunlong immediately opened the summoning system and looked carefully. Unknown character. Summoning requires 10 million soul points. After summoning, you will randomly receive a Super God Realm training assistant. Gunlong was a little confused. The one summoned was also a Super God Realm master. So why did they specially come up with a hidden character summon, thinking that he already had this Super God Realm assistant? Gunlong was not very interested in this hidden character summon. "Hey, what are you doing? Our realm has improved. We should go back to find Uncle Do and the others." Gunlong finished solving his own affairs and looked at his fake self in the distance. Not knowing what he was doing, he immediately shouted and asked the fake self to leave. "Hey, let's go. Let's see where you can go." The fake Gunlong suddenly yelled. And when Gunlong realized something was wrong, the fake Gunlong suddenly threw something that looked like a pagoda towards Gunlong. Gunlong didn't know what this thing was used for. Just as he was about to dodge, the pagoda suddenly grew larger and suppressed Gunlong inside. "Your grandpa. What are you going to do? Let me go quickly." Gunlong was furious. He didn't expect that this clone would actually attack. He shouted loudly and stared at the fake guy through the hole of the pagoda. "Ha ha ha. Gunlong. You are such a fool. You don't even understand yourself. Do you think I would give up my life for Long Rong? No matter what. I thank you. Because of you I have the current achievement. Unfortunately, this pagoda was specially prepared for you by Shiqiang. If you want to get out of here, you have to go through the levels one by one. Rong has been killed by me. Ha ha ha. When you come out, you will be grateful to me for helping you get rid of that disaster. Asshole. If you dare to do anything random, I won't let you go." Gunlong finally understood when he heard the fake version of himself saying that he was going to kill Long Rong. Everything in the future will eventually happen, but the one who takes action is not himself at all, but this fake Gunlong. With Congling's strength, they are naturally unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. Ha ha ha. Don't be excited. You are me. And I am you. By the way, I almost forgot. And Shui Yu. That little girl is quite beautiful. You also need a child. So I will help you. You make one. Anyway, you don't know when to come out, so you can't leave the room alone. Okay. This is a lot of things for no reason. So I won't talk to you anymore. Let's see you later. Seeing the fake Gunlong leaving with the spaceship, Gunlong was furious. Looking at the center of the pagoda, a portal appeared. Gunlong knew that it should be the place leading to the breakthrough. Just when Gunlong was about to start, He suddenly remembered what the fake Ginglong had just said. That this thing was done by Xiaoqiang. Ginglong immediately took out the nebulous sword and felt the aura on it. It's just that after Xiaoqiang and Xiaowang merged, there has been no movement. And it is clear now that they try. Ginglong, your Xiaoqiang was already eliminated when it merged with its kind. In order to attach itself to you, that fake Xiaoqiang has been hiding himself and getting along with you as Xiaoqiang. If Xiao Miao hadn't appeared in time, refine their souls, I'm afraid your moral thoughts have been swallowed up by the fake Xiaoqiang and become a puppet. I was physically weak at the time, and I didn't have the strength to fight against that little strong one. But then it disappeared completely, and I forgot about it. I just didn't expect that the guy had a backup plan before he died. This 9-turn Lioli Tower will only appear when you have evil thoughts and completely control you. Unexpectedly, the fake you took the lead. The dragon soul that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke up, answering Ginglong's doubts. When he thought that he had been tricked a long time ago, Ginglong was a little depressed, secretly thinking that he was still too careless. Ginglong, you have reached the super god realm now. I can separate from you without causing any harm to you. Thank you for your company during this time. I still have some things to do, and I will come back when everything is over. Looking for you. What dragon soul said next surprised Ginglong. Although the dragon soul comes and goes in and out of his body, sometimes there is no response for several months in a row. But he really had to leave, and Ginglong was a little reluctant to leave. The dragon soul was also afraid of this parting scene. It roared, rose into the sky, and rushed out of the pagoda. Seeing Ginglong looking at him, Dragon Soul pointed at the pagoda and said, Ginglong, this pagoda has been restricted by that guy, and he can only control you. You'd better hurry up and break through. Maybe you can come out early. As for Long Rong, don't worry. I will find a way. After the Dragon Soul finished speaking, it turned into a ray of light and shadow and disappeared into the space. Ginglong took note of Dragon Soul's words. He glanced at the teleportation array behind him, held the nebulous sword in his hand, and stepped directly into the teleportation array. On the first floor of the 9-turn glazed tower, there is a chaotic battle. When Ginglong appeared in the space of the teleportation array, a dull sound appeared in the listening space. Then came the cry of killing that resounded throughout the world, and countless people rushed out and attacked Ginglong. When Ginglong saw the situation, he knew that he wanted to deal with all those guys by himself. He shouted loudly, leaped high in the air, and used the 10-direction drum to summon the corpse leader. He took the corpse leader with him and rushed towards the crowd. Chapter 418, Breakthrough. Your grandfather's is nothing more than that. Ginglong looked at the corpses on the ground and snorted disdainfully. Seeing the teleportation array leading to the lower level open, Ginglong walked straight in. Second floor of the 9-turn glazed tower. Enchanted. Hearing the beep in the tower, Ginglong looked around. When I saw it was empty, there was nothing. Ginglong was a little curious and walked straight towards the center. Ginglong, come here. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Long Rong's voice suddenly appeared. Seeing Long Rong appear, she walked towards him with a smile. Although Ginglong knew it was a lie, an inexplicable aura appeared on Long Rong's body, which actually attracted Ginglong, and he followed her instructions exactly. Ginglong, come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Rong came to Ginglong's side and put her hands on Ginglong's face. Ginglong could feel the loss of his life breath, but he was powerless and couldn't move at all. Ginglong, you can't go with her. You are mine. Just when Ginglong was worried that he would die, another voice appeared from the side. Ginglong turned around and saw that it was Shuiyu, and Long Rong also stopped disturbing him because of Shuiyu's appearance. Before Ginglong could breathe a sigh of relief, Shuiyu and Long Rong actually pulled one of his own arms and started fighting over them as if they were toys. As he watched this continue, his life breath was draining away faster. Ginglong was so anxious that he wanted to control the corpse chief beside him to help. However, Long Rong and Shuiyu were both phantoms, and attacks were of no use to them. Asshole. I don't believe you can kill me. Ginglong lost his temper, so he summoned the Shifang drum and controlled the corpse leader to beat the Shifang drum. Although the drum beat by the corpse chief was not smooth, it still had an impact on the phantoms of Long Rong and Shuiyu. Without the interference of the two phantoms, Ginglong can still move. He hurriedly called to the corpse chief to bring over the Shifang drum and started beating it himself. Dong dong dong. The dull drum beat sounded, shocking the surrounding area. Due to the influence of the drums, the phantoms of Long Rong and Shuiyu gradually disappeared and disappeared. Your grandpa. What a false alarm. Fortunately, there is a Shifangu. Otherwise, I would really be hanging here. Ginlong sighed alone. Seeing that the teleportation array leading to the next level did not appear, Ginlong couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the challenge of the second level is not over yet? Thinking of this, Ginlong didn't dare to be careless. He held Shifangu in his arms, and looked around with vigilant eyes. At the slightest sign of trouble, Ginlong immediately beat the 10-way drum, fearing that he would fall into the phantom's trap again. Time passed by, and there was no other movement around. Ginlong felt a little strange. He just wanted to fly up in the air to see if there were any other problems around him. Suddenly, I realized that something was wrong. My shadow was missing. At first, Ginlong thought he was overthinking it. But when he saw his 10-direction drum had a shadow on the ground due to the refraction of space, he immediately knew that there must be something wrong with him. Ginlong confirmed what he was thinking, and took action with the nebula sword directly, stabbing towards the place where his shadow should appear. When he saw blood appearing and his own shadow revealed, Ginlong snorted coldly, secretly thinking that this bastard was actually hiding here. Looking at the black shadow that suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of eyes stared at him like a ghost, trying to confuse him again. Naturally, Ginlong would not be fooled again. So Nebula directly summoned him and attacked the black shadow. Ah! A scream came out, and the black shadow that had no time to dodge was hit. Ginlong saw that the guy's body was covered with scars, and he couldn't hide it anymore. Naturally, he no longer worried, and called the two corpse chiefs to come forward and attack the black shadow. Buzz! When the teleportation array leading to the next level was opened, Ginlong naturally knew that this level had been successfully passed. He lifted the nebulous sword and strode towards the teleportation array. The third floor of the 9-turn glazed tower. The maze! When the beep in the tower fell, Ginlong looked at a towering wall in front of him. Under the wall, an entrance as tall as a person appeared. Ginlong looked around and saw that there were no other entrances. He was just about to go in. Suddenly I remembered that I could fly up and see the layout of the maze. Your grandpa's design is really weird. The wall can be raised infinitely. Ginlong saw that no matter how high he flew, the walls of the maze would grow taller. He just gave up and went straight through the entrance. Whoosh whoosh. Several long arrows appeared one after another with the sound of breaking through the air, shooting towards Ginlong. This startled Ginlong, who was standing at the fork considering how to go. After knowing that there were still traps inside, Ginlong didn't dare to be careless anymore. Every time he went to a place, he would test the surrounding area first and trigger all the surrounding traps before moving on. After a lot of fiddling, I added the use of perception. Ginlong arrived at the exit of the maze without any danger. Just when Ginlong chuckled and was about to walk out of the maze, he heard a clicking sound around him. The exit that was right in front of him disappeared and was replaced by a twists and turns of the maze road. It belongs to your grandfather. You are just kidding me. Ginlong felt very unhappy and slashed at the wall of the maze with a nebulous sword in his hand. The expected collision sound did not occur, and Ginlong watched the wall of the maze move away automatically, pulling away from him. Ginlong was stunned at first, and then he immediately understood. Your grandpa. You dare to play like this. It's a shame that I wasted so much time exploring back and forth. It turns out that your maze is actually a living creature, and you're afraid of being beaten. Ginlong shouted, put away the nebulous sword, and then took out the crossbow. Aim at the walls of the maze and attack. Boom boom boom. Under Ginlong's strong attack, and with the help of Shirkue, the maze wall in front of Ginlong was directly broken, revealing a big hole. Ginlong looked outside through the big hole, and saw the maze wall that was looming due to the attack, about 100 meters away from him. It seemed to be the exit of the maze. Ginlong was even more energetic, aiming at the next wall and attacking. Ha! It's finally out. 9-turn glazed tower. Let me see what you can do to me. Seeing the teleportation array on the next level open, Ginlong did not rest but continued to rush down. After all, he could imagine that many bad things would definitely happen after his fake clone joined everyone. In order to avoid this tragedy, Ginlong naturally had to speed up the level. Chapter 419 The World. The 4th floor of the 9-turn glazed tower. The world. Ginlong looked at the 4th floor, which was different from the previous one. It looked like a small world. He had the previous experience, but he was much more cautious. Buzz! Just when Ginlong was about to move forward, he suddenly felt the Hunyuan cauldron in his body react. He hurriedly took out the Hunyuan cauldron, seeing the bright spots appearing in many places in the world in front of him. Ginlong was extremely happy, because he knew that those bright spots were all Hunyuan cauldron fragments. Ginlong held a Hunyuan cauldron and strode towards the small world. Every time he passed a bright spot, he used the Hunyuan cauldron to conquer it. Seeing that the Hunyuan cauldron is becoming more and more complete, I estimate that after all the highlights here have been conquered, the Hunyuan cauldron will be ready to take shape. Ginlong secretly thought that he was really a blessing in disguise. He didn't expect to get such benefits here. It's done! Seeing that the Hunyuan cauldron in his hand was finally completed, Ginlong could feel the strong power emanating from the Hunyuan cauldron. He laughed happily, and before Ginlong could calm down, he felt a large number of mecha elements around him suddenly gather, rushing into his body crazily. Ginlong naturally knew what this meant. He hurriedly sat on the ground, holding his breath and concentrating, guiding the mecha elements to wander back and forth in his body. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded to the Super God realm. The door of the gods is open for you. Please choose whether you want to enter. Hearing the system beep, Ginlong stood up again, knowing that he has entered the Super God realm. When he looks around, all the methods are revealed in front of his eyes. Ginlong was not in a hurry to get out of the tower. He was very curious about what the Gate of the Gods was for, so he directly chose to enter. Bang! Huge door opening sounded, and Ginlong found himself in the reward space that had been guarded by big eyes. All the doors are open, but this time, the doors are all golden and have no other appearance. Little doll, you have finally reached your peak. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. A middle-aged man appeared suddenly. He looked about 40 or 50 years old, but his whole body did exude a very old feeling. Ginlong took a step forward and looked at the man carefully. For this middle-aged man, Ginlong felt a little familiar. Haha. No need to guess. I created you. You and I are one. And everything is to enable you to grow quickly and stand alone. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Ginlong thought of merging his clones, and estimated that the guy in front of him was the one who made their clones. Ginlong immediately took out the nebula sword and was about to attack when he saw the man's fingers clasp lightly. Ginlong felt his hands tighten, and the nebula sword actually fell to the ground. Haha. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. In fact, in my eyes, the world you live in is just like a toy. As for those remaining clones, I can only blame them for not working hard enough to make you stand out. Ginlong, from now on, you are qualified to control your plane. I will make you the god of mechas. From now on, you will be one of my generals. Together we will expand our territory and expand our territory. Territory? I don't know if you are willing. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Ginlong was stunned. It turned out that all of them were just like little white mice, just surviving here. Whoever was lucky enough to stand out would be able to escape bad luck. The middle-aged man looked at Ginlong and was slightly moved, but he had not yet come out of the shock. He chuckled and continued. Ginlong, the plane you are on has a total of 99 and 81 planets. It is the largest plane I have created. Maybe it's because I also came from there. Therefore, I still take special care of those planes. Everything you have experienced was deliberately arranged by me. Only through continuous training can you strengthen your determination to practice and walk on the road. Now, I need you to forget everything and follow me, and we will conquer the world together, the middle-aged man said, and came to Ginlong. He reached out and grabbed Ginlong's shoulders, staring at Ginlong with his eyes, waiting for Ginlong's decision. Under the bewitchment of the middle-aged man, Ginlong was really moved. In any case, if he was really made a god, not to mention Shuiyu, even Long Ron could save him. After all, God is omnipotent. Watching the middle-aged man summon a teleportation array, he signaled Ginlong to walk in. That Ginlong walked forward as he was told, thinking that he would soon become a godlike existence. Ginlong was very excited and could not help but tremble a little while walking. Ha! Ginlong, as long as you enter this teleportation array, you will be free to do whatever you want in the world, and no one can stop you. The middle-aged man looked ferocious at this time, and looked at Ginlong excitedly. If Ginlong turned his head slightly, he would immediately find that the middle-aged man was not right. But unfortunately, Ginlong had entered a state of madness, and all he thought about was what he should do after becoming a god. Master, stop quickly. It's a scam. Xiaolong's voice suddenly appeared and echoed in Ginlong's mind. Then a golden light suddenly appeared and shot into Ginlong's mind, causing Ginlong to wake up instantly. When Ginlong saw that what was in front of him was not a teleportation array at all, but a monster's huge mouth. As for the middle-aged man behind him, it was the fake Ginglong who had left a restriction on him. The Gung Dragon reacted and flew into the air. The Nebula Sword took action directly and attacked the fake Gung Dragon. Although everything is an illusion created by the fake Ginglong, the improvement in Ginglong's strength is a fact. The fake Ginglong felt Ginglong's strength, and he hurriedly backed away, wanting to leave here. But Ginglong naturally wouldn't give him this chance. He rushed to him with a single step and took out the Nebula Sword directly, piercing the fake Ginglong's heart. Ha ha ha. Ginglong. So what if you kill me? I'm afraid you don't know. Every time you pass a floor here, there is a day outside. I have already dealt with Long Rong. And there is also the boss who is devoted to you. Oh! Don't tell me. That boss is so loyal to you that he won't believe that I am the real Ginglong until his death. And the puppet you summoned, I have helped open his mind even if I die. Now, that guy is going to find you and kill you at all costs. Who told you to use him as your little brother? The fake Ginglong who had reached the end of his life was not afraid. He kept laughing and told Ginglong what happened outside. I hate that I didn't have a thorough plan. And with the help of the 9 turns glazed pagoda, I was about to completely eliminate Ginglong. I didn't expect this to be the ending. When Ginglong heard that his friend had died, he was furious. Seeing that the mouth of the monster behind him was still open, Ginglong directly grabbed the fake Ginglong and threw it towards the monster. After watching the giant monster bite its mouth tightly, there was no trace of the fake Ginglong. Ginglong calmed down. He looked around, found the magic door, broke it directly, and walked out of it. Chapter 420 ending. Ginglong rushed out of the 9 turns glazed tower and stood outside the giant tower, thinking of everything he had just experienced. Ginglong took out the Hunyuan cauldron. Seeing that the Hunyuan cauldron was indeed put together completely, colorful lights kept emerging from the whole body. Ginglong couldn't help but be a little confused. He really couldn't figure out whether the appearance of the middle-aged man just now was an illusion or reality. If it is fake, how can I explain the Hunyuan cauldron in my hand and the improvement in my strength? Also, Xiaolong's voice appeared just now. Ginglong has been trying to contact Xiaolong since he saw the fake Ginglong. But everything came to nothing, and there was no reaction at all. Ginglong saw that it was impossible to make a breakthrough from here. Remembering what the fake Ginglong had just said, Ginglong immediately opened the teleportation array and drove the spaceship to the Mecha planet. After Ginglong was waiting to leave, the middle-aged man who had just extradited Ginglong appeared and put the 9 turns glazed pagoda away. Looking at the direction Ginglong left, the middle-aged man sighed and said, "Hey, you have good comprehension. But you are born with devilish nature. It seems that my path is not suitable for you. Well, you must have your own path to follow. We will meet again if we are destined to." Ginglong naturally didn't know what happened after he left, so he sprinted all the way. Just when they were about to reach the Mecha Star, Ginglong suddenly reacted. Although the fake self has the strength of a super god realm, he does not have the ability to activate the teleportation array. Ginglong's heart moved when he thought that he might have been deceived by the fake Ginglong. Reminiscent of the prompt from the 9 turns glazed tower just now. That level is a place of ecstasy. In this way, let's combine our improved strength with the completed Hunyuan cauldron. Ginglong suddenly realized that what he just thought was true. Ginglong, who was completely fake, deliberately acted evil and destroyed everything about himself. In order to verify his idea, Ginglong directly returned to the space where Shuiyu and the others were. Not wanting to be discovered, Ginglong just watched from a distance. After confirming that Shuiyu was still alive, Ginglong naturally understood. Everything just happened was a scam. After all, he was still pretending to be Ginglong. After this incident, Ginglong was a little disheartened. For no other reason than that the fake Ginglong was rarely promoted to the super god realm. The great mecha heart was wasted by me like this. It is not easy to find another master who is in the super god realm. The unhappy Ginglong went back to where Uncle De was. When Uncle De saw Ginglong coming back alone, although he didn't see what happened with his own eyes, he could predict what happened. He sighed, looked back at Long Rong who was still in the sarcophagus, and couldn't say a word. The whole space fell into silence, and neither Ginglong nor Uncle De spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Uncle De finally stood up, opened the sarcophagus, looked at Long Rong inside, and as if he had made a decision, he came to Ginglong's side and said directly, "Ginglong, Renjir can't wait any longer. I've thought about it, and I'll donate my heart. From now on, Renjir will be left to you, and you have to treat him well. Also, I'll take my heart later after it comes out. You must let Ranger swallow it quickly. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. After Uncle De finished speaking, he inserted his hands into his chest, without waiting for Gunlong to stop him. Uncle De actually endured the pain and dug out his heart. Gunlong, hurry up. Seeing Gunlong stunned, Uncle De let out a roar and died completely. But the heart was indeed lifted high in the air, facing Gunlong. Although Gunlong was very heartbroken. After all, Uncle De was also his master. But when he thought of what Uncle De had just said, Gunlong immediately stood up, took out the heart, ran to Long Rong, and controlled the heart to merge into Long Rong's body. Boom! Accompanied by a soft sound. Perhaps the heart played a role. The black energy on Long Rong's body gradually disappeared. In the end, Long Rong returned to normal. She opened her eyes and saw Gunlong beside her. Long Rong immediately stood up and held Gunlong in her arms. Gunlong, I'm so scared. I feel like I've had a horrible dream and done many unreasonable things. It's okay. Romro, I will be by your side from now on. No one will bully you. Gunlong knew that Long Rong must have been aware of the things outside in a hazy state. But because she couldn't take the initiative in her body, she regarded everything as a dream. After confirming that Long Rong had completely recovered, Gunlong looked at Uncle De who had expired beside him. He thought about it, and finally did not tell Long Rong the identity of Uncle De. After all, Long Rong had just recovered from a serious illness, and her body and bones could not withstand the torment. Also, although Uncle De didn't say it explicitly, Gunlong had a feeling that Uncle De still didn't want Long Rong to know his identity. After waiting for Long Rong to rest, Gunlong took Long Rong to the spacecraft. After setting the coordinates to the mecha star, Gunlong stopped operating and let the spacecraft enter the autopilot state, enjoying this rare space for two people. Gunlong, let's have a child. Long Rong, who was nestling next to Gunlong, looked at the vast sea of stars outside the window. Her face turned slightly red, and she spoke directly. When Gunlong heard Long Rong's words, he chuckled, raised his arm, and pinched Long Rong's little face. Okay, I've already thought of a name. No matter boy or girl, call him Dragon King. I want him to rule the world. When Gunlong said this, Long Rong was a little shy. She was about to say something, but suddenly thought of Shuiyu. Long Rong couldn't help but her face darkened, and she whispered softly, what about Shuiyu? What's the name of the child she has with you? Gunlong had never thought about this problem. He had just been immersed in the joy of Long Rong's recovery. When Long Rong said this, Gunlong was a little embarrassed. He thought for a long time, but could not think of a suitable answer. Then Gunlong waved his hand and said, everything depends on fate. Just call him Long Yuan. After Long Rong went through this twists and turns, she was still very open-minded. No matter what. As long as they are still alive and well. Looking outside, there are stars flashing by from time to time. Long Rong was a little excited when she saw the scene for the first time. She pointed at the planets and said, Gunlong, is there life on those planets? It turns out that we are really what those scientists said. We are not the only creatures in the universe. You fool. Have a good rest. In the future, these planets will all be our dependencies. I will bring my brothers from the mecha star to level them all. Gunlong stood at the window, holding Long Rong with one arm. His current perception ability is already able to perceive the situation within 100 miles, and he feels that there is no existence beyond his own strength on those planets. Then Gunlong thought of the middle-aged man's words at that time. Regardless of whether they really existed, Gunlong felt that his fate was not left to chance. It was time to carve out his own world.